After returning to the stall, she prepared everything and started frying fried cakes. At that time, many people had already started to come to the market. Perhaps because of the appearance of people selling fried cakes at other stalls, Soo-hee's business became not so good. Someone smelled the fried aroma coming from her stall, was attracted and asked, "How much is your cake?" 3 cents each. At this time, a person suddenly jumped out and said, "Selling for 3 cents? Who would buy it if it's so expensive? There is a store over there that sells it for only 2 cents each." The customer who asked the price immediately gave up the idea of buying cakes from Soo-hee, shook his head, and drove away. Soo-hee looked at the person who jumped out to talk. His face turned cold, and then said, "Can you go away? Don't disturb my business. Hey, you sell it expensively, and you don't let people say it?" The man was like a rogue, very rogue. When Soo-hee saw him like this, a guess came into his mind. This person was obviously in the same group as the people who imitated her stall. They were picking on her on purpose and wanted to drive her out. But this business was built by Soo-hee. They wished to reap the benefits. "If you disturb my business again, don't blame me for being rude." She didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it either. Aunt Neo got angry when she saw that scoundrel rolled his eyes at Soo-hee. But the other party was a tall and strong man after all. There were only 2 women here, Soo-hee and she, so she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Another person came to ask for the price. After the business was ruined by that man, Soo-hee said directly to the man, "If you come to ruin my business again, don't blame me for being rude." "Hey, little girl, how else do you want to be rude? You are so white and tender that you should stay at home and be loved by men. Why do you come out to steal business?" The man smiled obscenely and said in a weird way, "Really?" Soo-hee sneered, then walked out of the stall and walked in front of the man. "You know that there is a crackdown now, right?" Soo-hee asked with a sneer. "I didn't do anything. What does the crackdown have to do with me?" The man was a scoundrel, and he didn't do anything to Soo-hee, but he deliberately destroyed people's business and said disgusting things. Soo-hee clenched his fist and twisted the man's hand quickly. There was only a click sound, and the man screamed in pain. "Murder, murder." Now there are more and more people in the market, and seeing this scene, everyone can't help but rush over to join in the fun. Being subdued by a woman like this, the man's face turned red with shame and anger, but he couldn't break free from Soo-hee's control. At this time, the police who were maintaining the order of the market heard the noise and immediately squeezed in front of the crowd. Seeing that Soo-hee, such a white and clean little woman, actually subdued a big man, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. But he still exerted his dignity as a people's policeman and said seriously, "What are you doing? What happened?" Seeing the police coming, Soo-hee immediately let go of the rogue's hand, then showed a wronged expression to the police and said, "Comrade police, I am doing business here. I don't know if this person sees that I am the only woman here, but he keeps coming up to tease me and insult me verbally. Isn't it a crackdown now? I said I would help you catch him and take him to the police station, but who knew you would come here?" Soo-hee's expression of almost crying and her godlike acting skills immediately won the trust of the police. Mainly, she is indeed a little too beautiful. Although Soo-hee thinks she is still a little fat, her current figure is really the type that men love the most. Although the body is a little fat, the face is beautiful. It not only satisfies men's visual aesthetics, but also satisfies the point that there is meat to touch. Seeing that Soo-hee had turned a black into a white, the scoundrel panicked and immediately explained, "I didn't do that. I was just strolling around normally. When I saw someone coming to buy her things, I said one more word, and she hit me." When Soo-hee heard his words, she immediately added at the right time, "That's right, police officer. Not only did he tease me, he also came forward to destroy my business, making other people afraid to buy my things." At this time, Aunt Neo also stepped forward to speak for Soo-hee. Yes, police officer, this scoundrel has been destroying her business. Whenever someone comes to ask about the price, he tells them that other places are cheaper than here and scares away all the customers. The scoundrel was not convinced when he heard it and said righteously, "What I said is not wrong. What we sell is cheaper than theirs." Well, this malicious competition is confirmed. When the police heard what he said, they handcuffed him and said to the man, "You are suspected of molesting decent women and vicious competition in the market. Come with us." The rogue didn't expect that he would be arrested by the police for saying a few more words at someone else's stall, and he panicked immediately. "Comrade police, I am innocent. I am wrong. I will never dare to do it again." But it was useless. He was still taken away by one of the police. Another younger policeman was still standing there. He looked at Soo-hee and said helplessly, "This kind of thing is not considered a big deal. At most, we will lock him up for half a day and educate him, and then release him. This kind of rogue has always been used to doing bad things. You should pay attention to it and hide away." "Okay, thank you, comrade police." Soo-hee smiled and answered the police. Looking at Soo-hee's fair and tender face with an extremely bright smile on his face, the police blushed a little. He didn't doubt that Soo-hee was molested by the rogue just now. After all, the girl was so beautiful. After the police left, the crowd dispersed soon. Soo-hee sat back in the stall. Her business was still affected to some extent. TSK, these people are so disgusting. They imitate other people's skills and destroy other people's business. Sister Sue, it's a good thing that you are quick-witted and let the police take you away, otherwise you won't be able to do business today. This time, Aunt Nyo really admired Soo-hee again. Soo-hee was a little embarrassed by Aunt Nyo's praise. More than an hour passed, and Soo-hee only sold a dozen fried cakes. Compared with her previous 2 or 3 hours of selling 1 or 200, it can be said that her business was bleak. Aunt Nyo saw that there were no more fried cakes in the pot, but the charcoal fire was still burning, and she felt very distressed for the charcoal fire. If it continued like this today, Soo-hee probably wouldn't even be able to make back the money she earned from the charcoal fire. Soo-hee didn't feel much of a gap in her heart. In business, there are always losses and gains, and she had a very good attitude. She believes in her own cooking skills and believes that her food is definitely much tastier than other stalls. Although it has been imitated, it has never been surpassed. Zizi and Nyo-Nyo have been sitting next to Soo-hee, and Nyo-Nyo has not been making a fuss about going to play with Ji Liang-chuan. Just now, they saw their mother, and that man almost had a fight, and even the police were alarmed. The 2 kids were a little worried about Soo-hee. It's not that they are afraid that their mother will be bullied. After all, the 2 kids have seen Soo-hee's skills. It's just that they feel that business doesn't seem to be picking up today, and they are a little worried that their mother will be sad. Soo-hee called them several times, asking them to go and play with Ji Liang-chuan, but the 2 kids were unmoved. She said she would send them there, but they refused to go. There were many people coming and going in the market. After what happened just now, Soo-hee began to have some business, but it was still not comparable to the previous 2 times. At this time, a young man walked straight to Soo-hee's stall, smiled and greeted Soo-hee. "Why did you move here?" "I went to the stall before to look for you, and the owner of that stall told me that you were not available today, and asked them to set up the stall. I thought you were the same family. I saw that they lowered the price, so I was more cautious and bought a pancake. It was terrible." Soo-hee looked at him and immediately knew who he was. He was the first person to buy her fried cakes. After that, he bought more than 5, so Soo-hee was particularly impressed by her. "They came early and took my stall. I am not from the same family," Soo-hee said with a smile. Seeing that her skills were taken away, her position was occupied, and her stall was impersonated, Soo-hee did not show any anger, and the young man could not help but look at Soo-hee with admiration. This woman, at first glance, is not an ordinary person in terms of mind and knowledge. "Give me 10 pancakes," the young man said with a smile. "Okay." Soo-hee smiled and took a bag to wrap the fried cakes, handed it to the young man, and said, 3 yuan for you." After the young man gave the money to Soo-hee, he immediately picked up a fried cake and started eating it. After taking a bite, he smiled at Soo-hee and said, "Well, this taste is right. Don't worry, your customers will come back soon. The cakes made over there are not even eaten by dogs." Soo-hee was amused by the young man's words. "Then I'll take your good words." Not long after the young man left, as he said, Many of the customers who bought her fried cakes before began to come to her one after another. The location of her stall is not difficult to find. As long as you want to find her, you can basically see her by walking around the market. Oh, you're tired of looking for me. An old lady saw Soo-hee and immediately came up to Soo-hee with her grandson and shouted, "Haha, I didn't get the previous position today." Soo-hee replied with a smile, "No, the stall you used to have was occupied by another one that sold the same pancakes as yours, and they were terrible. My dear grandson wanted to come and eat the ones you made on market day, but I bought the wrong ones just now, and he made a scene with me." The old lady looked for Soo-hee and thought that Soo-hee didn't come out to set up his stall today. Her grandson kept making a scene, so she had no choice but to keep looking for him until she finally found him. "Give me 2, said the old lady. After Soo-hee wrapped the fried cake and handed it to her, she said, "It's expensive for a reason. They sell it for 20 cents, and it's unpalatable and small. Many people have already noticed that what's on display over there is not what they sold before, and more people will definitely come later. Thank you. If anyone comes looking for my stall, please show me the way." After sending the old lady and her grandson away with a smile, Aunt Nyo couldn't help but gloat and said, "So what if they took over the stall? Who would buy it if it tastes bad?" "Yes, so no matter what we do, we still have to ensure quality and quantity." Not surprisingly, Soo-hee's business started to pick up next. Many people came to buy her fried cakes one after another, and Soo-hee started frying them in the pan again. At this time, Ji Liangchuan also came to the door. "Ansu, baby, New," he shouted excitedly. "Liangchuan." Soo-hee was a bit busy, so he responded and started frying fried cakes again. "Why did you move here?" "Fortunately, I found you," Ji Liangchuan said to Zizi and Nuno excitedly. "Mom's stall was robbed, so we had to move here," Nuno said, a little disappointed. "And someone deliberately came to our stall to cause trouble for my mom and was just caught by the police." Zizi also joined their conversation. "Why don't you go to my grandma? She can help with this kind of thing," Ji Liangchuan said with a frown. "He has been caught by the police. Fortunately, Mom is smart, otherwise she would be bullied." Nuno was very angry. "Why do people always want to bully Mom? Mom is so good. Come on, follow me to find my grandma and ask her to find someone to help teach that person a lesson," Ji Liangchuan said, and was about to take Zizi and Nuno away. Soo-hee's business started to become hot, and the market was too noisy, so he couldn't hear what the kids said. Seeing that they were about to leave, she couldn't help but say to the 3 children, "Liangchuan, take your brother and sister to your grandmother's bookstore. Don't run around." "Aunt Sue, I know. We're going to find my grandmother," Ji Liangchuan answered, and soon disappeared with Zizi and Nuno. With Ji Liangchuan, he was relieved a little, so he concentrated on doing business. But what she didn't know was that Ji Liangchuan took Zizi and Nuno back to his grandmother's bookstore and exaggerated to Ms. Zhou that someone had just troubled Soo-hee's stall. After explaining the whole story, Ji Liangchuan said to his grandmother, "Grandma, this kind of person is too bad, and Sue is too pitiful. You must ask your uncle to teach them a lesson." Ji Liangchuan's mother was able to marry into the warlord family of the Ji family in Kyoto, and her family background was not bad. Although Ms. Zhou only ran a bookstore in the town, her sons were either soldiers or officials, and they held high positions in the town. She still admired Soo-hee. No one came to her for help when they encountered such a thing. Now that she knew about this, she would definitely help others. After all, her son Chuaner would have to ask her for help in the future. So she smiled at Zizi and Nuno and said, "Don't worry, Grandma will definitely help your mother get justice. You guys play in the bookstore, don't run around. Grandma is going to go out for a while." After saying this, Ms. Zhou went to find her son at the police station. Zhou Likun was checking files in the office when his mother came directly to the door. Zhou Likun was Ms. Zhou's youngest son, only 26 years old and unmarried. Because of his meritorious service and family connections, he was promoted to deputy director of their town police station not long ago. To be honest, with the power of the Zhou family, even the director of the town police station had to give some face to the young and promising Zhou Likun. As soon as he saw his mother, Ms. Zhou, Zhou Lakun immediately went up to her and said, "Why are you here? The mother of your nephew's good friend has been bullied. Just tell me whether you care about this matter or not." Ms. Zhou said with a straight face. Zhou Lakun felt a headache when he heard the complicated relationship. "My nephew, are you talking about Chuana?" Zhou Lakun asked. "Yes, Chuana has two good friends in the countryside. I sent him to their home in the countryside to play last week. Don't you know about this?" Hearing his mother's words, Zhou Lakun nodded in agreement. "Let me tell you, this is what happened." Ms. Zhou told her little son the whole story. After listening for 5 minutes, Zhou Lakun finally understood. "So, the person who caused trouble for that Su is now in the police station?" Zhou Lakun asked. "What do you mean by the surname Su?" "I have a name, Su He." Ms. Zhou rolled her eyes at her son, who was a straight man, and said, "Duan't be so rude to girls all day long. Look at you. You are still unmarried at such an old age, which makes your sister, and I worry so much. Why did she send Chuana here? Isn't it to urge you to get married and have children? You said before that you should establish a career before starting a family. Now you are the deputy director. Isn't it time to get married? You are not satisfied with any girl introduced to you." Obviously, she came to ask her youngest son for help, but Ms. Zhou started to nag and urge him to get married. When Zhou Lakun heard that his mother was going to teach him a lesson, he felt a headache. He immediately raised his hands in surrender and then said, Okay. I will help you deal with this matter right now. I'm leaving first, Mom." After that, he walked out of the office and headed towards the guest house. About an hour after Zizi and the others left, they came back again, and Ms. Zhou came with them. "Why are you here?" Suhi asked with a little surprise. "You are really something. You didn't come to me when you were in trouble. I only knew about it from the kids." Ms. Zhou looked at Suhi complainingly. It had been almost a week since she last saw Suhi. When she saw her again this time, Suhi had become so beautiful. Before, she only thought Suhi was white, but the features on her face were still fat because of the flesh. When she saw her again this time, Suhi's features were more exposed, and her beautiful eyes and eyebrows almost stunned Ms. Zhou. "You seem to have lost a lot of weight." Ms. Zhou sighed. Basically, everyone who hadn't seen her for a few days would say this, and Suhi was used to it. "Yes, being too fat is not good for the body. But I didn't deliberately lose weight." Suhi was talking to Ms. Zhou, and soon many people suddenly came to her stall, so she didn't have time to chat with Ms. Zhou anymore. Seeing that she was busy, Ms. Zhou didn't disturb her and took the kids to other places. "Sister, so you came here to set up a stall?" Just when Suhi was busy, a woman said. "Yes." Suhi replied with a smile. "Oh, the people who set up the stall before you were just arrested by the police. The pancakes they sold were so bad that everyone thought it was you at first, but later they found out it wasn't you." The woman gossiped with Suhi and said, "Give me 4 pancakes." After Suhi packed them for her, he asked, "They were arrested by the police?" "Why?" "I don't know. I just watched the excitement over there. They said it involved disrupting the market and malicious competition. I was wondering if the girl had anything to do with you?" The woman showed a gossipy look to Suhi. Suhi immediately smiled and replied, "How can I have any relationship with them? Besides, they must have done something to be arrested by the police." "That's right, they must have been arrested because the pancakes were too bad to eat. It was a waste of my few cents. I only took a bite and didn't want to eat it anymore. It's better to make it myself." The woman muttered, and Suhi didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing her words. Soon, Suhi's fried cakes were looted and sold out. When the people who came later saw that they were out of stock, they all went back disappointed. "Sold out again? Oh, the people who robbed your stall really got their comeuppance. I heard that they were arrested by the police." Aunt Nyo also heard Suhi chatting with that woman just now. "Yes, you have to be down to earth in everything you do," Suhi answered while packing up her stall. She was not afraid of people stealing her business at all. The flour she used was the finest and most delicious kind, not the coarse flour of this era. People of this era were willing to use fine flour to fry fried cakes, and she would lose. Even if her business was stolen today, after eating what they sold once, others would definitely not buy from them again. But today's matter was probably helped by Ji Liangchuan's grandmother, Ms. Zhou, so she had to thank her properly. After putting away all the things, seeing that Zai Zai and Nyo Nyo had not returned yet, Suhi said to Aunt Nyo, "Aunt, please help me watch the things for a while. I will go find the other two kids. If they come back later, tell them not to run around and wait for me here." Suhi walked towards Ms. Zhou's bookstore. As soon as she arrived at the door of the store, she saw 3 kids sitting on the tables and chairs outside the door and playing.
Zizai, Liu Niu, Liang Guan. Suhi called, "Mom."
And so, after hearing Suhi's voice, the 3 kids turned around and called Suhi. "Mom, have you sold all the things?" Nyo Nyo rushed to Suhi and hugged Suhi's legs and asked, "I've sold all the things." Suhi smiled and answered while touching her daughter's head. At this time, Ms. Zhou, who was talking to her youngest son in the store, also saw Suhi and immediately pulled her youngest son Zhou Lakun out to greet Suhi. Zhou Lakun was also very curious about what kind of person was the one who could make his picky old mother praise him, so he followed him out. As soon as he saw Suhi, Zhou Lakun's eyes flashed with surprise. It was not for anything else, but that Suhi's appearance was just right for his aesthetic taste. In the eyes of a man like Zhou Lakun, Suhi is not fat at all now, just right. Her face is really beautiful, her skin is white, and her eyebrows and eyes are clear, which makes people love her. After the two walked in front of Suhi, Ms. Zhou smiled and asked, "Suhi, have you sold out your things?" Suhi turned her face towards Zhou Lakun and looked at Ms. Zhou, so that Zhou Lakun could see her appearance more clearly. "I've sold out. I heard that the stall that caused trouble for me was taken away by the police." "Thank you." Suhi smiled and thanked her. Her smile was sincere and gentle, and Zhou Lakun couldn't take his eyes away. "Haha, it's not a big deal. If you encounter any problems in the town in the future, just remember to come find me. Archwana, I may have to trouble you to take care of him in the future. Don't be polite to me. Ms. Zhou started to greet Suhi and did not forget to introduce him to Suhi. "This is my youngest son, Zhou Lakun. He is now the deputy director of the police station in the town. If you can't find me in the future, you can go to the police station to find him." Suhi was a little surprised. She didn't expect that any son of Ms. Zhou would be the director of the town police station. Then she looked at Zhou Lakun, suppressed the surprise in her eyes, and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Suhi. I'm sorry to trouble you this time." With the hero of the novel, Ji Liangchuan, she almost forgot that Ji Liangchuan's background was tailor-made for Mary Sue's romance novel by the author of the book. Although he was sent to the town now, it was easy to tell that his maternal family could not be ordinary. When Suhi greeted him, Zhou Lakun felt that this woman even had such a nice voice, so Zhou Lakun, who had always been chauvinistic and had a straight male cancer when facing women, was a little embarrassed. He stuttered back to Suhi, "It's okay, ahem, it's just a matter of convenience. Besides, the person who was arrested and taken to the detention center has confessed his accomplices. If there is evidence, we will certainly enforce the law impartially." After saying that, he felt that the second half of his sentence seemed a bit serious, so Zhou Lakun smiled and said, "It's okay as long as it can help Ms.
So,
Ms. Zhou looked at her peacock-like son and was a little suspicious. When did her little son talk to people so carefully? Looking at Suhi's fair and tender beautiful face again, Ms. Zhou was instantly shocked. She hoped that her son could find a woman to marry quickly, instead of hoping that he would find a married woman. Besides, Suhi's husband is not a bad one, and her son has no chance to wait for someone to divorce. "You have finished your work, why don't you go back to the unit quickly? As a people's policeman, you can't neglect your duties." Ms. Zhou said to her son seriously. "Zhou Lakun, is my mother okay? Just use her and throw her away?" "But that's his mother. What can you do?" Looking at Suhi again, Zhou Lakun smiled and said, "Then Miss Sue, I'll go back to the police station first." "Okay, take care." Suhi answered very respectfully. After Zhou Lakun left, Ms. Zhou smiled and asked Suhi, "I have arranged for someone to make lunch. You can have lunch with me later before going back." Suhi opened her mouth and was about to refuse, But then she thought of the help she had received today, so she agreed. I have an aunt who came with me. I'll ask her to go back first. I'll go with you. Don't push your business stuff around. Just put it in my yard. It's so hard to walk from the village to the town. Just put it here with me to reduce the burden. Ms. Zhou suggested enthusiastically. No, there are many things in it that I need to take home. Suhi smiled and refused. The other person had helped her a lot, and she couldn't really treat him as her own family and keep bothering him. Besides, if she was doing the fried cake business, most of them would be fried at home and put into the space, not fried on the spot. Okay, then you go push the stroller to my side first and take the 2 kids back later. After saying this, Ms. Zhou looked at the 3 children outside the door and then said, Look, how happy the 3 kids are playing. Suhi, you don't have to be embarrassed for helping you with these things. In my heart, Chuaner's happiness is very important. And your family can give him this kind of happy mood, which is the most important thing.
Suhi understood what she meant.
How could Ms. Zhou, who is so thoughtful, not see what she was thinking, so she comforted her. It is the happiest thing for Liang Chuan to have family members like you. Suhi said with a smile. It is also the same for your 2 kids, to have a mother like you. Alas, my daughter is too stubborn. She is usually busy with work and has little time to devote to Chuaner. In fact, I hope she can return to the family. Ms. Zhou looked at Suhi, and a trace of pity flashed in her eyes. It's a pity that Suhi is already married. Otherwise, if his youngest son could find such a daughter-in-law, their Zhou family would surely rise steadily. Suhi refused Ms. Zhou's company and went to find Aunt Nyo. After explaining to Aunt Nyo why she couldn't go back with her, she went to her stall to pack up her things. After she pushed the cart to a corner next to Ms. Zhou's bookstore and put it down, Ms. Zhou asked her to push the cart into the yard. The yard where Ms. Zhou lived was next to the bookstore. It was estimated that the bookstore was originally part of the yard and was converted into a bookstore. Take a break and get ready for lunch, Ms. Zhou said with a smile. Okay, I'll go and accompany the kids. After Suhi put down her things, she went to find the 3 kids.
Mom.
Seeing her, Nyo Nyo immediately shouted excitedly. Aunt Sue, you guys stay at Grandma's house for lunch at noon today. Ji Liangchuan really liked Suhi's family, and the expectation in his eyes could not be concealed. Yes, your grandma has already told me and I agreed. Suhi replied with a smile. Yeah, that's great. Aunt Sue, Grandma said that she can send me to your house to play again in 2 days. Is that okay? Ji Liangchuan asked politely. Of course, but we have to go to the city tomorrow to find the father of Zai Zai and Nyo Nyo, and we will return to the village on Sunday.
Shui answered gently.
Is that so? Then I can't go to play with Zai Zai and Nyo Nyo. Ji Liangchuan couldn't help but feel disappointed when he got such an answer. It's okay, Liangchuan, when we come back, you can ask your grandma to stay longer at our house.
For example,
a week. Hearing Suhi's words, Ji Liangchuan's eyes lit up. Yes, it would be great if he could wait directly at Aunt Sue's house. He likes Aunt Sue, and he likes playing with Nyo Nyo and Zai Zai even more. Okay, Aunt Sue, I'll listen to you. Ji Liangchuan said to Suhi in a low voice, which made Suhi a little bit embarrassed. While eating, Zhou came back. He didn't know that Suhi's family was also there. Before he entered the kitchen, he shouted to Ms. Zhou, Mom, what's delicious today? As soon as he entered the door, he was dumbfounded. Ms. Zhou, Suhi, and the 3 children were staring at him with big eyes. Ahem. Zhou coughed uncomfortably twice and said a little unnaturally, There are guests at home. Welcome, welcome. Officer Zhou, I'm sorry to bother you again. Suhi looked very polite. What's there to be embarrassed about? Just treat it as your own home. Chuana will go to your house next week, and I'll trouble you to take good care of him, Ms. Zhou said with a smile. Just now, Ji Liangchuan had found her and told her that Suhi would go to the city to find the father of Zizi and Nunyo tomorrow, so he couldn't go to Aunt Sue's house to play. But next time he wanted to stay longer at Aunt Sue's house. Looking at the eager eyes of her grandson, Ms. Zhou couldn't refuse his request. After coming here, his grandson was happiest when playing with Suhi and his 2 children. Never mind, let him do whatever he wants. So she agreed to Ji Liangchuan's request. Knowing that she had to ask Su-hee for help again, Ms. Zhou was even more enthusiastic about Su-hee. This meal was the most elegant one Zhou Lakun had ever eaten. He had been in the army before, so he always ate voraciously. Ms. Zhou had told him many times that eating like this was bad for his stomach, but Zhou Lakun always ignored her. Who would have thought that this time with the guests around, he would actually eat elegantly? After finishing his meal, Su-hee said goodbye to Ms. Zhou and Zhou Lakun. Ms. Zhou offered to drive them, but she refused. She still had a cart of things, and it was cloudy today, not sunny, so it would not affect their walking. After Su-hee left with the two children, Zhou Lakun looked at Su-hee's back and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Still looking, Ms. Zhou scolded. Zhou Lakun was frightened by his mother and complained a little. What are you doing? I was about to ask you what you were doing. Your eyes are almost growing on your body. Su-hee, you already have two children. You should be more thoughtful. Ms. Zhou said, unhappily. I don't mind treating them as my own children. Zhou Lakun answered nonchalantly. After hearing Zhou Lakun's answer, Ms. Zhou was so angry that she almost choked. You don't mind, but I do. Other people's husbands are much more handsome than you. What the Hades are you talking about? Zhou Lakun thought that he looked very energetic, and his blind date partners were very satisfied with his appearance. He didn't expect that the first time someone attacked his appearance was his own mother. I was just talking. Why are you so angry? Don't attack appearance. My body and hair are from my parents, and my appearance is from you. You didn't give birth to me more handsome than other people's husbands. It's all your fault and my dad's. After Zhou Lakun said this, he ran away without looking back, and Ms. Zhou stomped her feet in anger. How could she give birth to such a rebellious son? It really hurt her off. After Zizi and Nuno followed Su-hee for a while, Su-hee forcibly carried them onto the cart. Both kids seemed very excited today, because tomorrow they would finally go to the city to see their dad again. Mom, you must change me into a beautiful little skirt tomorrow. Nuno said coquettishly. Okay, Mom has bought them all for you. The same goes for Zai Zai. Mom has bought you new clothes too. Su-hee looked at the two kids with doting eyes. How could she have time to buy clothes? All the clothes were exchanged in the space. Anyway, she is not short of points now, and she has also figured out the popular dressing style of this era, so she is not short of clothes now. Mom, why haven't you come tomorrow yet? Nuno started asking Su-hee some nonsensical questions again. But Su-hee responded to every sentence. Things that are expected because of happiness are worth waiting for. Sometimes waiting is also a kind of happiness. Nuno nodded, not quite understanding, and asked again, Mom, you will also wear a skirt tomorrow, and we will wear skirts together, okay?
Shui.
This matter is not over yet. Seeing that Nuno had mentioned this for the second time, Su-hee didn't want to disappoint her, so she agreed. Okay. Mom will wear a skirt with you tomorrow. Mom, the three of us will wear parent-child outfits. Thinking of this, Su-hee couldn't help but curl her lips. What is parent-child outfit, Mom? Zizi couldn't help but interrupt. You'll know tomorrow. After returning home, Su-hee fetched water for the two kids to wash their faces, wipe their hands and feet, and let them go to bed for a nap. She counted the income from today's business. This income was a little less than the income from the last time she went to the market, a total of 78 yuan, but Su-hee was already very satisfied. With the money Fu Tinghua gave her, Su-hee now has more than 500 yuan on hand. More than 200 yuan was earned by her own. With the space in hand, she basically had few opportunities to spend money. If she lacked something, she would mostly exchange it in the space. This golden finger really helped her a lot. The next day, the day to go to the city soon arrived. Su-hee got up early in the morning and steamed buns for the two children. She planned to bring some more to the car when the time came, fearing that the two children would be hungry on the road. However, it only takes more than 2 hours to get from Shangyao village to the city by bus, and it would be faster by car. Because the bus not only passes Shangyao village, but also goes around other villages to see if there are passengers going to the city. The bus to the city basically runs around 9 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. If you miss these 2 buses, unless your family has a car to go into the city, you will have to wait another day. He got up early in the morning for selfish reasons. While steaming the buns, she washed her face with cleanser. She took out the makeup mirror exchanged in the space, as well as La Mer lotion, Lancome liquid foundation, Yves Saint Laurent lipstick, and a bunch of messy cosmetics exchanged in the space, and Suhi began to apply them on her face. It is inevitable that she will meet Fu Tinghua's colleagues who look down on the original owner when she goes to the hospital this time. Suhi doesn't want to be looked down upon, so she must dress up beautifully to slap those people in the face. She only puts on light makeup, so light that people can't tell that she has put on makeup, but at first glance, she looks much more delicate. Because when she moves, Suhi will sweat all over. Although she doesn't smell any sweat odor on her body at present, after thinking about it, she finally sprays a little perfume on her body. Looking at herself in the mirror, who seems to have changed her head from when she first came here, Suhi feels very satisfied. This body is about 1.63 meters tall, and now it has lost more than 120 kilograms. Suhi's goal is to be about 100. She still needs to lose more than 20 kilograms to reach her desired target value. But now it seems that she is losing weight more and more slowly, and the sweat on her body is not as exaggerated as before. However, Suhi is very satisfied that she can lose weight like this in just over 2 months. After waking up Zai Zai and Nyo Nyo, the 2 kids looked at Suhi, who looked very different today, but couldn't tell what was different, and couldn't help but stare at her. "Why are you looking at Mom like that?" Suhi asked the 2 kids with a smile. "Mom, you look so beautiful today," Nyo Nyo said a little inarticulately. "Really? Mom dressed you up beautifully today, too," Suhi replied with a smile. After putting on the skirt Suhi brought over, Nyo Nyo immediately exclaimed wow excitedly. "It's a princess dress." "Is it the princess dress in the book?" Nyo Nyo asked excitedly and curiously. "Yes, Nyo Nyo, do you like it?" Suhi asked with a smile. "Yes, then after I put on the little skirt, will I become a little princess?" Suhi was amused by Nyo Nyo's innocent words, so he touched his lovely daughter's head and said, "Yes, Nyo Nyo has always been the most beautiful little princess in my mother's heart." Suhi also changed a nice shirt for Zizi. With Zizi's heavy and calm temperament, he really looked like a little master. Looking at the pajamas Suhi was still wearing, Nyo Nyo asked, "Mom promised Nyo Nyo that I would wear a skirt." This kid is really obsessed with this matter. "Mom knows, but Mom has to work. I will change into a skirt when I am ready to go out," Suhi replied with a smile. While Nyo Nyo was eating buns, Suhi sat beside her and braided a nice hairstyle for her. Don't say it, with this skirt, she really looked like a little princess. After the 2 kids finished breakfast and Suhi arranged all the miscellaneous things at home, she went into the room and changed into a skirt. The dress Suhi chose was designed to be very slimming. The neckline and chest area were white lace, and the skirt was made of black chiffon with polka dots. The quality of the clothes looked very good, and the skirt set off her white skin and light figure. "Wow, Mommy is so beautiful," Nyo Nyo said exaggeratedly when she saw Suhi wearing a beautiful dress. And Zizi was stunned. Suhi braided 2 pigtails for herself, which made her look more youthful. Pigtails are very popular in this era. Although she is married and has children, Suhi is only a 21-year-old girl now. After this dress, she can't be seen as a wife who has given birth to 2 children. She looks like a college student studying in the city. "Let's go. Wait for the bus, otherwise we're afraid we'll miss it." Suhi took a child in each hand and walked to the village entrance. There is a small road on their side that can lead to the main road, but the bus does not stop here, so they still have to go to the village entrance to wait for the bus. It was already past 8 o'clock when they went out, and many people had already rushed to the fields and construction sites, but when they saw Suhi and her mother, they couldn't help but stop and take a few more glances. If for nothing else, these 3 people are too pleasing to the eye. The villagers knew that Zizi and Nyo Nyo had become more beautiful under Suhi's careful care. But this was the first time that Suhi dressed up and appeared in front of everyone. Although she now lives in the village, she only stays at home and doesn't often go to the village to chat with the villagers, so the villagers haven't seen her for many days. When she dressed up like this today, some people didn't recognize her for a while. It was only after recognizing Zizi and Nuno next to her that the villagers confirmed that it was Soo-hee. Is this Tinghua's wife? It seems so. Oh my god, Tinghua's wife. Is she so pretty? Isn't this Tinghua's wife? I remember Tinghua's wife was very fat. Oh, your information is outdated. She has lost weight a long time ago. Tinghua's wife. Tinghua's wife. At this time, someone called Soo-hee. Soo-hee took a look and recognized the other person. It was Aunt Lu, who complained to Fu Tinghua last time that he didn't say hello to her. Hey, Aunt. Soo-hee immediately stopped and greeted people. Where are you going? You are dressed so beautifully. Aunt Lu asked gossipingly. She is dressed so beautifully. She will not go to hook up with other men, right? Thinking that she is going to eat the melon, Aunt Lu was very excited. Soo-hee rolled his eyes secretly in his heart and said to Aunt Lu with a smile, How can it be? I am going to the city to find Tinghua. He has been asking me to find him in the city. After Soo-hee finished speaking, he also showed a shy expression appropriately. Oh, so. It's not cheating, there is no good show to watch, and Aunt Lu didn't want to talk more. After passing by Fu's house, Soo-hee went to the door to say hello to Wu Yanhua and explained that he was going to go in to find Fu Tinghua. The Fu family had gone out to work, so only Wu Yanhua and the third daughter-in-law Chen Sufan were left at home. Seeing Soo-hee's delicate and beautiful face, Wu Yanhua was so happy that she didn't know what to do. Her daughter-in-law has successfully lost weight and is still so beautiful. She wants to see who will say that her family has a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Be careful when you go out, Wu Yanhua said with a smile. Wu Yanhua, who used to be obsessed with appearance, was not satisfied with Soo-hee's appearance. Now Soo-hee has become beautiful and generous in dealing with people. She really likes Soo-hee more and more. Sister-in-law, you are too beautiful. Even Chen Sufan stared at Soo-hee's face with envy. Sister-in-law, you are also beautiful. It's just that people rely on clothes. You can dress up as well as me. To be honest, the wives married by Fu Tinghua's 3 brothers are all pretty good-looking. This is all thanks to Wu Yanhua. She would never let her son marry an ugly one. Oh, I have to work in the fields all day long. If I wear such beautiful clothes, they will get dirty. Chen Sufan replied with a smile. Soo-hee just smiled and didn't say anything else. Rural women in this era are all thinking about their lives. Who has time to dress up? But Soo-hee is a city dweller. She dresses up and doesn't do farm work. The other daughters-in-law of the Fu family don't feel jealous. After all, her father is a teacher, and he once sponsored his brother-in-law to study. Who dares to say anything bad about Soo-hee? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Wu Yanhua and Chen Sufan, Soo-hee finally walked to the place where she was waiting for the bus at the entrance of the village. Seeing that there were several people waiting for the bus to the city like her, Soo-hee couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The bus to the city doesn't arrive at the entrance of the village to pick people up at 9 o'clock every day. Sometimes it will arrive earlier. After more than 10 minutes, the bus came, and Soo-hee and the 2 children got on the bus smoothly. The driver charged the 2 children half price, but Soo-hee still held Nuno and let the children take a seat by themselves. The journey was very smooth, but the 2 children were a little carsick and fell asleep as soon as they got on the bus. Until they arrived at the city station, the 2 children were still dizzy. After the car entered the city and gradually saw some tall buildings, Soo-hee gently woke up the 2 children. Zizi Nuno wake up. We are in the city, do you want to see Daddy? Zizi opened his eyes in a daze, and after seeing the scene outside the window, he said excitedly, Mom, we are in the city. At this time, Nuno also woke up. She was more carsick than Zizi, so she didn't say anything. Until getting off the car, Soo-hee held Nuno in her arms. The little guy was very uncomfortable with carsickness. She thought about it and took a tricycle to the hospital to find Fu Tinghua. At that time, she also forgot to ask where the courtyard assigned by Fu Tinghua was now. Even if she asked, she couldn't find it. Just as she was planning this, who knew that as soon as she got off the car, she immediately saw a handsome man standing not far away, like a painting, who was out of tune with the surroundings. The man was still wearing the shirt and trousers he usually wore when he was working. It was estimated that he had seen the car from Shangyao village to the city a long time ago. As soon as Su-hee appeared, the two of them immediately looked at each other. He saw Su-hee for the first time. Fu Tinghua almost didn't recognize her, so he didn't go forward immediately. It wasn't until he set his eyes on the child in her arms and the child she was holding in her hands that Fu Tinghua confirmed that she was his wife, Su-hee. He had never thought that his wife would become so beautiful one day. He couldn't help blushing and his heart beat at the sight of her. Fu Tinghua thought that he was not a person who only looked at appearance, but when he saw Su-hee dressed up so beautifully, he couldn't help but understand why those men looked for beautiful wives. Restraining the throbbing in his heart, Fu Tinghua hurried forward to take Nyo from Su-hee's arms and let Su-hee rest. She must be exhausted after running all the way to the city with 2 children to find him. No, you hold the baby. I'll hold Nyo. Su-hee said quickly when he saw Fu Tinghua was about to take over Nyo from her arms. The baby was also carsick, but because he really didn't have any free hands, he was forced to get off the car and walk dizzy. Upon hearing this, Fu Tinghua immediately squatted down and picked up the baby, and then took the bag in Su-hee's hand. Su-hee followed Fu Tinghua out of the station and stopped by the roadside. There were many tricycles waiting for passengers at the station. Fu Tinghua took Su-hee to one at random. After saying the address, the tricycle started. As soon as the tricycle drove away, the 2 children who were a little dizzy were immediately sobered up by the wind. "Dad, are we going to the dormitory where we lived before?" Nyo asked Fu Tinghua excitedly after she recovered a little. She was talking about the unit room that Fu Tinghua used to live in. "No, Dad has allocated a separate yard, and you'll be freer in the future." Fu Tinghua touched his daughter's head and said with a smile, "Ah, why not the previous place?" Nyo said disappointedly. Hearing this, Su-hee couldn't help laughing. She pinched her daughter's face and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Isn't it good to live in a big yard?" "Living in a big yard is good, but I want Grandma Xia and Uncle Lu next door, as well as many grandparents, uncles, and aunts, to see how beautiful my mother is so that they can't say bad things about my mother in the future." Nyo's words directly silenced Su-hee and Fu Tinghua. I didn't expect that Nyo, who was usually naive and heartless, would actually consider these things. No wonder she was always asked to wear a beautiful dress before. It turned out to be because of this. "Don't worry, they will see it in the future. Our yard is next to the unit house where we lived before." After a while, Fu Tinghua said to Nyo, "Yeah, that's great." Nyo immediately became excited again. Fu Tinghua turned his gaze from his daughter to Su-hee's face again. After looking into her delicate and beautiful face, Fu Tinghua quickly looked away. His ears were a little red, and he didn't dare to look at Su-hee anymore. "I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well before, and let you be gossiped by others," Fu Tinghua said apologetically. Su-hee, who has the memory of the original owner, knows what kind of character Su-hee was in the past. Well, it can't be completely blamed on Fu Tinghua. The main reason is that the original owner Su-hee's behavior at that time was really disgusting. She was really a rich girl, spoiled by her parents, and did nothing at home. She was too lazy. At the beginning, the neighbors in the unit building just complained behind her back that Su-hee was too fat and didn't match Fu Tinghua. Later, Su-hee did something that affected the hygiene of the whole building, which made people disgusted. At that time, Fu Tinghua went out for further studies for more than 2 months, and Su-hee didn't clean the house for more than 2 months. In the end, the stench drifted to the neighbors. Fu Tinghua had very good interpersonal relationships in the hospital, and he was good-looking. So many people couldn't stand that his wife was such an ugly and sloppy woman. So later, people living in this area hated her more and more, and avoided her even more. But the original owner Su, he was hated by the whole dormitory building, and Fu Tinghua was actually not unrelated. He was too cold to the original owner Su, he only giving money, without a trace of emotion. But in the end, He was also forced to marry the original owner, so Suhi felt that he could not be blamed. "It's good that you know," Suhi said with a cold snort. Seeing her answer like this, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but feel nervous. "I won't do that in the future. I won't let anyone bully you anymore. It's okay, no one can bully me now." Suhi smiled brightly at Fu Tinghua, and Fu Tinghua was instantly fascinated and a little lost. Knowing that what she said just now was a joke, Fu Tinghua was relieved. But he still thought in his heart that Suhi should not be wronged in the future. After entering the familiar area, Zizi and Nunu knew that their father had not lied to them just now. This is really the place where they lived before next door. But this side is the single-family building area, and that side is the supporting area. They also visited this single-family building area before. At that time, I was thinking who would live in it. I never thought that they would move in one day. Zizi and Nuno rushed into their new home excitedly and ran around in the yard happily. The front yard here is a wasteland with a cement road in the middle leading to the house. Suhi guessed that this should be a place for people to plant some flowers and plants. I didn't expect the hospital to give Fu Tinghua such a house. It seems that they really value him. What Suhi didn't know was that this was also because of Fu Tinghua's meritorious service. During his time with the army, Fu Tinghua saved several people in high positions. Originally, with his qualifications, he couldn't be the vice president of the hospital, but someone was willing to him. "Don't you have to go to work today?"
Suhi asked.
"Well, I took a leave of absence for the whole morning. I knew you would come back this morning, so I went to the station to wait for you." Fu Tinghua answered a little embarrassedly. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful, and Suhi couldn't help but be surprised. "Then I'll go buy some groceries and make lunch. It's almost 12 o'clock now, and the kids are probably hungry. Let's go out to eat. You've been tired all morning. Do you get carsick?" Fu Tinghua looked at Suhi and asked this question very gently, then subconsciously reached out and touched Suhi's forehead. It was not until he touched the woman's tender skin that Fu Tinghua woke up as if from a dream and withdrew his hand as if it was hot.
I
want to see if your forehead is hot." Seeing that man who looked cold and aloof at first now seemed a little at a loss in front of her, Suhi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I didn't say anything about you. Why are you nervous?" Suhi asked with a smile. It seems to be true. Ever since he confirmed that he was attracted to Suhi, he always got nervous easily when facing her. Fu Tinghua has always been gentle to people he is familiar with, but he is a little cold to people he is not familiar with. When he was in college, many girls pursued him, saying that he was the most handsome boy in their school. Fu Tinghua didn't know those things, but he was devoted to studying medicine at the time. He was very interested in medical knowledge, so he always avoided the pursuit of girls in school. When he was in college, he always ran between the dormitory, classroom, and laboratory. It can be said that he never looked at any girl in school. He has been good-looking since he was a child, and Fu Tinghua is actually tired of being praised for his appearance. Because he is handsome, Fu Tinghua really doesn't have much requirements for appearance. Otherwise, he would not have decided to marry Suhi after she became pregnant. At the beginning, he was devoted to his love for medicine and the responsibility of a benevolent doctor, and he was not interested in love. Since Suhi was pregnant, he didn't mind marrying her. He had never known what love was, but for the first time, he didn't want to go to the career he loved because of love, and he was reluctant to leave his warm home. In the past few days since he returned to the city from the countryside, when he was free, Fu Tinghua couldn't help thinking of the scene when Suhi opened the door for him that morning. He only took a glance, but every detail of that scene was clearly engraved in his mind over and over again. Even when he tossed and turned in the middle of the night, he would be moved by thinking of Suhi. At that time, Fu Tinghua was shocked by his own vulgarity. He had always had little demand for that aspect. After all, the workload during the day was too heavy, and an operation would consume too much of his energy. He didn't have time to think about those things. But because he fell in love with his wife, Fu Tinghua wanted her to accept him more and more eagerly. At this time, Fu Tinghua was not as comfortable as a veteran in the love field when facing Suhi. He only had the throbbing and blushing heartbeat of the first time he fell in love with someone. He would be nervous and flustered, fearing that Soo-hee would be dissatisfied with him and would not want him. Without this layer of husband-wife relationship, he would be completely out. His previous confidence and appearance instantly disappeared in front of Soo-hee. After all, Soo-hee is so beautiful now, a beauty that has entered his heart.
You look very good today.
Fu Tinghua suddenly said the sentence without any context. Soo-hee was speechless by a sudden and serious compliment. Originally, she wanted to tease Fu Tinghua, but who knew that he would suddenly praise her for being beautiful? Which woman doesn't like to be praised for her beauty? She was secretly happy in her heart, but she still suppressed the corners of her mouth that AK could hardly suppress, and said, "What are you going to take us to eat? Is there anything you want to eat in particular?" "No, the food I want to eat is not available at this time, so I might as well cook it myself." Soo-hee thought to himself. "It's all right, just do it yourself," Soo-hee said with a little disinterest. Seeing that she was a little uninterested, Fu Tinghua was afraid that she might feel carsick, so he simply said, "How about I go to the hospital cafeteria and pack some food for you? You can take a break at noon, and I'll take you to eat delicious food after work in the evening?" Soo-hee agreed to Fu Tinghua's proposal without any hesitation. Getting up early in the morning to dress up and put on makeup was tiring. Maybe this body is not very used to riding in a car? Soo-hee also felt a little dizzy. "There are 2 rooms inside, and I have made the beds. You can sleep in any bed.
I'll pack some food for you now."
After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he left quickly, fearing that his wife and children would be hungry if he was not careful. Soo-hee wandered around the building out of boredom. There were 2 floors in total. The first floor was the living room and kitchen, both of which were very large. Then the second floor was the room, with a total of 3 rooms, 2 of which Fu Tinghua used as rooms, and the other was used as a study, with a bookcase and desk, and many books about medicine were placed in it. Although the whole house didn't have much furniture and looked a bit empty, it was cleaned up very well, which showed that the owner of the house, Fu Tinghua, was a clean person. Soo-hee observed that the largest master bedroom had no signs of being occupied, but in the side bedroom on the other side, there were clothes of Fu Tinghua in the closet. This showed that Fu Tinghua had always intended to leave the master bedroom for them to sleep in. Thinking of this, Soo-hee couldn't help but have a thought, and she could especially understand his intentions for her and the children. "Mom, is this our room?" Zizi and Nuno ran upstairs at some point, standing beside Soo-hee and chattering excitedly. Yes, yes," Soo-hee replied with a smile.
"Wow.
This place is so big and beautiful, much bigger than where I lived before." The place Nuno was talking about before was naturally the dormitory where Fu Tinghua lived before he got promoted. "Mom, this should be your and Dad's room, right?" Zizi suddenly asked, scaring Soo-hee.
Yes.
"Yes," Soo-hee answered with a stiff face. "Hey, brother, is our room the one over there?" Nuno said, and quickly ran to another room. Seeing this, Zizi looked at Soo-hee again and followed his sister. She and Fu Tinghua definitely can't always sleep in separate rooms. Such an abnormal relationship between husband and wife is not conducive to the physical and mental health of 2 children. If they get married in the future, will they also learn to sleep in separate rooms from Fu Tinghua and their husbands or wives? After being enlightened by Zizi, Soo-hee began to think about it. When Fu Tinghua came back, the 3 of them had already visited this single-family villa and were chatting in the upstairs room. "It's time to eat," he shouted to everyone as he walked into the living room. "Wow, Dad is back." Only the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs was heard, and the 3 of them came down from upstairs one after another. At this time, Fu Tinghua had already put the packed meals into bowls and served the rice to several people. At present, meals are free for employees in the cafeteria of Fu Tinghua's hospital. Because he is the vice president and handsome, he is deeply loved by the cafeteria aunties. When she heard that his family came to the city and asked for more food, the cafeteria aunties directly packed a lot for him. Seeing that there were too many dishes, Fu Tinghua wanted to pay, but the cafeteria aunties refused to accept it. There were 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. In fact, in this era, the employee meals were already very rich. Wow, Daddy is hungry. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Nyo saw her handsome dad and then hugged Fu Tinghua's legs excitedly. Wash your hands when you're hungry. Dad will take you to wash your hands. After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he took Nyo to wash her hands. Su-hee, who was following Nyo, also took Zizi to wash his hands, and then the family began to eat. Zizi and Nyo were used to the food cooked by Su-hee, and their stomachs were spoiled. So when they ate the big stew in the cafeteria, they both felt it was unpalatable. But the two children were sensible, so they knew not to waste food. So although they felt it was unpalatable, they finished the food in the bowl obediently. Su-hee also felt that the food in this era was unpalatable, so he said to Fu Tinghua, "I'll cook tonight. Don't go out to eat. There don't seem to be any good restaurants outside." After Su-hee finished speaking, he couldn't help but add, "It's better for me to open a restaurant myself, and the business will definitely be good." Fu Tinghua heard her words and couldn't help but look up at her. "Do you have time to open a restaurant?"
Fu Tinghua asked. Sure.
She really doesn't have time. And the point is, running a restaurant is very tiring. She was good at cooking for a family of 4, but she couldn't cook for a large group of people because she had limited energy. At this moment, there was a call from outside the door. Dr. Fu, are you home?" From the voice, it was known that it was a girl. Su-hee raised her eyebrows and was about to get up when Fu Tinghua stood up first and said, "I'll go out and take a look." Seeing that he had already gone out, Su-hee didn't move and continued to eat with the two children. As soon as Fu Tinghua came out, he saw Zhu Yurong, the nurse Zhu, who often came to disturb him. "Nurse Zhu, is there anything I can do for you?"
Fu Tinghua asked coldly.
Zhu Yurong looked very beautiful and smiled sweetly at Fu Tinghua and said, "Dr. Fu, I made some dumplings here, but I made too many, so I sent some to you." Looking at the tall, handsome, and extraordinary Fu Tinghua in front of her, Zhu Yurong's little face couldn't help but blush. "Dr. Fu, you are so beautiful." She looked at Fu Tinghua infatuatedly and handed him the bag in her hand. Even Fu Tinghua, who was extremely slow in emotions, could see her feelings for him, so he had always avoided Zhu Yurong. Today, Su-hee finally came to him, and he didn't want her to see him being harassed. So he said to Zhu Yurong with a cold face, "No, you can take it back. My wife is at home. That's it for now." After that, when he turned around and was about to go home, his clothes were pulled by Zhu Yurong. At this time, Su-hee just came out and saw the scene. Fu Tinghua saw Su-hee and couldn't help but panic. He shouted at Zhu Yurong, "Let go." Zhu Yurong was frightened and looked at where Fu Tinghua's eyes were. She happened to see the woman standing at the door of the room, looking at her with a raised eyebrow and an unattainable look. She stared at the beautiful woman not far away with wide eyes, and anger rose in her heart. "I tried so hard to get close to Dr. Fu, and I didn't care about my face just to ask Dr. Fu to look at me, but someone else got there first." Fu Tinghua quickly walked to Su-hee and explained, "It was a nurse in the hospital. She said she made too many dumplings and gave me some to eat, but I didn't want them." He looked at Su-hee nervously, fearing that she would misunderstand that he had an affair with the nurse. After hearing what Fu Tinghua said, Su-hee didn't answer, but put his eyes on Zhu Yurong. It turned out that it was her. Su-hee suddenly realized that it was no wonder that this woman took the initiative to approach the original owner and become friends with her. It turned out that everything was a conspiracy. Moreover, the original owner was addicted to gambling because this woman introduced him to those bad friends and took him to the casino. It turned out that this woman's goal all along was Fu Tinghua, and everything she did to Su, he was just to realize her plan. Fu Tinghua, your messy peach blossoms really ruined a person." When Su-hee thought of this, her smiling face suddenly became cold. Although she knew that Fu Tinghua could not be blamed for this, after all, it was not his fault that he was handsome, Su-hee still could not help but vent her anger. She replied to Fu Tinghua indifferently, "Oh, really? I think the nurse seems to care about you very much." Her expression was half smile, but Fu Tinghua could see the coldness in her eyes. He didn't know why Su-hee suddenly changed her face, but for fear that she would misunderstand, Fu Tinghua still explained, "I have nothing to do with her, really." Seeing that Dr. Fu, a boy who was usually a flower of the mountain, was so humble in front of this woman, Zhu Yurong was so angry that her face was distorted. She adjusted her breathing, then smiled at Su He and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?"
Do you know who Dr.
Fu is?
How dare you talk to him like this?
Her tone was full of indignation for Fu Tinghua. If it was any other man, maybe she would be moved to defend him, but when Fu Tinghua heard Zhu Yurong's deliberate words that made things worse, his face darkened instantly. When he was about to say something, Su He replied,
"Oh?
You don't know who I am?" Su He looked at Zhu Yurong and asked with a smile. Her voice was indeed a little familiar, but Zhu Yurong couldn't remember where she had seen her. She never thought that the woman in front of her was Su He. After all, Su He was so fat and ugly, but the woman in front of her was so beautiful that she was jealous.
Who are you?
Where did this come from to Dr. Fu? Do you know that Dr. Fu is married? Zhu Yurong said angrily, which really made her look very upright, while Su He was the mistress who loved to people and destroy people's families. I should say this to you, right? Do you know that Fu Tinghua is already married? Do you still have any shame to try so hard? Su He said coldly. When Zhu Yurong was so angry that she wanted to refute, two children suddenly rushed out of the house, hugged Su He's legs one after the other, and called Mom. She naturally recognized Dr. Fu's twins. Seeing them surrounding Su He and calling her Mom, a guess came to Zhu Yurong's mind. She looked carefully at the woman's face not far away. The more she looked, the more familiar she felt. In an instant, she merged with the fat, ugly and stupid woman in her memory.
You are
Su He. Zhu Yurong looked at Su He in disbelief, and then said tremblingly, "Yes, long time no see." Su He raised his head and said to Zhu Yurong with a smile. Thinking of what she had done with Su He before, Zhu Yurong became scared instantly. She was afraid that Su He would expose her in front of Dr. Fu. For a person who had bad intentions to contact his wife, Dr. Fu would definitely not let her stay in the hospital. Thinking of this, Zhu Yurong turned pale with fear. How did you change so much? I didn't recognize you for a moment, sorry. Zhu Yurong said, a little embarrassed. Now, it was Fu Tinghua's turn to be surprised. As far as he knew, the building where the nurses of their hospital lived was not close to the doctor's building. In his impression, Su He rarely went out. How could they know each other? You know each other?
Fu Tinghua asked.
He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su He shouldn't misunderstand him now. Su He didn't answer Fu Tinghua's words, but said to the two children, "Mom and Dad have something to talk about. Can you go into the house and play first?" The two children were not interested in listening to the boring conversation of the adults here, so they went into the living room. There were some things that Su He didn't want to do in front of the two children, for fear of teaching them bad things. Su He looked at Zhu Yurong with a smile and said, "It's more than knowing each other. Nurse Xu is my good friend. She has introduced me to many friends." Seeing that Su He really wanted to mention this matter, Zhu Yurong's heart was in his throat. "There are no friends. I just saw that you were bored at home alone, so I took you out for a walk." Zhu Yurong said hurriedly. "Yeah, but the place you and your friend took me to is really fun. I went there once before, and always wanted to go again," Su He said sarcastically. Now, the more Fu Tinghua listened to them, the more he felt something was wrong, so he asked, "Where did she take you?" I didn't." When Zhu Yurong wanted to say something, Su He immediately turned to Fu Tinghua and said, "I didn't know that this nurse Zhu had a good relationship with you, and she was so attentive to you. At the beginning, she took the initiative to make friends with me and introduced me to many friends. You know, you were so busy at the beginning, and I was alone without anyone to accompany me, so." Su He hesitated and looked at Zhu Yurong with a very tangled expression. "So what?"
Just say it if you have something to say.
Fu Tinghua frowned and looked very unhappy. He knew that Su He had laid so much groundwork, and the matter must be complicated. "Dr. Fu, don't listen to her nonsense, I didn't." Zhu Yurong was extremely flustered. Su He actually wanted to tell the truth. After being flustered, Zhu Yurong looked at Su He again, and then said in a very arrogant manner, "Su He, Have you forgotten who was willing to be your friend when you were alone and helpless? Soo-hee was very grateful to her in the past and regarded her friend as a life-saving straw. So much so that now facing Soo-hee, Ju-yeong has a bit of an attitude of playing with you to give you face. I haven't said it yet. Why are you flustered? Soo-hee looked at the girl in front of her. At such a young age, she was so scheming. She couldn't let her pester Fu Tinghua anymore. She was so scheming and vicious, and this kind of person was the most uncontrollable. So she didn't keep it a secret anymore and confessed directly. When you joined the army, it was she who seduced me into the casino and gambled away all the money you gave me before you joined the army. She didn't believe that Fu Tinghua didn't know about the original owner's gambling, but later when she saw that she was honest, she didn't mention it again. Sure enough, when Fu Tinghua heard that it was Ju Yeong who took Soo-hee to the casino, the look in his eyes when he looked at Ju Yeong immediately became extremely cold. Ju Yeong was afraid that she would lose her job if she failed to Fu Tinghua, so she was directly confused. She said in a panic, Don't listen to Soo-hee's nonsense. What evidence does she have to prove that I took her to gamble? It's obviously because she is a bad person. If she doesn't want to gamble, who can force her? Dr. Fu, don't believe her. If it was the previous Soo-hee, Fu Tinghua might still question Soo-hee's words. But now Fu Tinghua knows that the Soo-hee in front of him is not the Soo-hee of the past, and his heart is now on Soo-hee, so naturally, he can't tolerate others scolding Soo-hee like this. So he said to Ju Yeong in an extremely cold tone, Shut up. My wife grew up in the city, since she was a child. If she really liked gambling, she would have gone to gamble long ago. It was you who deliberately approached her. Seeing Fu Tinghua defending Soo-hee so much, Ju Yeong was dumbfounded. When she was about to say something, Soo-hee spoke again. You want evidence, all right. Let's go to the casino on the cross street and see if anyone knows you. As soon as these words came out, Ju Yeong immediately took back what she wanted to say. Because she had been with a partner in the casino before, many people in the casino knew her, and she didn't dare to confront him. Dr. Fu, it was Soo-hee who said she felt bored and wanted to find a place to play. And I just took her there to have a look. She wanted to gamble herself. Really? Ju Yeong was about to cry. Soo-hee, who was obviously not good at speaking and extremely stupid before, why did he suddenly become so smart now? He blocked her speechless. Go away. Don't come to see me again. Fu Tinghua looked at Ju Yeong and couldn't help showing annoyance. This person had bad intentions. It was probably intentional to get close to Soo-hee. He was so attentive to her not long after he entered the hospital. Dr. Fu, can you be magnanimous and forgive me? I really need this job. Ju Yeong began to play the victim. Nowadays, being a nurse and eating the government's food is also the dream of many country girls. She didn't want to lose her job and go back to the countryside to do farm work. Aren't you leaving yet? Fu Tinghua didn't answer her question, but drove her away again. Seeing that he was so ruthless, Ju Yeong didn't dare to say anything more and hurried out of the yard, as if there was a ghost chasing her. Looking at her back, Soo-hee's eyes were also cold. After coming to his senses, he saw Fu Tinghua looking at him. She coughed a little uncomfortably, then lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong and said, I won't gamble anymore, don't worry. I know, Fu Tinghua said very confidently. Soo-hee didn't expect him to trust her so much. Don't worry, I will transfer her away from our hospital, Fu Tinghua said lightly. Fu Tinghua, the vice president, still has the final say on the job transfer of a young nurse. Hearing his words, Soo-hee nodded and replied, Well, you can do whatever you want. She is not a saint. How could she plead for Ju Yeong? And her original purpose was to prevent her from being around Fu Tinghua again. She can ignore Fu Tinghua, but she is afraid that this scheming and green tea girl will have evil thoughts about the two children. This person deceived the original owner to gamble, causing the two children to be hungry and cold. To be honest, no matter how bad Soo-hee is when she has money, she has never stopped feeding the two children. But since they became addicted to gambling, the two kids started a life of Hades. Being disturbed by Ju Yeong, the two of them had no appetite to eat. After Fu Tinghua cleaned up the table, he said to Suhi, I have to go to work in the afternoon, and I will go upstairs to take a nap later. Have you chosen your room? Which one do you want to live in? Before Suhi could say anything, Zizi suddenly appeared from nowhere and said, The master bedroom is Dad and Mom's room, and Nuno and I will sleep in the back room. After hearing what Zizi said, Fu Tinghua immediately turned around and asked Suhi, What do you mean?
Shui.
This kid who cheats his mother. You sleep in the master bedroom, and I will sleep in another room with Zizi and Nuno. They are still young and need me to sleep with them. When they are older, we can. Suhi said here, and he couldn't continue. What the Hades was he talking about? Covering his face. As if he saw Suhi's embarrassment, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but smile. Well, I'll listen to you,
he said gently. Shui.
You should take a nap quickly. You have to go to work at 3 o'clock, right? It's already past 1 o'clock.
Shui mainit.
Well, then I'll go?
Fu Tinghua asked reluctantly.
What a pity. If Suhi was really willing to sleep with him now, it would be great. Well, go ahead. I'm going to take Zai Zai, and Nuno to take a nap too. After Suhi finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and said, I'm going to go to my parents' house in the afternoon. If I go for a checkup tomorrow, Zai Zai and Nuno won't be taken to the hospital.
Fu Tinghua thought about it.
He did have a lot of appointments for Suhi, and it was a bit inconvenient to take the children with him. Then when I get off work, I'll pick you up at my parents' house. It's been a long time since I visited the teacher. The teacher Fu Tinghua was talking about was naturally Suhi's father. Okay, then you can go directly after work. They will probably have dinner at my parents' house. After discussing with Fu Tinghua and Su, he went to their respective rooms to sleep. When Suhi got up in the afternoon, Fu Tinghua had already gone to work. She didn't hesitate and took the two children directly to her mother's house. When Wenqing opened the gate of her own courtyard, she looked at the beautiful woman standing at the door and knocking, and was a little afraid to recognize her. But Suhi came out of her belly, and even though she had lost weight, Wenqing still recognized her. Nan? Wenqing widened her eyes, looking at Suhi in front of her in disbelief, who was completely different from before, and shouted uncertainly, Mom, why are you still afraid to recognize me? Suhi said to Wenqing with a smile, who knew that Wenqing burst into tears right in front of Suhi, and then said, Mom is not afraid to recognize her, but my daughter is so beautiful after losing weight. I am happy. Seeing Wenqing crying, Suhi was a little panicked and hurried forward to wipe Wenqing's tears and said helplessly, What are you doing? Nan, have you always blamed me and your father for giving birth to you and making you fat? Wenqing suddenly asked this question. Suhi was stuck for a moment. After all, the original owner had thought so. But can she really admit it? How can it be, Mom, you and my father really think too much? I really don't think so. At this time, Su Shiming came out and he shouted to the outside, Who is it? Then he also walked out of the living room. Because Suhi's figure was blocked by Wenqing, he didn't know that Suhi was back. The two children saw that their mother and grandmother seemed to be in a bad mood, and the grandmother was crying. After seeing their grandpa come out, the two kids rushed to Su Shiming and shouted, Grandpa. When they saw Zizi and Nuno, Su Shiming couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. Hey, my dear grandchildren. When did you come? Su Shiming hugged Zizi and Nuno, and then asked. He is old now, and can no longer hold one in one hand. We just left the countryside, and came to the city today. Zizi answered. Where is your mother? Su Shiming asked. Suhi heard him ask her, and replied a little helplessly. Dad, I'm here. Wenqing stopped crying when she saw her husband coming out, and directly took Suhi's hand and walked to Su Shiming. Seeing Suhi's big change, Su Shiming couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Nan, why? Why did you become so thin? Su Shiming asked in shock. I just lost weight naturally, Dad. Being too fat is not healthy. Suhi hurried to explain, fearing that Su Shiming would think that he lost weight because he didn't have enough to eat in the countryside. Su Shiming thought about it seriously, then nodded. It's true that being too fat is not good. You were always short of breath at the time, and the doctor said it was because you were too fat. But isn't your speed of losing weight a little abnormal? Parents who love their children always put their children's health first. Looking at Su Shiming's worried eyes, he couldn't help but envy the original owner. Why don't you cherish the parents who love you so much and are devoted to you? And you even cut off relations with them. Dad, I feel very healthy now. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Don't worry. And Tinghua has made an appointment for me to have a full body checkup. I will go for the checkup tomorrow. I came here today to tell you that I will send Zizi and Nyo to you to take care of for a day tomorrow. Seeing he mentioned Fu Tinghua, Su Shiming immediately asked, Is Tinghua back? Yes, he came back some time ago. After work, he will come to see you. He replied with a smile. Su Shiming was a little embarrassed to speak. He wanted to ask how He and Fu Tinghua were getting along now. But after thinking about it, he should not interfere too much in the affairs of the two young people. It was because of his excessive interference that this marriage was facilitated. What if he asked, and his daughter said that she had a bad relationship with Fu Tinghua and asked him to help persuade Fu Tinghua, would he agree or not? He couldn't be so thick-skinned as to ask a student to sleep with his daughter, right? Su Shiming, who had been a teacher all his life, could not do such a thing, so he ignored his daughter's threat to break off relations and did not agree to help her persuade Fu Tinghua. Come on, go inside first. Wenqing and Su Shiming had been married for a lifetime, so of course, she could see why her husband suddenly spoke hesitantly. So she interrupted their conversation and asked them to go inside first. The two kids came to their grandparents' house again, so they seemed particularly excited. They were not familiar with their grandparents last time, so they were not so relaxed. This time, the first or second time they came, the two of them just played crazy. They ran and jumped in the yard when Qing was worried, so she kept watching outside and then reminded them, run slower, ouch. Suhi told her parents that when she was in the countryside, she had nothing to do, so she thought about learning to cook. Now, she cooks delicious food. Su Shiming looked at her in disbelief. His daughter, who couldn't carry anything, could actually cook delicious food? Oh, Dad, I'm telling the truth. How about you let me cook tonight?
Suhi asked.
Mom will cook with you. Wenqing joined the group chat while watching the two children. So things were settled. Suhi went to buy vegetables with her mother, and the two children were at home for Su Shiming to watch. After arriving at the nearby vegetable market, he observed the vegetable market of this era. Nowadays, the vegetable market is not so orderly. There are vegetable stalls and fruit stalls, and there are no special stalls selling the same thing. Many stalls sell meat, vegetables, and fruits. It depends on which stall the customer goes to. And more vendors sit on the ground to set up their stalls.
Suhi thought about it.
If he wanted to sell durian at that time, what kind of stall should he choose? Nan, do you think these are enough? Wenqing asked. Suhi took a look and saw that chicken, duck, fish, and meat were basically available, so she nodded and said, It's okay, Mom. There are vegetables in the yard, so we won't buy any more. The money for buying vegetables was given by Suhi. She said that Fu Tinghua gave her a large sum of money after returning from the army, and now she has money. There were no refrigerators in this era, so although Suhi bought a lot of vegetables, she bought them in small quantities, fearing that there would be too much left and wasted. After returning to her mother's house, Suhi and Wenqing began to prepare the dishes in the kitchen. Su Shiming was too curious about how his daughter cooked, so he curiously went to the kitchen again and again. Seeing that Suhi actually cooked well, he was surprised at his daughter's changes, but at the same time he felt that she suffered. What are you doing? When Su Shiming ran to the kitchen to see for the nth time, Wenqing finally couldn't help but pull him out of the kitchen and asked complainingly, You've been walking around all the time and my daughter can't even cook for me. Su Shiming was a little embarrassed. He was excited to eat the food cooked by his daughter for the first time. I don't believe you're not excited, Su Shiming said unhappily. Wenqing was a little amused by what he said. But think about it, they have always been the ones who paid for Suhi. Seeing Suhi actually cooking for them this time, the two old people felt very relieved. After Fu Tinghua finished a small operation in the afternoon, he planned to go home. His colleague Chin Jinrong saw him so enthusiastic to go home for the first time, so he asked curiously, "Is there something going on? You're in such a hurry." It was originally just a casual joke, but who knew that Fu Tinghua actually answered seriously, "Yeah, that's right."
Ah?
"What's the hurry?" Chun Jinrong asked casually. "Go to my mother-in-law's house for dinner, and pick up my wife, by the way." They were walking in the corridor outside the office at this time, so Fu Tinghua's words were immediately heard by the passing nurse.
What?
What did she hear? Dr. Fu, the most popular doctor in their hospital, oh no, now the vice president, actually went to his mother-in-law's house to pick up his wife? Is it the legendary one who is fat and sloppy? No way. The one who is said to have moved out of Dr. Fu's staff dormitory because of stealing and knew he was in the wrong? The little nurse who heard the gossip immediately went to the nurse station to spread the news. It was time to get off work, and everyone was reluctant to go to dinner after work because of the gossip. Dr. Fu is getting married for the second time? I haven't heard of it. Besides, if it's a second marriage, Dr. Qin has a better chance, right? Dr. Qin is the daughter of the president of the People's Hospital, named Qin Meixian. After graduation, she went directly to the People's Hospital to become an obstetrician and gynecologist. She entered the hospital a year later than Fu Tinghua, but many people in the hospital knew that the president originally intended to match Fu Tinghua with his daughter Qin Meixian. Who knew that before Qin Meixian graduated and entered the hospital to work, Fu Tinghua suddenly announced that he was getting married. Later, after Qin Meixian came to the hospital, she had a good relationship with Fu Tinghua. Until now, Qin Meixian still has no boyfriend. Everyone said that Dr. Qin was waiting for Dr. Fu to get divorced, and everyone thought that Dr. Fu and his wife would not be together for long. Don't talk nonsense. Dr. Qin and Dr. Fu are not like that at all.
Why not?
I heard that the dean introduced many good men to Dr. Qin, but Dr. Qin didn't like any of them. That's because after meeting a man as handsome as Dr. Fu, other men are really hard to please. Hey, aren't you talking about Dr. Fu and his wife? Why did you bring it up here? Everyone discussed it, and the final battlefield became whether Fu Tinghua and Qin Meixian had any intentions in that regard. As for Dr. Fu's wife mentioned at the beginning, suddenly no one took her seriously. To be honest, everyone felt that a man as outstanding as Fu Tinghua could only be matched by Dr. Xie, who is beautiful and kind. Dr. Fu, it's really a flower stuck in cow dung. Why, that cow dung, wasn't it them? Fu Tinghua didn't know that he had become the object of gossip in the hospital because of his words. He got on a tricycle in a hurry and rushed to his mother-in-law's house. Coming to this familiar alley again, Fu Tinghua suddenly became nervous. Teacher, you won't blame him again, right? The courtyard door was open, and the kitchen was already blowing up with smoke and the aroma of food. Fu Tinghua guessed that he should be cooking this afternoon. At this moment, Su Shiming walked out of the living room. As soon as he came out, he saw his favorite student Fu Tinghua.
Teacher.
Fu Tinghua called respectfully. You're here. Su Shiming smiled at Fu Tinghua, then walked to Fu Tinghua and patted him on the shoulder. Teacher, I'm ashamed that I haven't come to visit you for so long. Fu Tinghua said apologetically. Hey, let's not talk about this. I'm very happy that you can come now. In Su Shiming's heart, he has always felt guilty towards Fu Tinghua, so how could he blame him for not coming to see him? Now that you're here, what else do you want to bring? Su Shiming said with a smile, looking at the big bag of things in Fu Tinghua's hand. I came in such a hurry this time that I didn't prepare anything good. No. Why are you still so distant with me? Su Shiming wanted to say that you've become my son-in-law. Why are you still so distant? But thinking that he was forced to marry his daughter, Su Shiming shut up at the right time. Unexpectedly, Fu Tinghua took over the conversation and said, Yes, you are my father-in-law now. You shouldn't be so distant. Shu Qimin. At this time, He just came out of the kitchen and saw his father and Fu Tinghua staring at each other. Hey, Dad, Tinghua, it's time to eat. What are you two doing standing there? Su Shiming and Fu Tinghua saw He come out to call them to eat, looked at each other and said nothing more, and followed him into the kitchen to the dining table.
Mom.
Fu Tinghua called out when she saw Wen Qing busy in the kitchen. Hey, Tinghua, you're here. Wenqing looked very surprised. As a mother-in-law, she was naturally very satisfied with Fu Tinghua as a son-in-law. But she also knew that Fu Tinghua didn't like her daughter and was forced to marry Su He, so the Su family felt inferior and sorry for Fu Tinghua and the Fu family. Fu Tinghua was really busy. After he married Su He actually went back to his parents' home with Su He several times. He has always been very respectful to Su Shiming and Wenqing, but the couple could see no love in his attitude and eyes towards their daughter. Well, Mom, please sit down, I'll serve the rice. Fu Tinghua said, and was about to the rice spoon from Wenqing. No, you just got off work. You've been busy all day. Your hands are used to hold a scalpel, Wenqing said proudly. Fu Tinghua was a little embarrassed by her praise, so she had to walk to the dining table and sit down obediently. The two children were already sitting at the dining table waiting for dinner. When the children saw Fu Tinghua sitting down, they said, "Dad, it's Mom who cooks today, it smells good." "Yes, Dad knows." Fu Tinghua touched the heads of the two children and replied with a smile. Wenqing heard their conversation and asked, "Tinghua, have you also eaten the food made by Su He?" "Yes, I have, it's delicious." After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he finally moved his eyes to Su He. At this time, Su He was washing the pot. Although she was still wearing the amazing skirt that she wore in the morning, it did not restrict her work at all. Wenqing heard what Fu Tinghua said and glanced at him, wanting to see if he was telling the truth. Who knew that when she looked at him, she saw him looking at his daughter. His eyes were very gentle, completely different from his previous calmness and indifference that he accidentally revealed. She looked left and right at the two of them and only came back to her senses when Su Shiming coughed. Su Shiming certainly noticed the change in Fu Tinghua, but he didn't feel very happy. Although men are inevitably visual animals, he didn't want Fu Tinghua to like his daughter just because Su He became beautiful. "Tinghua, when did you come back?"
Su Shiming asked.
"It's been more than a month since I came back." "Oh, did you meet Su He at that time?" Su Shiming asked tentatively. "I met him. I happened to be back in the village on the day Su He came to see you back to the village."
Fu Tinghua replied.
More than a month ago, Su He was still fat, although she was much thinner than before. Hearing this, Su Shiming was relieved. Even if Fu Tinghua liked his daughter because she became beautiful, he could understand it. After all, who doesn't like beautiful men? But Su He was his favorite daughter since childhood, after all, and Su Shiming still hoped that Fu Tinghua would like her inner self. Hearing that he had met his daughter more than a month ago, Su Shiming was relieved. When the family sat down to eat, Su Shiming opened the bottle of good wine brought by Fu Tinghua, and the two had a few drinks. After drinking, Su Shiming began to nag. He pulled Fu Tinghua and said, "Tinghua, it is true that I did not teach my daughter well, so the teacher always feels sorry for you. But she is my daughter after all. I hope you can treat her well in the future. Now our Nan is really much more sensible, not as willful as before." Su He listened to the side, and her nose couldn't help but sour. She was moved by the love of the Su family parents for their daughter. "Teacher, don't worry. I have been promoted after returning from the army this time, and I will not be as busy as before. I will take good care of Su He in the future, and will not let her suffer any grievances again." After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he looked up at Su He. Receiving his gaze, Su He also looked over, and then both of them looked away silently with a little embarrassment. "Haha, your dad is drunk, and he talks a lot when he's drunk. But Tinghua, you two have two lovely children, Zizi and Nuno, so live a good life in the future. If Su He does anything wrong in the future, just tell Mom, and I'll help you to talk to her." Wenqing also joined the topic. The couple sang in unison, making Fu Tinghua feel ashamed. "Dad, Mom, don't worry, I will live a good life with Su He in the future. As the saying goes, a teacher is a father for life. If I make Su He wronged in the future, you can teach me a lesson, and I will let you beat and scold me." Fu Tinghua saw that they were getting more and more serious, and was afraid that Su He would resent him more and more, so he quickly promised. After Fu Tinghua took Su Hunyang and his 3 children back, Su Shiming finally stopped pretending to be drunk. He sighed and said to Wenqing, "Tinghua, do you like Nan Nan because she's become more beautiful?" Wenqing saw that he was still struggling with this question and couldn't help rolling his eyes at him. Do you trust the character of your own students?
Who is Tinghua?
There were so many beautiful girls who liked him before. He has been married to our daughter for so long. Has he ever had any rumors with any woman? He is devoted to medicine and finally has some feelings with our daughter, and you start to worry about it again. Su Shiming frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, thinking of the beautiful girls who had liked Fu Tinghua in the past, but Fu Tinghua had never had any scandals or rumors with any woman. This made Su Shiming's heart settle down. After all, Fu Tinghua was a person who pursued the medical career wholeheartedly and would not be easily swayed by the temptations of the outside world. Moreover, the couple had always watched Fu Tinghua grow and progress and knew his character and morality. Su Shiming knew very well that Fu Tinghua was a person who was very focused on medical research. He had a great passion and persistence for medicine. He spent most of his time in the hospital, committed to improving his medical skills and providing better medical services to patients. How could such a person have the mind to engage in those messy things? When it comes to his daughter, Su Shiming always tends to become too nervous and worried. Fu Tinghua is a student he personally trained and also his son-in-law. He should give him enough trust and support. You rewrite Tinghua's character. We really don't need to worry too much. Su Shiming took a deep breath and relaxed. Seeing that he figured out, Wenqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You are already old. The most important thing for you is to take good care of yourself. Don't worry about it all day long, or you will get heart disease. By the way, I forgot to ask Tinghua what blood pressure-lowering medicine he brought for our daughter last time. How come it is so effective? My blood pressure hasn't risen until now. You old man, isn't it a good thing that it hasn't risen?
What are you talking about?
The couple talked and laughed, and it was obvious that they were in a particularly good mood tonight. After returning home, the two children were slightly excited. They finally had their own detached house in the city, without the gossiping neighbors around them. He went straight to the kitchen as soon as she got home. She wanted to boil water for the children to take a bath. Seeing this, Fu Tinghua followed her into the kitchen to help her. No, just leave it to me. You have to go to work tomorrow. He said. It's okay. It's still early. It was indeed early. It was only 8:30. In modern society, nightlife has just begun. However, there are not many entertainment projects in this era, and entertainment venues such as KTV have not yet become popular. Those entertainment venues will only become popular when the children grow up. So, a lot of gangsters and young and dangerous people emerged, and the plot of the male and female protagonists officially began. Looking at Fu Tinghua, who was busy around her, Suhi suddenly felt that such a life was also good. In her previous life, she had never been able to meet a person to entrust her life to, but in this life, she actually picked up such an excellent husband for nothing. What's wrong? Fu Tinghua couldn't help asking when she realized that Suhi had been looking at her. Nothing, I just feel what you feel. After Fu Tinghua asked this question, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. Nothing, the fire is ready, I'll go see the two kids. Suhi said, and walked out of the kitchen. Looking at her leaving back, Fu Tinghua didn't know why. His heart was a little empty. After the two of them washed the hair and bathed the two kids together, Fu Tinghua asked Suhi to wash first. Tomorrow she would get up early for a checkup, so she had to rest well so that the data would be more accurate. After Suhi took a bath, she went to the bathroom to sleep with the two kids. After Fu Tinghua came out of the bath, he saw that there was no one else in his room, and he couldn't help but frowned. But she didn't want to sleep in the same room with him, and Fu Tinghua could still understand it. After all, to her, he was just a stranger, right?
Take your time.
The next day, Suhi and Fu Tinghua both got up early in the morning. Neither of them had breakfast. They took a taxi to send the two kids to their grandmother's house. Because Suhi had to work on many projects on an empty stomach, Fu Tinghua simply accompanied her and skipped breakfast. Why don't you eat something first? Your stomach will be hungry later, Suhi said a little worriedly. Forget it, it's okay. Many times I forget to eat and have breakfast when I'm busy. I'm used to it. Fu Tinghua didn't seem to care much. After hearing his words, he was a little angry for some reason. You're a doctor yourself. Don't you know how important the stomach is to a person? You must not miss any of the 3 meals a day in the future, understand? He said seriously with a stern face. Fu Tinghua, who was taught a lesson by He, not only did not feel ashamed, but was secretly delighted in his heart. She was caring about him. So the corners of his mouth could not help but rise, and he answered, "Well, I know." They had already arrived at the hospital entrance. He turned around casually and found that someone was selling buns at the stall closest to them. He said to Fu Tinghua, "Wait for me here." After that, he ran to the vendor selling buns. Fu Tinghua looked at her back and the direction she was going, guessing that she should want to buy breakfast for herself. He wanted to stop He and say that there were buns in the cafeteria, but he opened his mouth and said nothing. He watched her run to the stall, smiled and talked to the stall owner, and after getting what she wanted to buy, she handed the money to the stall owner and ran towards him again. Today, He wore a long-sleeve chiffon white shirt with delicate lace at the neckline, giving people a fresh and elegant feeling. The lower body is matched with a pair of black wide-leg pants, which makes her legs look slender and slim, making her look extremely thin. This kind of outfit cleverly conceals her possible body problems, and she cannot be associated with the word fat at all. Not only that, He's outfit also exudes an intellectual atmosphere, which reminds people of the era of educated youth full of passion and ideals. Her image is gentle and delicate, with a faint smile on her lips, and the 2 dimples make her look more bright and moving. Coupled with her delicate face, with a light makeup, it adds a bit of charming charm. Although Fu Tinghua didn't notice that He was wearing makeup at all. In addition, He did not tie a braid today, but chose to comb a high ponytail. This hairstyle is simple and refreshing, and it can also highlight her beautiful neck curve. With her delicate face and elegant makeup, the whole person exudes a youthful and vigorous vitality, which is eye-catching.
Here, eat it.
After he had walked in front of Fu Tinghua and handed him the meat bun in his hand, Fu Tinghua came back to his senses from He's beauty. Thinking that he was so fascinated by a woman just now, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but feel his ears getting hot. He took the meat bun handed over by He and said thank you uncomfortably. Seeing that Fu Tinghua was still in a daze, He said a little unhappily, "What are you looking at?"
Eat it.
I worked hard to buy it for you. For some reason, He was usually kind to others, but when facing Fu Tinghua, he sometimes spoke very directly and was not polite at all. After being scolded by his wife, Fu Tinghua immediately picked up the bun in his hand and took a big bite. Because he had a handsome face, he didn't feel funny after stuffing a big bun, but seemed to change from being cold to a little cute. He couldn't believe that the handsome and cool Fu Tinghua could be so childish, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Just when the two were in a good atmosphere, a female voice called Fu Tinghua. "Dr. Fu, good morning." Hearing the greeting, Fu Tinghua and He turned to the source of the voice at the same time. A sweet-looking lady, who was obviously from a wealthy family, was looking at them with a smile. No, to be precise, she was looking at Fu Tinghua. She only had Fu Tinghua in her eyes, and he was not in her sight. This woman who smiled brightly when she saw Fu Tinghua was another woman who had improper thoughts about her husband. It's not good for a husband to be too handsome. There are too many rivals in love. He couldn't help thinking. Before, she always thought about divorcing Fu Tinghua, but due to various considerations, he felt that Fu Tinghua was actually quite suitable for her. So now she is not considering divorce for the time being. Well, Dr. Qin, good morning. Fu Tinghua had already swallowed the bun he had just stuffed into his mouth. When he saw Qin Meixian, his gentle demeanor in front of he turned back to his usual cold demeanor. Feeling Fu Tinghua's 1-second face-changing technique, Qin Meixian's smile was temporarily off. But thinking that Fu Tinghua was like this, Qin Meixian was relieved again. "Dr. Fu, shall we go in together?" Qin Meixian asked with a smile. "No, I have to take my wife for a checkup today, and I have already asked for leave." Fu Tinghua replied lightly. After hearing Fu Tinghua's words, Qin Meishuan's smile was completely stiff. Wife. Wife. At this time, she noticed Su He standing next to Fu Tinghua. But Su He seemed generous. Seeing Qin Meishuan's eyes turn to her, she smiled and greeted Qin Meixian. Well, hello, I am Fu Tinghua's wife. So go wherever you want. Su He couldn't figure it out. Fu Tinghua never concealed the fact that he was married, so why are there so many women willing to throw themselves at him? By the way, isn't this kind of reputation the most important issue in this era? Su He couldn't figure out what Fu Tinghua's suitors knew clearly. If they could really succeed in getting promoted and be with Fu Tinghua, it is estimated that no one around them would think it was their problem. Instead, they would applaud and think that Fu Tinghua finally got rid of his fat and sloppy wife. Therefore, women who like Fu Tinghua don't think there is any moral problem at all, but feel that they have saved Dr. Fu from dire straits. Qin Meixian, the daughter of the dean, is one of them. Her father said a long time ago that a very good doctor came to their hospital and wanted to introduce them to each other. Qin Meixian didn't take it seriously at first.
How good could he be?
There are so many people chasing her. Does she still need to go on a blind date? Later, before her father introduced her, she heard her father say that it was a pity that the excellent doctor was already married and he couldn't be her son-in-law. Qin Meixian still thought her father was exaggerating. How good could he be? It wasn't until she entered the hospital and met the man who made her fall in love with him for the rest of her life that she realized that her father was not exaggerating. It was all her father's fault. He kept saying how excellent Dr. Fu was, but he didn't tell her that Dr. Fu was so handsome. And after entering the hospital, she found that all the unmarried employees in the hospital, including many married ones, dreamed of Dr. Fu, so Qin Meixian wanted Fu Tinghua even more. When Qin Meixian knew that his wife was such a person, she was almost mad. How could she not be better than his fat wife? Why didn't he choose her? Everyone said that Dr. Fu would definitely get divorced, so she waited. She rejected many suitors just to wait for Fu Tinghua to get divorced. Who knew that today she would meet Fu Tinghua bringing Su He to the hospital for a checkup? What was the checkup? Was she having a third child? What's even more outrageous is that Dr. Fu's wife is not as fat, ugly, and sloppy as the legend said. Look at how she dresses. She is cleaner and more elegant than an office worker like her. Qin Meixian had never seen Su He before, first because Su He didn't like to go out. Secondly, Qin Meishuan's pride wouldn't allow her to go to someone's house just to compare whether the wife of the person she liked was as pretty as herself. Because she knew the answer was yes, Dr. Fu's wife was so fat, and she was comparing herself with her, which was simply lowering her status. But seeing Su He today, hello. Qin Meishuan's face was almost stiff. In order not to make herself look too ugly, she quickly said, I'm going to be late, I'm leaving first. Then she ran away. Looking at her back, Su He couldn't help but sigh twice. So vulnerable? Even weaker than that Zhu Yurong. But this kind of rich girl is usually raised by her parents and doesn't have such a mind. I have nothing to do with her. Seeing Su He staring at Qin Meishuan's back, Fu Tinghua explained a little nervously. Hearing his words, Su He was a little confused, and then laughed out loud. Dr. Fu, why do you feel like you're trying to cover up something?
She replied jokingly.
It's nothing. Everyone in the hospital knows that I'm married. This is the most terrifying thing. They all know that you are married, but they still dare to have improper thoughts about you. However, this is just Su He's thoughts in his heart, but he didn't tell Fu Tinghua, lest he think too much later. Let's go, have you eaten?
Su He asked.
Well, let's go. Fu Tinghua nodded, and then took Su He into the hospital. At this time, some people in the registration department had already started to work. Fu Tinghua came to the hospital for examination with his family members, so he naturally went directly through the internal channel and made an appointment in advance, so he didn't need to register. Not only that, the examination fee can also enjoy the hospital's internal price. These preferential policies are only available to high-level doctors. The nurses at the nurse station saw Fu Tinghua and couldn't help but greet Fu Tinghua. Hello, Dr. Fu.
Dr. Fu.
Good morning, Dr. Fu. Seeing such a face early in the morning, my mood became beautiful. But who is the beautiful woman next to Dr. Fu? This is the first time I see a woman next to Dr. Fu, and she seems to be taking care of her so much. Who is the woman next to Dr. Fu? I don't know. She looks pretty. She should be his relative or something like that. At this time, a little nurse who had been silent on the side said weakly, "It seems to be Dr. Fu's wife."
What? Impossible?
What are you talking about? Can Dr. Fu's wife look like this? The nurse hesitated for a while and still said, "It's true." Dr. Fu applied for a physical examination for his immediate family members this Monday, and then I received the physical examination form. The column of relatives says husband and wife. This sentence directly silenced everyone. Oh my God. Some people have seen Dr. Fu's wife, although they have only seen her from a distance. Remarried? Don't tell me. We don't have a chance again. Someone couldn't help but say sadly, "Oh, your brain. How long has Dr. Fu just returned from the border? How could he have time to remarry? Didn't his wife disappear for a while? Did she go to lose weight? Oh my God, the speed of losing weight is simply a medical miracle." A group of nurses chattered about Fu Tinghua's gossip. Now there were still a few minutes before the official working time. Seeing that they were noisy here, the head nurse came over and winked at them, interrupting everyone's gossip. Fu Tinghua took Su He to his office. In the corridor, he happened to meet his colleague Chen Jinrong, who was also rushing to work. Chen Jinrong is also a surgeon, and he is the director of surgery. Seeing that there was a woman next to Fu Tinghua, he couldn't help but take a second look. When he saw Su He's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing Chen Jinrong staring at Su He, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but frown, and then asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Jinrong looked at Su He in shock, thinking that he had been looking at the wrong person all along. In his mind, Fu Tinghua was just like a saint who had no desires, and he didn't seem interested in any woman who was interested in him. But this time, he blatantly brought such a beautiful girl to the hospital. It's amazing.
Tinghua, who is this?
Chen Jinrong looked at Su He, then at Fu Tinghua, and then asked. But the woman smiled at him gently and then replied, "Hello, my name is Su He, and I'm Tinghua's wife." Oh, it turns out to be Dr. Fu's wife. After reacting, Chen Jinrong couldn't help but widen his eyes. What did she say? She is Dr. Fu's wife. What's your look? Fu Tinghua glanced at Chen Jinrong. Ahem. Chen Jinrong coughed awkwardly twice, then said, "It's okay. It's just your wife is so beautiful." This guy, Fu Tinghua, it turns out that he eats so well. Who in the hospital is spreading the rumor that his wife is ugly and fat? After saying goodbye to Chen Jinrong and returning to his office, Fu Tinghua immediately closed the door of his office.
Shui.
How come this action gives me the feeling of having an affair in the office? Forgive her. A bunch of yellow waste suddenly appeared in my mind. After Fu Tinghua closed the door, he turned around and saw that Su He's cheeks were a little flushed. Is it too hot? Fu Tinghua said, and immediately turned on the fan in the office.
Shui.
Come here, I'll measure your height and weight. Fu Tinghua suddenly said. Su He was a little strange, don't you need to ask the nurse to help measure? But Fu Tinghua probably didn't want to trouble others, so he measured her height and weight himself. In fact, Fu Tinghua considered that she might not want to expose her weight in front of everyone, so he simply asked her to measure it in his office. As soon as Su He stepped on the scale, her weight came out. 118 pounds, 2 pounds lighter than last time. When measuring her height, Fu Tinghua also thoughtfully laid a mat for her, because Su He had to take off her shoes and stand on the floor. There was a standard size chart on the wall. Su He took off her shoes and stepped on the floor, her body pressed tightly against the wall, and then said, "I should be 163 meters tall. Can you see if it is right?" Looking at the woman's white and tender feet curled up on the ground a little uncomfortably, Fu Tinghua's Adam's apple couldn't help rolling. "I'll get closer to see. It's not very clear here." After he said that, he suddenly stepped forward and pressed his whole body close to Su He. Fu Tinghua was a head taller than Su He, and this sudden closeness to her made Su He look extremely petite. The two of them were suddenly close to each other, and they could even hear each other's breathing. Fu Tinghua didn't know if He could hear his heartbeat, but he could feel his heart beating violently. The posture of the two at this moment was like Fu Tinghua was holding He in his arms.
Okay.
Okay? He couldn't help asking when she saw Fu Tinghua was slow to speak. She suspected that Fu Tinghua was taking advantage of her, but she had no evidence. Ahem. Well, it's okay. 1.62 meters. Fu Tinghua then paid attention to the size chart above He's head. His mind was not on measuring his height just now. However, when He heard Fu Tinghua say that he was only 1.62 meters tall, he felt like the sky had fallen.
What?
Look again, it should be 1.63 meters. He said anxiously. Then stand up straighter. He immediately raised his head and straightened his chest. Fu Tinghua was amused by He's rare childish behavior. He held back a smile and said, "Well, it is indeed 1.63 meters. I misread it."
Sorry. Shui.
She said that she had measured it several times. How could it be 1.62 meters? If it is 1.62 meters, she would have to lose a few more pounds to meet the standard weight for weight loss. After filling in He's height and weight on the form, Fu Tinghua took He to other places for other examinations. Every time he went to a department, a doctor would curiously ask who He was. Fu Tinghua said without hiding that she was his wife. So in one morning, all the doctors and nurses in the hospital confirmed that the beautiful woman brought by Dr. Fu was really his legendary fat wife, He. For a while, how many women who were waiting for Fu Tinghua to divorce were silently sad in other places. Because he took a special channel, He's examination was completed in the morning, and some of the results would not be available until the afternoon. Some blood test items will not be available until next week. When it was time for lunch, Fu Tinghua asked, "What do you want to eat? Can we eat in your cafeteria? I haven't been to your hospital cafeteria yet." He replied with a smile. "Go if you want, let's go." When Fu Tinghua took He into the hospital cafeteria, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. After all, the protagonist of the gossip in the morning actually appeared directly in front of them. How could they not be excited? They were at the forefront of eating melons. Fu Tinghua has always been the focus of everyone, and he is used to it, so he doesn't care about the eyes of others. But for fear that He would be nervous, he couldn't help but comfort her. "It's okay. Don't worry about others. You go sit in an empty seat. I'll get you food." He was not nervous. Why did she come to Fu Tinghua's cafeteria to eat? Of course, she came to claim sovereignty. Since she was going to claim sovereignty, she must have something to show for it. So she took the initiative to approach Fu Tinghua for the first time, and held Fu Tinghua's hand with her own, and then said, "There are too many people looking at me. I'm a little scared." This was the first time the two held hands, and Fu Tinghua didn't expect it to be in such an occasion. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with holding hands in public, but was ecstatic because He was willing to hold hands with him. Covering He's soft little hand, Fu Tinghua pretended to be calm and said, "Well, then you come with me to get food." Seeing that Dr. Fu actually held a woman's hand, other hospital employees were dumbfounded. Is this still their high-class flower? Dr. Fu has no interest in women?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
But the fact is that Fu Tinghua held He's hand tightly and was unwilling to let go when getting food. He wanted to pretend, but seeing that Fu Tinghua had no intention of letting go, he let him hold her hand. The cafeteria aunt saw Fu Tinghua bringing someone to the cafeteria for dinner for the first time and couldn't help asking, "Dr. Fu, is this your wife?" Fu Tinghua was in a very happy mood at this time because he finally held his wife's hand, so he answered, "Yes." "Oh, so pretty." The cafeteria auntie smiled and praised. When it was time to get the plate, Fu Tinghua had to let go of He's hand even if he didn't want to. He held a portion of rice in each hand. He said that she could get her own rice, but Fu Tinghua didn't let her take it. When he was looking for a seat to sit down, someone called him. "Tinghua, here." It was Chun Jinrong. He glanced at He and asked, "Do you want to sit over there?" He glanced at Qin Meixian next to Chun Jinrong. raised his eyebrows, and then smiled and replied, "Okay." There were 3 men and 1 woman sitting there, and there were 2 seats left, which were obviously reserved for Fu Tinghua and Su He. When Fu Tinghua took Su He over, a doctor immediately smiled at Su He and said, "Oh, is this our Dr. Fu's wife?" "Hello, I'm Yao Wentao, the director of internal medicine." I'm Wu Di, the director of pediatrics." Another man who had never met before also introduced himself. Su He had met the other 2 this morning, so he didn't say anything. Su He also introduced himself generously. "I'm Su He." After sitting down, Fu Tinghua handed the chopsticks to Su He and moved his dishes to Su He's side. "Eat more of the dishes you like, and leave the ones you don't like aside for me to eat." Su He blushed at what he said. How could this man suddenly become so disgusting? He actually said such words in front of so many people. What Su He didn't know was that since she took the initiative to hold Fu Tinghua's hand, their relationship had already deteriorated in Fu Tinghua's heart. He felt that this was Su He's willingness to accept him. For the first time, a man sincerely felt what it felt like to like someone, and it was his wife. He wanted to do all kinds of intimate things with her. What's the point of helping her eat dishes she doesn't like? Don't look at Fu Tinghua, who usually doesn't say a word, as if he is not interested in all women in the world. But once this kind of abstinence man falls in love with someone, he can give any passionate feelings. Several doctors nearby heard Fu Tinghua's words and couldn't help but make a noise. "Okay, old Fu, we always thought you were a wooden man, but I didn't expect you to love your wife so much." Yao Wentao entered the hospital with Fu Tinghua. The 2 were college classmates and roommates, and their relationship was so good that he spoke more casually. Hearing his teasing, Fu Tinghua was not annoyed, but raised his eyebrows and said, "What? Do you have any objections? It seems that you are half a year older than me. My child can play soy sauce." Fu Tinghua's words not only offended Yao Wentao, but also offended the 4 people sitting at the scene, including Qin Meixian, who was pale at this time. Several men, they were basically the first batch of medical students to enter the hospital. They were really busy at the beginning and had no time to get married and have children. Now only Fu Tinghua is alone, not only married but also has a baby who is over 3 years old. "We don't want to, but we also need a wife who is willing to wait for us for so many years." "Yes, by the way, do you have a wife to introduce? I also want to find a beautiful wife." "Come on, look at the face of Jiahua. Isn't it normal for her to have a beautiful wife?" At this moment, no one thinks that Su He is not worthy of Fu Tinghua. Sure enough, no matter what era, it is a world that values appearance. A group of people talked and laughed, and no one noticed how ugly Qin Meixian's face was. "I'm full, you guys eat slowly." After Qin Meixian finished speaking, he took the plate and left without looking back. Several men then remembered that it seemed that Dr. Qin seemed to be interested in Tinghua. Afraid that Su He might guess something or feel embarrassed, Wu Di quickly said, "Dr. Qin ate quite fast today, haha." The men chatted and talked about some medical knowledge. Su He didn't understand and didn't participate in their topic. Fu Tinghua took care of her emotions throughout the whole process. Seeing that she stopped eating, he asked, "Are you full?" "Well, it's okay, you eat slowly." "I'm full too, let's go home." After saying that, he collected Su He's plate together, said hello to a few people before leaving, and naturally took Su He's hand and left. After they walked away, Wu Di patted his chest and said, "I didn't expect that Tinghua, who looks so cold and aloof, actually loves his wife so much. If my wife was so beautiful, I would love her too." Chun Jinrong couldn't help but answer. This time, the doctors and nurses in our hospital who have been waiting for Tinghua to divorce will be disappointed. Wu Di shook his head and sighed. Originally, people like Tinghua would not easily get divorced after getting married. Yao Wentao, who knew Fu Tinghua best, had seen through everything. "Our chance has come, haha. Maybe the girls chasing after Tinghua will chase after me. After all, I'm not bad looking, right?" Wu Di was full of confidence, and his confidence came from the inside out.
Huh.
The other 2 doctors looked at him with disgust. On the other side, Fu Tinghua took Su He's hand and put the plate away, and then took her out of the doctor's cafeteria. Along the way, they met many doctors and nurses who greeted him, but Fu Tinghua didn't let go.
Shui.
When they arrived at a place where no one was, he couldn't help but say, "Hey, are we going to hold hands all the time?" After asking, he wanted to slap himself in the face. What kind of question was that? Who knew that Fu Tinghua actually answered seriously, and he said, He didn't quite understand his train of thought, but after all, she was the one who held someone's hand first. Now Fu Tinghua wanted to hold her hand. What else could she do? Just let him do it. The staff dormitory building equipped by the hospital is only a little over a kilometer away from the hospital, so it's okay to walk there.
Shui.
On the way home, Fu Tinghua suddenly called He's name. Thank you for accepting me, he suddenly said without any context. He was confused. Why did she accept him? Wait, did he pursue her? Wait, let's make things clear first. He stopped and stood on the street and refused to leave. Here? Fu Tinghua looked at the busy street, and his ears were a little red. Did he want to listen to his confession here? After all, it was near the hospital, and the flow of people was still very large. Then let's go home and talk. After he finished speaking, he took Fu Tinghua's hand and rushed home.
Fu Tinghua.
After returning home, he immediately asked, "When did you pursue me? How come I didn't know?" When asked this question, Fu Tinghua didn't know how to answer. "I thought I had already shown it very obviously," Fu Tinghua said a little helplessly. But he said, not obvious at all. "Then I will pursue you now, okay?" Fu Tinghua looked at He with an extremely serious look. The man asked He with such a clear and pleasant voice that He's heart couldn't help but jump. Fu Tinghua's face was simply beautified and filtered. How could it be so beautiful? For the sake of the face, he was also confused. Then, his heartbeat became faster and louder. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, he lowered his head a little uncomfortably, not daring to look at Fu Tinghua again. But she still insisted. "Okay, then I'll give you a chance to pursue me. But the premise is that you must give up the thoughts of those women who have improper thoughts about you. And you can't always ignore me, Zizi and Nyonyo because of work. You have to be nice to me, and you can't let me do all the housework. And I will definitely make a career in the future. You can't interfere with me." Seeing that there was no follow-up, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but curled the corners of his lips, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "Anything else?" "That's all I can think of for now. I'll add to it later." Fu Tinghua hesitated for a long time, organized his words, and then replied to He. "Well, I promise that I will not have any other improper relationship with any woman around me. I joined the army at the beginning because I wanted to earn some merits and get promoted quickly so that I could have time to take care of the family. I will treat you well. As long as I am at home in the future, you can let me do the housework. I grew up in the countryside and can do everything. If you want to work in the future, I will not interfere with you. If you need help, I will help you without reservation as long as I can." Fu Tinghua answered all the questions raised by He above one by one. He didn't know if the words he said now were sweet words because he wanted to quickly establish a relationship with her, but she was shamefully moved. With the blessing of that appearance, Fu Tinghua's answers to these words were simply 100 points. There must be a probation period. Otherwise, how can I know whether what you said is true or false? He is a person who yearns for love, but she would rather be alone than be with someone who is not good enough. Otherwise, she would not have been alone in her previous life. Although it was really hard for her not to be moved by Fu Tinghua now, she didn't want to rush to confirm the relationship. "Well, what about the deadline?" Fu Tinghua asked with his peach blossom eyes that now looked very affectionate. 1 year? Half a year? 3 months? Seeing Fu Tinghua's increasingly dark face, He's voice couldn't help but become smaller and smaller, and the time became shorter and shorter.
"Shui."
Fu Tinghua called her name with a bit of gritted teeth.
"What?
What's wrong?" He felt a little guilty. The deadline she gave was too long? Did you forget that we have already obtained the marriage certificate? We have 2 children. The deadline you gave is so long. I am a normal man, and I also want to hug my wife to sleep. Such words with desire, coming from the mouth of Fu Tinghua, a cold and handsome man, are not offensive at all, but give people the illusion that the abstinence male god is about to turn into a beast. Soo didn't dare to think about it anymore, for fear that she would really be unstable by then. 1 month, no less. Soo said, and then said with certainty, 1 month, if you perform well, I will make you a regular employee. Regular employee? Is there such a thing as regular employee between husband and wife? But the time has been shortened to 1 month. Although Fu Tinghua still thinks it is too long, he finally agreed. Ahem, I'll go pick up Zizi and Nyonyo. I wonder if they miss me. Soo glanced at the door uncomfortably. Why did she suddenly feel embarrassed to face Fu Tinghua after talking about relationship issues with him? Take a nap before going?
Fu Tinghua asked.
Take a nap? She is alone with Fu Tinghua now. What if she can't control herself later? I'll go now, Soo said, and was about to go out the door. She had only taken a few steps when her hand was grabbed by someone. Turning around, she saw Fu Tinghua looking at her with a smile in his eyes, and then said, I'll go with you.
Shui.
You still have to go to work in the afternoon, take a nap. I'm not sleepy now, I miss my babies and Nyonyo too. Fu Tinghua was very confident. No, then can you let go of my hand first? Why are you holding it so tightly? She won't run away. When they arrived at the door of Soo-hee's parents' house, Fu Tinghua still held Soo-hee's hand. Seeing that she couldn't get rid of him, Soo-hee had to whisper, Let go quickly, it's not good for my parents to see it. Why do you think so? They will be so happy if they see it.
Shui.
What Fu Tinghua said was really right. If Fu Tinghua and I are in love now, her parents must be the happiest, right? At this moment, the sharp-eared baby heard the two voices and ran out of the yard and shouted, Mom. Hearing her brother calling Mom, Nyonyo was not willing to lag behind and followed her brother's buttocks and called Mom, Mom. Hearing the voices of the two children, Soo-hee was very happy. She broke free from Fu Tinghua's hand and rushed into the yard to hug the two little babies.
Fu Tinghua.
Looking at the empty hands, Fu Tinghua couldn't help laughing. How come I seem to become so childish when I like someone? You know, Dr. Fu was not so nervous when he took a scalpel to cut open a person's chest. And after liking someone, it is easy to worry about gains and losses, especially when you don't understand the other person's feelings. After walking into the yard, seeing Soo-hee squatting down, holding a child in one hand, and greeting them, Fu Tinghua also felt warm in his heart. Oh, Tinghua, you're here?
Come in and sit down.
Wen Qing chased out and said quickly when he saw the two.
No, Mom.
I'll pick up the two kids and take them home for a nap. Soo-hee replied with a smile. Oh, are you in such a hurry? Can't they sleep here? Wen Qing said helplessly.
Shui.
She just didn't want to be alone with Fu Tinghua at the time, so she didn't think so much. Seeing her daughter's embarrassment, Wen Qing couldn't bear to say anything to her, so she said, Then go back quickly, don't miss the nap time. Tinghua still has to go to work in the afternoon, right? Well, he insisted on coming with you. Seeing that their relationship was progressing so smoothly, Wen Qing smiled from ear to ear. Hey, Tinghua can come to help you pick up the kids, and you're not happy about it. Where's my dad? Soo-hee looked around, but didn't see her dad come out. Someone just asked for your dad, so he went to work. After a few more pleasantries, Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua took the two kids home. After returning home, Soo-hee took the two children to take a nap. When he woke up in the afternoon, Fu Tinghua had gone out long ago. Dr. Fu didn't fall asleep at noon today. But thinking that he still had work in the afternoon, he forced himself to close his eyes and rest. His wife was sleeping next door. Thinking that Soo-hee took the initiative to hold his hand today, the more he thought about it, the more restless he became. When the time was almost up, he opened his eyes, pushed open the next room, and secretly took a look at Soo-hee's mother and daughter. Seeing that they were sleeping soundly, he went out. Mom, aren't we going back to the countryside? After waking up, Nyonyo sat up in bed and asked excitedly, What about you? Do you want to live in the countryside or in the city? Soo-hee felt that the opinions of the two children were the most important. In fact, She doesn't have a proper job now, and the two children are still so young and can't leave her, so she basically focuses on taking care of the children. So, if the two children really want to live in the city, she can also take them to live with Fu Tinghua in the city. Wherever mom is, I will follow. Nyo, the little cotton-padded jacket, answered like this. Suhi smiled with relief, and then said, Okay, let us stay in the countryside for a while. Okay? She still has to plan for the future. Just selling durian is definitely not enough. Now, Suhi doesn't know whether her durian business can continue. In fact, Suhi would rather open a store in the city and then purchase goods in the space and sell them in reality. But the origin of these goods is unclear, and Suhi is afraid that someone will find out. So she wants to find a supplier, get some goods from him, and then mix the goods in the space in. This is the safest way. What to sell? Department stores? These things all have a warranty period. I don't know if the space can make them into this era for her. Suhi thought so, and took advantage of the two children playing in the mud in the yard to enter the space and ask. After hearing her question, the customer service lady replied politely, Regarding the problem you raised, our system has already come up with a solution a long time ago. If you want some food of your era that has a time warranty period and qualified ingredients, you have to place an order in advance. Then other hosts in parallel time and space will ship to you according to your needs and finally help you to complete the transaction through our material exchange system. It won't be found out, right? Suhi asked a little uncertainly. Regarding these, our system is guaranteed. So far, no other host in the parallel world has reported that the materials from our system have been found out in their own world.
Shui.
I hope she won't be the first one by then, right? However, opportunities coexist with risks. If she has suppliers and order records who would come to check on her from time to time. And even if her food is taken for inspection, her food is qualified. So, what is there to be afraid of? After thinking it through, Suhi's frown finally relaxed. Well, I have to discuss my plan with Fu Tinghua tonight. She wants to run a shop and open a small supermarket first. Then, if it is durian, she can sell it directly in the supermarket, so she doesn't have to go to the vegetable market to set up a stall. Nowadays, the country is in a stage of vigorously encouraging people to be self-employed, but everyone thinks that it is better to work in a large factory and eat the government's food. So basically, those who come out to be self-employed and work alone are really not related to the factory, so they have to come out to find ways to make money. But in fact, the first batch of people who got rich were self-employed people. Nowadays, not many people have started private enterprises. Suhi probably has her own rules in her mind, except for implementation and connections. She needs to find a supplier who can supply her. In the afternoon, she took her two children to the vegetable market to buy some meat and vegetables and then started to cook dinner. After entering the city, there was tofu for sale, so Suhi fried tofu for the two children. Before in the countryside, few people had time to eat stuffed tofu. When the fragrant fried tofu came out of the pot, the two children were looking forward to it. Mom has come up with new ways to make them eat, so happy. When Fu Tinghua returned home, it was just ready for dinner. Looking at the originally cold house, which was instantly filled with smoke due to the arrival of his wife and children, Fu Tinghua felt happy and satisfied, and his desire to keep his wife became stronger. So while eating, he couldn't help asking Suhi, "Why don't you not go back to the countryside this week and stay here with me?" Suhi didn't expect that he would ask her to stay directly. After hesitating for a while, she still replied, "Not this week. Do you remember the little Ji Liangchuan who was in our house when you went back to the village last time?" Of course, Fu Tinghua remembered him. At the beginning, because he was there, he even suggested that Suhi sleep in the same room with him. Well, he said he wanted to come to our house next week to play and stay for a while. I still owe his grandmother a favor, so I can't break the promise. What favor? Fu Tinghua asked with a frown. It was the last time we went to the town to set up a stall to do business. Someone saw that my pancakes were selling well, so he robbed my stall. After imitating my pancakes, he also hired people to destroy my business. Although I tried to get the police to arrest the people who destroyed my business, Liangchuan's grandmother later heard about it and still used her connections to help me teach those people a lesson. So, I owe you a big favor. Fu Tinghua couldn't expect that Su-hee would have such a risk when he went to the town to do business, and his brows were furrowed. After thinking for a while, Fu Tinghua suddenly said, I have a friend who works in the town's supervision and management bureau. You can go to him if you have something to do. Su-hee didn't want Fu Tinghua to owe favors to everyone, so he shook his head. No, I do and think I will go to the town to do business often in the future, so you don't have to worry about it. Fu Tinghua's mind moved. If he didn't go to the town, then are you going to move to the city? Does he want to move to the city so much? Su-hee couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. It's always good to feel that someone cares about you. Well, I want to come to the city to do business when the time comes. Fu Tinghua didn't even ask what kind of business she wanted to do, and directly answered okay.
Shui.
Fu Tinghua was a little embarrassed that his eagerness for her to move to the city and his thoughts were exposed. Do you need me to do anything? No, I'll go to the street tomorrow morning to see which location is good. I want to rent a shop.
Shui Bleak.
Well, I just sent some of money here. You can use it all to do business when the time comes. Seeing that he wanted to leave all the family assets to himself, he was a little surprised. But thinking about it, Fu Tinghua seemed to have always been like this, and all the money he earned before was given to the original owner. He was just busy before and didn't have time to take care of the family, but he never felt reluctant to spend money on this family. Aren't you afraid that I will lose money? He couldn't help asking. If you lose money, you lose money. If you want to try, just give it a try. Our family still has some capital to lose money. Don't worry, I'm behind you. Fu Tinghua looked at Su-hee and answered her gently. In her previous life, Su-hee was born in an ordinary family. She had neither a strong background nor extensive connections. However, with her own outstanding strength and wisdom, she overcame many obstacles and defeated many competitors, and finally ascended to the throne of a senior executive of a Fortune 500 multinational company. Due to the special nature of her work, Su-hee frequently traveled to various countries on business trips, and sometimes even had to go to chaotic and turbulent areas. As a result, she faced countless unexpected events, and her life was often threatened. However, Su-hee never backed down or feared. Every time she faced danger, she chose to move forward without hesitation. Although every trip abroad was like going through a war, she knew how hard it was for her to have everything she had now, so only through such challenges could she continue to consolidate her position. Others may have harbors, safe havens, and strong backing behind them. But Su-hee didn't. She was alone in her original world. Her relatives had passed away, and the remaining relatives were no different from strangers to her. Before she was 30 years old, Su-hee had achieved remarkable achievements, all thanks to her perseverance and unremitting efforts. At first, she had no background, no capital, no family, and fought alone. Although everyone said that they envied her for having such achievements at such a young age, who could understand the sadness behind her? But after coming here, Fu Tinghua said to her, Our family still has some capital to lose money. Don't worry, I am behind you. For Su-hee, who once struggled alone, how could this sentence not move her? She once faced the pressure and difficulties of life alone, but now, she knows that she is no longer alone. At least, she is no longer alone. It's not that no one pursued her in her previous life, but those people could never touch her heartstrings. She always felt that something important was missing, which prevented her from devoting herself to a relationship. And because of the special nature of her work, she often needs to travel frequently and has no time to have a relationship she wants. Well, thank you. Su-hee also smiled at Fu Tinghua, and this thank you was very sincere. After the baby stuffed himself with a mouthful of rice, he looked at his father and then at his mother with a puzzled look. After eating, the family went out for a walk. There is a park near the hospital for children and the elderly to exercise. Fu Tinghua took Su-hee and the two children to the park slowly. Su-hee pointed to the slide in front of them where a group of children were playing, and then said, Zizi, Nyo Nyo, go play. Seeing so many children, Zizi and Nyo Nyo were very excited, but they were still a little shy. So Su-hee squatted down and said patiently, It's okay. Go. Mom and Dad are watching you here. Soo-hee wanted the two children to integrate into the world of their peers. In the past, the original owner took them with him, which led to their closed world. Hearing that their parents were watching them here, Zizi and Nyo-Nyo ran excitedly to the slide to play. After the two children played on the slide once, they went crazy and ran around with the children. Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua were watching them play, and Fu Tinghua suddenly said, "Zizi and Nyo-Nyo, you taught them very well. The main thing is that they're very sensible." Looking at the direction over there, it was almost Zizi's turn to play on the slide, but he took the initiative to give up his position and let his anxious brothers and sisters go first. How did Zizi, such a warm-hearted man, become a villain in the end? By the way, it was said that Fu Tinghua died early, and the book did not mention how he died. Oops, I forgot about this. Part of your physical examination report has come out, showing that all the indicators of your body are normal. There are still a few blood tests that will be done next week, and there should be no problem. Fu Tinghua then remembered to tell Soo-hee about her physical examination in the morning. Well, that's good. Soo-hee was not surprised. If a person's body is uncomfortable, he can feel it.
You are very thin now, my colleague,
Fu Tinghua said, and he hesitated a little. What's wrong with your colleague? Soo-hee asked curiously. She wanted to know how Fu Tinghua's colleagues evaluated her. My colleagues all said that you are very good-looking. I also think you are very good-looking, so you don't need to lose weight anymore. Fu Tinghua's cool and handsome face showed a bit of embarrassment.
Shui.
Can she say that she really didn't lose weight on purpose? Since she crossed over to this body, she has been so busy that she has no time to lose weight. She did control her diet, but she didn't do any extra exercise. I didn't lose weight, really, I just lost weight naturally, Soo-hee said helplessly. Fu Tinghua is a doctor, and it is difficult for him to explain Soo-hee's speed of weight loss, because it is not scientific at all. If you deliberately lose weight, it is estimated that no one can lose weight as quickly as Soo-hee. But he didn't want to question his wife's words, so he could only believe her. When they went home, the two children were jumping in front, very excited, playing with each other's shadows. Slow down, don't bump into people, Soo-hee reminded from behind. Just at this moment, Fu Tinghua gently held Soo-hee's hand. Soo-hee's heart skipped a beat, and a strange feeling came over her. She looked down at their clasped hands, then looked up at Fu Tinghua. Under the dim streetlights, his face looked particularly gentle, and his eyes were full of tenderness and love. Surrounded by the man's warm and large palm, Soo-hee was a little dazed, but soon came to her senses. She glanced at the two kids running and jumping in front of her, and they were still there. She bit her lip lightly and tried to pull her hand back from Fu Tinghua's hand. However, Fu Tinghua seemed to have noticed her intention and held her hand tightly, making it impossible for her to break free. She looked up at Fu Tinghua, and in the dim streetlights, Fu Tinghua was also looking at her with a smile in his eyes. I don't know why. Maybe because Fu Tinghua's eyes were too gentle, or maybe because Fu Tinghua was too good-looking, Soo-hee suddenly couldn't bear to break free of his hand. She lowered her head slightly, with a faint blush on her face. Zizi was jumping and skipping with his sister in front, and when he turned around, he saw that his parents were holding hands. As if he had thought of something, he pulled his sister, who was about to call his mother, and then said, "Let's go our own way. Don't disturb Mom and Dad." Nyo-Nyo has a great advantage, that is, she listens to her parents and brother. After her brother said that she couldn't disturb Mom and Dad, she immediately followed her brother's buttocks obediently. Fu Tinghua walked behind holding Soo-hee's hand, and the family of four was also a beautiful scenery in the eyes of passers-by. The next day, Soo-hee did not get up early to make breakfast. In the city, there are breakfasts for sale. So Fu Tinghua told her to sleep well, and he would bring them breakfast when he went out in the morning. He did not want Soo-hee to work so hard all the time, getting up early to prepare breakfast for a family of four. Fu Tinghua still hoped that Soo-hee could have a good rest for things that could be solved with money. So when Soo-hee got up, he saw the steamed buns and soy milk and fried dough sticks that Fu Tinghua put on the dining table. After having a casual breakfast with the two children, Soo-hee took the two children to stroll around the shops near the hospital. In fact, it is still good to open a small supermarket near the hospital. After all, the hospital has always had a large flow of people. But after a round of strolling, Soo-hee was disappointed. The shops on the street were basically open, and no one was looking for rent. The People's Hospital is the best hospital in the city, and its location is also very good, right in the city center. In fact, in this era, the place with the most passenger flow is the station, and the station is not far from where they live, so Soo-hee wanted to stroll over and take a look. We'll just stroll around the street. If you get tired, tell Mom, okay? Soo-hee reminded them because she was afraid that the two kids would get tired. Mom, I'm not tired. The kids raised their heads and looked at Soo-hee, who was very well behaved. I'm not tired either. Nyo was jumping up and down in the beautiful skirt that Soo-hee had put on her. She was so energetic so early in the morning. As they walked, they passed by the entrance of an alley. Soo-hee suddenly heard a faint voice, as if asking for help. The voice was really small, but Soo-hee heard it. Her hearing has always been different from that of ordinary people, probably because of her previous training in Sanda and Taekwondo. Did you hear any sound?
Soo-hee asked.
I didn't hear it. Nyo answered subconsciously. The baby stopped, listened for a while, and then said, Mom, there seems to be some sound. Looking at the empty alley, Nyo was a little scared. She couldn't help but grab Soo-hee's clothes. Mom, I'm scared. Because she didn't know what was going on inside, Soo-hee didn't want the two kids to take risks, so she squatted down and comforted them. Nyo, don't be scared. After that, she turned her head and looked at the very calm baby next to her and said, Baby, wait for Mom here with your sister, okay? Take good care of your sister and don't run around, okay? The baby also took a look at the empty alley. He didn't want his mother to take risks. But because he was still young, he had limited adjectives and he didn't know how to tell his mother, so he had to agree to his mother's request. Mom knew that you were the best. I'll go and see, and I'll be there soon. After Soo-hee said this, he walked into the alley very eagerly. The two kids stood there obediently, looking at their mother's back, not daring to move. Brother, I want to go with Mom. Nyo pouted and said, Don't cause trouble for Mom. Zizi frowned and taught his sister a lesson seriously. Nyo was a little angry after Zizi said that, so she ignored this stinky brother. Soo-hee walked to the end of the alley and looked at both sides. She saw a pregnant woman with a big belly leaning against the wall on the right side of the alley. She seemed to be saying something. She didn't understand, but Soo-hee knew that she was not very conscious. Oh my God. Soo-hee didn't care about whether to help or not. Saving people was the most important thing. He went forward to check the pregnant woman. There was no bleeding from her lower body, which meant that she didn't fall or hit her stomach. He touched her forehead, and it was very hot. She should have a fever. Fever due to pregnancy. She was also unconscious due to the fever. No matter what, let's send her to the hospital first. Fortunately, it was only one street away from the People's Hospital. Soo-hee picked up the pregnant woman. She should have been 6 or 7 months pregnant, but it was so light. Without thinking too much, she carried her out of the alley. The two kids couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw their mother coming out. But seeing that she was holding a person in her arms, they couldn't help but worry. Children, go call a taxi. Soo-hee shouted to the children as soon as she saw the two children. The clever children didn't say anything and immediately stopped a passing tricycle. Soo-hee herself had a lot of kung fu, and she was very strong, so she quickly carried the person to the tricycle. Oh, what's wrong? The tricycle driver couldn't help asking when he saw Soo-hee holding an unconscious woman, who is still a pregnant woman. She has a fever, master, People's Hospital, please help. Soo-hee said to the tricycle driver. People in this era are still very enthusiastic. When encountering such a life-threatening event, everyone wants to help. They don't consider help or not, or don't want to get into trouble like in later generations. The point is, there is no precedent of blackmail, so everyone is still very happy to help. After everyone got in the car, the driver turned the accelerator directly, and the car immediately rushed to the People's Hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Soo-hee told the two children to follow her closely and then ran to the hospital with the pregnant woman in her arms. The young nurse who saw her yesterday in the hospital recognized her as Dr. Fu's wife. Seeing that she was holding someone in her arms, she took the initiative to step forward and asked, "Excuse me, are you the wife of the vice president? Is there anything I can help you with?" Suhi's eyes lit up when he saw her, and then he replied, "Quick, find a cart. This pregnant woman is now unconscious, and I don't know anything else." The nurse immediately arranged the matter, and the hospital acted quickly. The cart was pushed out soon, and Suhi's hands were finally relieved. After watching the pregnant woman being taken away for rescue, Suhi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I hope she will be okay." The nurse who had offered to help at the beginning did not leave, but hesitated for a long time and asked, "Excuse me, can you contact the family of the patient just now?" Suhi shook his head. "I don't know her. I saw her fainted on the way, so I sent her here." Seeing the nurse's embarrassed look, Suhi seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Do you need to pay a deposit for hospitalization? I will pay it and help her pay it first." "Yes, yes, yes," the nurse replied excitedly. From then on, she had a better impression of Suhi. The wife of the vice president is really a beautiful and kind person. From today on, she is her loyal fan, and she will definitely not follow other people in the hospital to say bad things about her in the future. After Su, he went to handle the hospitalization procedures for the pregnant woman. Fu Tinghua came. Seeing him, Suhi couldn't help but be a little surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" "Someone went to inform me that you are in the hospital. Are you okay? What happened?" Fu Tinghua's eyes were full of worry. The nurse who went to find her told him that Suhi had come to the hospital and was now going through the admission procedures. He didn't even have time to listen to the rest of the words before he hurried over. Seeing Fu Tinghua in such a hurry, Suhi couldn't help but feel a little touched, but still explained, "I'm fine. I'm sending someone here."
"Who?"
"I met her on the way. A pregnant woman. She had a high fever and was unconscious, and there was no family member around her."
"Shueshai."
"Okay, I'll go with you to see her." After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he took Suhi to the door of the emergency room. A nurse pushed the door open, and Fu Tinghua immediately stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing that it was Dr. Fu, the nurse was a little excited, but still answered obediently. The pregnant woman had a fever, but the main reason for the coma was that she was too tired. Fortunately, she was brought in time, and we have given her oxygen. Otherwise, the baby in her belly might not be saved due to lack of oxygen. This pregnant woman was really pitiful, fainting alone in such an alley. "Is she awake?" Suhi asked. She just woke up and fell asleep again. She was too tired. After asking about the situation again, the nurse went to work. "Don't worry, she should be fine. Fortunately, you brought her here in time."
Fu Tinghua comforted Suhi.
He is a doctor and knows the importance of time better than others. If it weren't for Suhi, the baby in the pregnant woman's belly might not be saved.
I'm fine.
Suhi was a little hesitant whether to wait here for the pregnant woman to wake up. Forget it, save people to the end, send Buddha to the west. Anyway, she is fine now, or wait for the person to wake up and ask about the situation. Should I call the police? Let the police notify her family? Suhi asked Fu Tinghua. Fu Tinghua thought for a while and answered, "Wait until she wakes up. Maybe she'll contact her family by herself. Her condition has stabilized, and she should be fine." After the two chatted again, Fu Tinghua was called away, and finally only Suhi and the two children were guarding the door of the operating room. Not long after, the pregnant woman was transferred from the emergency room to the general ward. When she came out of the emergency room, the pregnant woman had woken up and was conscious. "Miss, I heard that you sent me to the hospital, right?" the pregnant woman asked. "Yes, how do you feel now? Are you feeling better?" "Much better now, thank you. Don't worry, I'll pay for the medical expenses later. Follow me to my ward." Then, Suhi took the two children and followed the pregnant woman to her ward. Seeing that she had booked a single room directly, Suhi knew that the pregnant woman should have a good family. After the doctor and nurse left, the pregnant woman smiled at Suhi and said, "Excuse me, what is your name?" "My name is Suhi." After the pregnant woman woke up, Suhi looked at her features carefully. Although she was pregnant, her skin was very good, her clothes were not bad, and her every move gave her a sense of déjà vu of a lady from a noble family. This was a woman born in a well-educated family, and she was also gentle and lovely. But perhaps because she was pregnant and sick, her complexion was not very good. My name is Wonyoru. Thank you for sending me to the hospital and saving my life and my baby's life. As she said this, she couldn't help but touch her belly, but her expression looked very lonely. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I'm glad you're okay. By the way, where are your family members? Do you want me to help you contact them? Soo-hee asked. It's always unsafe for her to run around outside as a pregnant woman, not to mention that she's sick now. Who knew that when Soo-hee mentioned the word family, Wonyoru smiled sarcastically and then said, "Forget it, I can handle it myself." Looking at her like this, it's obvious that she has a conflict with her family, right? Alas, every family has its own problems. Soo-hee and Wonyoru are not familiar with each other, so it's not good to ask too much. So he said, "Okay, but you can't do this. You're pregnant. You can't be left without someone to take care of you, right?" Wonyoru thought for a moment, then replied, "Miss Sue, can you help me find someone?"
Sure.
Soo-hee answered her without any hesitation. After all, she had been helpless and alone before, so she could especially understand Wonyoru at the moment. If you can help, try to help. Please help me go to number 21 Gongping Street and find Shurjin from the Shur family and just say that Wonyoru has something to ask him.
Wonyoru said,
Okay, I'll go now. After Soo-hee finished speaking, he wanted to take the 2 children out. Who knew that he was stopped by Wonyoru again? Soo-hee, wait a minute. She didn't feel very familiar with him, and it was not good to call Soo-hee's name directly. Wonyoru asked again, "Can I call you that? Calling you Miss Sue feels too unfamiliar." Soo-hee smiled at her. "Of course, just call me Soo-hee." "Well, then you can call me Yuru from now on," Wonyoru said, then took out a 50 yuan bill from her pocket and handed it to Soo-hee. "That's all I have on me for now. I'll give it to you first. I don't know how much the medical expenses are. I will double it when the time comes. Thank you." Soo-hee would definitely not take her money. She didn't need the 50 yuan now, but Wonyoru, who looked like she had suffered a huge in her life, ran away from home with 50 yuan in her pocket while pregnant. "Wait until you have money in the future. Pay me back. I'm not in a hurry. I'm going to find someone for you now. Just wait patiently," Soo-hee said, and walked out of the ward with the 2 children. As soon as he left the ward, he saw Fu Tinghua standing guard at the door. "Aren't you busy?" Soo-hee asked subconsciously. But to Fu Tinghua's ears, it felt like the question Soo-hee asked was, "Are you so free?" Of course he was busy, but there was no surgery this morning, so he still had time to come and see Soo-hee. Thinking of Soo-hee in the hospital, he couldn't help but want to come and see if there was anything he could help with. "I just wanted to come and see if there was anything I could help with." Fu Tinghua lowered his head and coughed lightly in response. Soo-hee glanced at the ward, and after seeing that the door had been closed by herself, she took Fu Tinghua's hand and walked aside.
Fu Tinghua.
Looking at the hand held by Soo-hee, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and secretly rejoiced in his heart. After making sure that Wonyoru couldn't hear, Soo-hee said to Fu Tinghua, "I suspect she has a conflict with her family, and now she asked me to help her find her friends to help her." Fu Tinghua looked at Soo-hee and the 2 children who were following behind Soo-hee and asked worriedly, "Where to find her friends? Should we take Z and Nyo with us?" "Well, it's too troublesome to send them to my parents' house and make another trip. It's better to take them with us. We can take a taxi anyway. Leave Zai and Nyo to me. I'm free now. Just let them stay in my office and don't run around."
Fu Tinghua suddenly said, "Ah?
Isn't that a bad idea? You're still at work. It's okay, my office is independent and no patients will come, so it won't affect anything. Besides, this is a special case, and you're going to help the patient find his family, so even if the hospital knows the truth, they will understand." After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he couldn't help but reached out and touched Soo-hee's head, smiling gently and saying, "You be careful." This was the first time Fu Tinghua had done this, but Soo-hee didn't know why, as if he was really flattered. Instantly, Her worries were alleviated. She looked at Fu Tinghua with sparkling eyes and said, "Then I'll leave Zai Zai and Nyo Nyo to you." "I'm going." "Well, go ahead." Fu Tinghua turned around and looked at the two kids standing behind him and said, "Would you like to go to Dad's office to play with him? Mommy is going to help the aunt just now find her friend." Zai Zai was the most sensible one. She knew that if her mother took them, she would walk slower, so she nodded without hesitation. Nyo Nyo answered excitedly, "Okay, I want to go to Dad's office to play." Seeing how cute his daughter was, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but hug his daughter in his arms, then stretched out his hand and held Zai Zai's hand. He turned around and said to Suhi, "I'll take them both with me. You can go find someone without worry." Looking at Zai Zai and Nyo Nyo, who followed Fu Tinghua obediently, Suhi replied okay and turned around and walked out of the hospital. Until Suhi's back was completely out of sight, Zizi suddenly said to Fu Tinghua, "Dad, you must be good to Mom, understand?" Fu Tinghua couldn't help laughing at his son's impertinence. "Dad knows. I will be good to my wife, your mom. If you are not good to Mom, if you divorce, Nyo Nyo and I will follow Mom."
Tsitsitreten Fu Tinghua.
Nyo Nyo also took the opportunity to interrupt and said, "Yes, I will be wherever Mom is."
Fu Tinghua.
Seeing Zizi mention divorce again, Fu Tinghua's face turned black. "What nonsense are you talking about? Mom and Dad will not divorce." "Well, anyway, I will supervise you in the future." Zizi was completely different in front of Fu Tinghua than in front of Suhi. He was like a rebellious son, which made Fu Tinghua angry. "Okay, you are welcome to supervise at any time." Fu Tinghua smiled and touched his son's head and took them to his office. As for Suhi, she got a taxi as soon as she left the hospital and then went to the address when Yuru said. After arriving at the Sher family, Suhi looked at the gate of the large family in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he went forward and knocked on the door. After a while, the gate was opened. It was an old man who opened the door. Looking at Suhi in front of him, the old man confirmed that he did not know him, so he asked, "Excuse me, who are you? Is there anything?" "I'm looking for Shurjin."
Shui replied.
"What do you want to do with our young master?" The old man asked again. "Young master? It seems that this family is not simple. Is the person in front of him actually the housekeeper? It's not me who is looking for you, it's Wenyuru. Is your young master at home? If so, please tell him, and tell him that Wenyuru has something to ask him." Hearing Wenyuru's name, the housekeeper's expression was a little unnatural, but he still said, "Then you wait. I'll go and tell our young master." He didn't plan to invite Suhi in, but he didn't close the door either. Suhi didn't mind these, but waited honestly at the door of the Sher family. These wealthy families may be seriously affected by the feudal system, which she could understand. After a while, someone came out. Hearing the footsteps, Suhi turned around and saw a man who looked very gentle, but thin and a little sickly came out. "Hello, are you Yuru's friend?" the man asked. "Yes." "She is looking for me, what's the matter?" the man asked. "She is in the hospital now, why don't you go with me to see her and ask her yourself? She asked me to come to you and said she needs your help."
Shui answered truthfully.
"Is she sick?" the man asked anxiously. "It's worse than being sick," Suhi thought to herself. But she was not a big mouth and didn't want to talk too much about other people's family affairs. "You should go and see it yourself." When Yuru could ask him for help, which showed that the relationship between the two must be good. "Okay, then wait for me." After the man finished speaking, he turned around and went back into his yard. After a while, a car drove in front of Suhi. The car window was opened, revealing Shurjin's face. He said to Suhi, "Get in the car." Suhi did not hesitate. After thinking for a while, he went to the back seat and opened the door. "Are you Yuru's friend?" Shurjin suddenly asked in the car. We just met this morning, so I guess." Suhi answered a little embarrassedly. "Shurjin. What's wrong with her? How is she now?" Shurjin asked again. "She's fine now. She's been transferred to the general ward." After hearing Suhi's answer, Shurjin became more anxious and overtook all the way to the hospital quickly. Fortunately, Soo-hee had been abroad before because escaping is also a matter of life and death. If someone in this era took Shurjin's car, they might be scared to death. After parking the car, the two hurried to Eunwoo's ward. When they were almost at the door, Soo-hee said, "Mr. Shur, I won't go in. You two can have a good talk." Shurjin felt that Soo-hee was a very pleasant person, but he was in a hurry and didn't think too much, so he replied, "Well, thank you." After seeing Shurjin enter the ward and close the door, Soo-hee couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She turned around and walked towards Fu Tinghwa's office. After all, someone was waiting for her. Soo-hee found Fu Tinghwa's office all the way. When she arrived at the door, she didn't go in immediately but knocked on the door. After hearing Fu Tinghwa say "come in," she pushed open the door of the office. Fu Tinghwa was sitting at his desk looking at the case. The man in a white coat made his originally cold temperament a little gentler, and when he lowered his head, the beautiful edges made his face more perfect. The two kids were sitting on the sofa playing with toys sent by an unknown nurse. Several people didn't expect Soo-hee to come back so early. They all thought that it was a doctor or a nurse looking for Fu Tinghwa. Because many people had come in to look for their father just now, the two children were used to it. Until Soo-hee opened her mouth and called out, "Baby Nunyo." Hearing their mother's voice, the two children raised their heads in surprise, and after confirming that it was Soo-hee, they excitedly called out, "Mom." Then they ran towards Soo-hee, and one of them hugged one of Soo-hee's legs. Fu Tinghwa was also surprised that she came back so soon. Only more than half an hour had passed. "So soon? Did you find someone?" Fu Tinghwa stood up and asked as he walked towards Soo-hee. "Found it. They're already talking in the ward. I made room for them and came to find you," she replied. Looking at the sweat on her forehead, Fu Tinghwa walked to the table and picked up his handkerchief, then returned to Soo-hee and wiped her sweat. Soo-hee was a little embarrassed, smiled at Fu Tinghwa, and then said, "I'll do it myself." Fu Tinghwa did not refuse, and let her take the handkerchief. "Sit down and rest for a while." Fu Tinghwa felt a little sorry for Soo-hee, running back and forth. Soo-hee was a little hesitant and she asked, "You're still working hours now, isn't this a bit bad?" "It's not often like this, it's okay, and it's almost time to get off work. Let's go to dinner together later." He felt distressed and helpless about Soo-hee's understanding. She was just too polite to him, always afraid of bothering herself. "Okay." Fu Tinghwa said so. Soo-hee couldn't keep singing the opposite tune with him. Not long after sitting down, an intern came in to consult Fu Tinghwa about medical professional knowledge. When the door was opened, the intern was stunned. There was a beautiful woman in the vice president's office and two cute children. "I had heard that the vice president married young, but I didn't expect his wife to be so beautiful. What's the matter?" Fu Tinghwa raised his head and saw that the intern had been staring at Soo-hee, frowning, and asked. The intern reacted and came forward with a report on his face. "Director Chen asked me to ask you, is this report okay? Do you need to do another round of examination for him?" Fu Tinghwa took the report and looked at it for a while. "No, this report is okay. Tell the patient to pay attention to it in the future." The two began to talk about work, and Soo-hee couldn't help turning his head to look in the direction of Fu Tinghwa. "Don't say it. How can this man look so handsome when he is working? Wearing a white coat is like walking on the catwalk." No wonder, they are all married, and there are so many doctors, nurses, and even patients in the hospital who have improper thoughts about Fu Tinghwa. Fu Tinghwa's charm value increased several times when he was working, okay? Even if it weren't for his face, his medical ability would easily make people succumb to him. After the intern left, Soo-hee quickly turned her face away to hide the fact that she had just looked at Fu Tinghwa for so long. She didn't know that Fu Tinghwa had always paid attention to her, and his eyes would occasionally look at Soo-hee. Seeing her looking at him for so long, he pretended not to know, but his ears became hot unconsciously. Fu Tinghwa was not easy to blush, but if he was shy or embarrassed, his ears would become hot. No wonder many units do not allow office romances. Now Fu Tinghwa finally understands. If Soo-hee sat in his office every day when he was at work, he felt that he could not work well. After sitting for more than half an hour, A nurse came to the door and said that the patient Wonuru had something to ask Soo-hee. Soo-hee guessed that she should have borrowed money from Shur-jin and had to pay him back. I'll go see her. Let Zizi and Nyonya stay in your office first. Soo-hee said to Fu Tinghua. Do you want me to go with you? No, I can go by myself. Soo-hee said, and then gave some instructions to Zizi and Nyonya, and left. When he came to Wonuru's ward, he knocked on the door and pushed it open. Wonuru was half lying on the bed, and Shur-jin was standing by the window, looking out. This atmosphere. Did they have a quarrel? Soo-hee, you're here? Wonuru was overjoyed when she saw Soo-hee. Well, how are you? Are you feeling better?
Soo-hee asked.
Better. Jin, it was Soo-hee who saved me. If it weren't for her, I might have lost 2 lives. Wonuru looked at Soo-hee and said gratefully. Soo-hee was embarrassed by her words. No way. You will always be safe. Who knew that Shur-jin was furious at Wonuru's words? You deserve it. Who told you to sneak out alone? Your belly is so big, and you dare to run out alone. Do you know how many people want to kill you? If you die, won't it be what someone wants?
Shui.
Why let her hear such a big gossip? She doesn't want to hear it. The more she knows, the faster she will die. Wonuru didn't get angry after hearing Shur-jin's words, but smiled and replied, just die, and you will be relieved when you die. When this child is born, maybe another suffering will come to the world.
Shui.
She looked at the resentment between Wonuru's eyebrows and was a little frightened. Why does this Wonuru look so much like a precursor of depression? In this era, few people pay attention to the group of people with depression, and they just think they are whining without illness. But in Soo-hee's era, depression has become a common disease in many big cities. Yuru, since you have experienced a near-death experience, your baby can still survive safely, which means that he really wants to come to this world. For him, you can't be so pessimistic. Soo-hee couldn't help but admonish her. Her words were so beautiful that even Shur-jin couldn't help but look up at Soo-hee, thinking that this woman was smart and wise, and knew that she was not an ordinary person. After hearing Soo-hee's words, Wonuru couldn't help but brighten up. You are right. Soo-hee, thank you. Wonuru, who always had a faint smile on her face, suddenly had red eyes. This is right. When life has suffered a huge change, crying is much better than laughing. Crying and venting a little bit of your heart disease is better than smiling all the time and suppressing your mood. After Wonuru had almost finished crying, she said to Soo-hee again, I'm sorry to embarrass you. It's okay, Yuru. Nothing in life is more important than yourself. You have to love yourself well before you care about other things around you. Soo-hee finally pulled Wonuru back from the gates of Hades. She didn't want her to get into trouble again, so she started to be a life mentor. She was familiar with this matter. In the past, she often gave spiritual chicken soup to those social animal workers under her ahem and pue them by the way. Of course, the treatment in Soo-hee's company is still better than other companies, but it is too inward-looking and the employees are under great pressure. Hearing Soo-hee's words, Wonuru couldn't help but brighten her eyes. Soo-hee, can I be friends with you? Wonuru couldn't help asking. In the past, she closed herself off and with her pride, she would not take the initiative to make friends, but she really liked Soo-hee. Of course. Soo-hee answered very affirmatively. Excuse me, what does Miss Soo do? You look like you have your own job, right? Shur-jin also admired Soo-hee, so he couldn't help asking. The opportunity has come. Wonuru is not an ordinary person, and Shur-jin is even less so. He can drive a car casually. Isn't this the circle of rich people that he has always wanted to break into? I do have a business. I accidentally got a rare sapling. I heard that it can grow delicious fruit. In China, this kind of fruit has not been successfully grown. I am very lucky. I grew it, and it is ready to eat. Soo-hee smiled at Shur-jin, looking very comfortable. When she talked about business, it was obvious that she was a fruit farmer who sold fruit. If Shur-jin heard someone say this at other times, he probably wouldn't be interested in asking any more questions. But Soo-hee's tone and expression were so proud and natural, as if she had grown something amazing. Shurjin admired such confident people, so he asked, "Oh, what kind of fruit is it? So magical?" "It's called fire durian," Suhi replied. "Fire durian? I've never heard of it." Shurjin's eyes showed a little more interest.
Huh?
"Can pregnant women eat it?" Wonuru couldn't help but join in the topic. "Yes, pregnant women can eat it, but it is not recommended to eat too much. If the embryonic development cycle does not achieve the expected effect, you can eat durian, which will help the fetus grow, without growing flesh. But if the baby grows too fast, it is not recommended to eat too much. Moreover, durian is hot in nature and has the effect of dispelling cold. It can improve the abdominal pain caused by spleen and stomach deficiency caused by greed for cold drinks. It is also rich in protein, fat, carbohydrates, and dietary fiber, as well as a large amount of vitamin C and minerals. It has a strong antioxidant effect and can also play a role in lowering blood pressure. It can remove excess free radicals in the body and play a role in delaying aging. Suhi's series of professional knowledge, protein, vitamins, blood pressure reduction, and delaying aging all stunned the two people present. This era is not like the later generations, so much attention is paid to these nutritional supplements. If you don't come into contact with these things specifically, who knows these things? But Suhi said it without saying a word, and suddenly instilled the advantages of these durians into the two people, making them more interested in the fire durian she mentioned. "When can your fire durian be eaten?" "I'll reserve a few," Shurjin suddenly said. Hearing his words, Suhi suppressed the corners of his mouth that could not help but curl up. "The fire durian I planted is actually a little special." "What's so special about it?" Shurjin asked curiously. "It's just that most of the people who like to eat it are women."
Men.
Suhi looked at Shurjin and then at Wonuru. "Men all think that durian is smelly," Suhi said helplessly. "Smelly? Why do you grow something that smells bad?" Shurjin frowned, looking very unhappy. Just now, after listening to Suhi's long talk, he finally became interested in what she said, and she told him that this thing is smelly? "I like to eat it. People who like to eat it will like it very much." Suhi looked very speechless. She just likes to eat durian, otherwise she wouldn't have to plant durian no matter what. But in the future, she will definitely not only plant durian. If she has capital later, she will develop a fruit business and plant other things. In order to eat durian, she even went on a business trip to Thailand. Originally, she didn't have to go. Shurjin. After hearing such a nonsensical conversation between the two, Wonuru couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Suhi, whether I like it or not, I will reserve 5 from you first," Wonuru said with a smile. Suhi was a little embarrassed. If she told them the price of durian now, would it be bad? After all, it was too expensive. "Of course, it's okay, but this fruit is a bit expensive." Who knew that? Shurjin spoke up. "It's normal to be expensive. You said that this can be antioxidant and can lower blood pressure, and you also said that it can delay aging. Are these all true?" Of course. Suhi was not talking nonsense about this. These were all said by the doctor in the world she was in at the time. She also asked the system at the time. Except for the shorter growth cycle, the other effects are the same as ordinary durian. Of course there is a reason why it's expensive. "When your fire durian is ripe, send me a dozen of them. If I think they're good, I'll help you sell them." Shurjin was a little amused. This Suhi probably wanted to sell them her fire durian from the beginning. What a smart woman. But if her product is really good, he would be willing to sell it to her. Shurjin likes dealing with smart people the most. "Then thank you, Master Shur," Suhi said with a smile.
"And me."
"Suhi, don't worry, I will help you sell it too," Wonuru also promised. "Well, thank you. You should rest assured to take care of your baby and stop thinking about so many things that make you unhappy," Suhi reminded her. "I know. Thank you." After Wonuru finished speaking, she took out 2 bills from under the pillow. Suhi took a look and saw that they were 200 yuan bills.
"Suhi, thank you so much this time.
The doctors and nurses told me that if I had been sent to you later, I might have died. These 200 yuan are a little gift from me. You must accept it." Suhi looked at it and thought, how could this be possible? 200 yuan is a large sum of money nowadays. What's more, she estimated that when Yuru borrowed the money from Shijin. If she accepted the money, without this favor in the future, would the two of them still think of helping her sell the fire durian? No, just give me the medical expenses I paid for. Really, no, you said you wanted to be friends with me, but it was actually fake, right? After seeing Soo-hee say this, Won-Yuru didn't dare to force money on her anymore. After all, she really liked Soo-hee. Seeing them pushing and shoving each other, Shijin couldn't help but feel a headache, so he said, "Then you can keep the money and buy her fire durian." I guess most people can't afford her fire durian. Won-Yuru asked subconsciously, why? Shijin looked at Won-Yuru with some amusement. After so many years of marriage, how could she still be so naive? Master Sure is right. My fruit is high-end. Most families can't afford it. The price is too high. Hearing Soo-hee say that, Won-Yuru became more curious and then asked, "How expensive is it? Can you tell me about it?" The price is 1 yuan and 50 cents per caddy. A fire durian is about 5 to 10 caddies, and a big one is more than 10 caddies. Shijin. Won-Yuru. Can't they imagine that a fire durian is that heavy? But 1 yuan and 50 cents per caddy, it doesn't seem so unacceptable. Soo-hee originally wanted to set the price at 2 yuan per caddy, but after traveling here for a while and knowing the prices in this world, she felt that if she set the price at 2 yuan per caddy, she might be arrested by the Market Supervision and Administration Bureau and accused of disrupting the market, which would be troublesome. This Soo-hee really dared to ask a price. Nowadays, meat is less than 1 yuan and 50 cents per caddy. However, if the durian she said really has those effects, it is not expensive. Okay, I'll order 20 first and you can deliver them to my house, and I'll give them to my relatives to try. Shijin said with a smile. It was originally a conversation about visiting a patient and rewarding a benefactor, but it ended with Soo-hee introducing her own fire durian. In her previous life, in order to succeed, Soo-hee didn't know how many shameless things she had done. So, what was the point of selling durian to Shijin and Won-Yuru, who she didn't know well? She would be happy if they bought it, and she wouldn't force them if they didn't. She had to let them try her durian, so that someone would be willing to accept the taste in the future, and then more customers would come to buy it. At noon, Fu Tinghua took Soo-hee and the two children to have lunch at a noodle shop near the hospital. Because Soo-hee said she didn't want to eat in their cafeteria, she would be the focus of the crowd once she went there. She was fine, but she was afraid that the two children would not be used to it and would be stared at all the time. After a casual lunch, the family of four walked home for a nap. On the way, Fu Tinghua asked Soo-hee, "Did the problem with the person you saved today be solved?" Well, she wanted to give me 200 yuan as a reward, but I refused and took the medical expenses and taxi fare.
Bleak.
Well, that's good. Fu Tinghua didn't ask any more questions. Then in the evening, when Fu Tinghua came back, he told Soo-hee that Won-Yuru's husband had come to the door. Her husband was a soldier and should have a high position. He brought several people to the hospital to see Won-Yuru, but it seemed that Won-Yuru had a conflict with her husband and was unwilling to pay attention to him. Soo-hee knew that there must be something hidden, but she couldn't say anything about other people's family affairs. Who knew that the next day at work, Fu Tinghua was blocked by Won-Yuru's husband at the door of the hospital. "Are you the vice president?" "Hello, I'm Won-Yuru's husband. My name is Lu Jianjun. I heard that it was your wife who saved my wife yesterday. I'm really grateful. Can I meet your wife? I have no ill intentions, but my wife doesn't want to go home with me now, and I want your wife to help persuade her." Won-Yuru's husband was still wearing a military uniform. He was handsome and spoke to Fu Tinghua in a very humble manner, without any airs. But this was someone else's family affair after all, and Fu Tinghua didn't want Soo-hee to get involved, and then replied, "This is a matter between the two of you. It's not good for my wife to get involved. You should think of other ways." Fu Tinghua was about to leave, but Lu Jianjun didn't let him go, and kept begging Fu Tinghua humbly. Looking at the man like this, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but frowning. "Mr. Lu, I'm getting ready to go to work. Can you please not affect me and make me late?" Fu Tinghua said in a cold voice. Lu Jianjun could not believe that Fu Tinghua, who looked so gentle and refined, could be so stubborn. But if people did not help him, he could do nothing. After all, he was the vice president of the hospital, and his wife still lived in this hospital. Okay, then, vice president, can you talk to your wife after work? I want to meet her.
Please.
This could be promised to him. So Fu Tinghua nodded and went to work smoothly. Suhi went to look at shops early in the morning. But today she was lucky to find a shop not far from the hospital for transfer. This shop was previously a restaurant, and the store area was quite large, more than 100 square meters, which was enough for Suhi to open a small supermarket. Because their children went to Kyoto to develop, the two old people wanted to transfer the shop and also go to Kyoto to develop. Suhi stepped forward and asked about the price of the shop. The rent for half a year was 80 yuan, which was not expensive. Houses in this era are really worthless. This kind of shop in the city center, which is more than 100 square meters and near the hospital, only rents for 80 yuan for half a year. Although the consumption level is limited in this era, Suhi still thinks it is very cost-effective. You know, she can earn enough to rent for half a year by selling fried cakes in the town on market days. Excuse me, when will you sublease it? I want to settle down here. Suhi asked the boss's wife. Next week, we will move out on Monday next week. The boss's wife said. Next week, isn't that just right? I will go back to the countryside to check on my durian, and I can prepare for the store next Saturday. She talked to the boss again and wanted to lower the rent. The boss didn't waste time with her and directly took out the lease contract with the landlord. Don't say it, this boss is really honest. The contract does say that it can only be rented for half a year, and the rent is 80 yuan for half a year. The boss didn't lie to her. They really couldn't wait for the rent to expire, so they thought about subletting. Suhi didn't waste any words and directly drafted a sublease contract with the owner of the store that day, starting from the Monday after next. She didn't pay a deposit, but both parties took copies of their ID cards to show that the contract was effective. In this era, people still attach great importance to copies of their ID cards. Unlike later generations, when copies of ID cards must be handed over to the interview company for an interview, and they will not be returned if the interview is unsuccessful. Suhi was in a good mood after completing one thing, and she had time to go home and cook lunch at noon. When Fu Tinghua went home at noon, the last dish was just about to be served. Seeing this, he immediately went to the cupboard to get a plate, and then handed it to Suhi. Suhi also took it very smoothly and put the dish into the plate. I have good news to tell you. I have something to tell you. The two of them said these two sentences in unison, and then looked at each other in a daze. Fu Tinghua was the first to react. He smiled, then took the dish from Suhi very naturally, and said, "You go first." Suhi was not polite, and said to him directly, "I found a shop and rented it. Do you still have money on you? I didn't give you the money last time." "I do. Didn't I say that I haven't spent the 300 yuan you gave me last time?" Fu Tinghua glanced at the meat on the table and looked at Suhi with some suspicion. "You have to spend money to buy vegetables, so don't save money for me." He thought that Suhi would cook delicious food only when he was around. But he thought too much. Whether he was around or not, Suhi would cook delicious food for the two children. "Hey, I do business in town and make money. I don't save money," Suhi replied. "However, my shop needs to be renovated, so it may cost money."
Suhi sighed. "It's okay.
Renovation is not very expensive now." Fu Tinghua replied calmly. "It is indeed not expensive. Labor is not worth much nowadays. By the way, what do you want to tell me?" Suhi asked. Fu Tinghua hesitated for a while, but still replied, "The woman you rescued yesterday, her husband came to the house and said he wanted to see you."
"See me?
What do you want to see me for?" He was a little confused. Fu Tinghua coughed lightly and organized his words. He said that his wife ignored him and was unwilling to go home with him, and wanted you to help her talk to him. "Looking for me? Is he okay?" "I just met his wife. What can I do to persuade him? Besides, his wife looks obviously depressed and has suicidal thoughts. She must have been wronged a lot at home." Suhi couldn't help rolling his eyes and was speechless. Seeing her complaining so openly, why did Fu Tinghua think she was so cute? "Well, I also rejected him. It's not good for us to get involved in other people's family affairs."
Fu Tinghua nodded in agreement.
I'm going back to the village tomorrow morning, Suhi suddenly said. So soon. Fu Tinghua was a little reluctant. Because the hospital was short of staff, he happened to be assigned to be on duty this weekend. It was a pity that Suhi and the others came over, and he didn't have time to accompany them to play. It's okay, I'll be back soon. Fu Tinghua thought about it, and felt that it was true. In the afternoon, Suhi went to the hospital to visit Wenuru. In her ward, a man in an officer's uniform was asking her about her well-being. Wife, do you want to eat this? I queued up specially to buy it. It's delicious. Wife, do you want an apple? Let me peel an apple for you. Wife, the doctor said that you are ready to be discharged from the hospital. Will you come home with me then? Hearing this, Wenuru, who originally didn't want to pay attention to Lu Jianjun, finally couldn't help but burst out. Go home? Is that my home? Go away. Come back after I'm discharged from the hospital, and we'll go get a divorce certificate. The man had a bitter expression on his face and replied helplessly, I won't divorce. Oh, you won't divorce? Your mother secretly introduced you to a blind date before we divorced. In the past, she could say that she disliked me because I was in poor health and couldn't have children. But when I was pregnant, she could still do that kind of thing. Wenuru was so angry that her body was shaking. Wife, don't think about it anymore. Then we won't go back. I will rent a yard with you outside, and we will live outside, okay? Lu Jianjun was also helpless. He didn't know why his mother and wife just couldn't get along. While he was in the army, his mother quarreled with his wife every day and secretly introduced him to a blind date, which was discovered by his wife. Lu Jianjun, divorce, you can only choose one between wife and mother. Wenuru said very calmly. I can't choose. Lu Jianjun said helplessly. His current status does not allow him to be labeled as unfilial. Then divorce. Your mother doesn't like me, and we can't live in peace in this life. She used to retreat again and again to her mother-in-law, but she didn't expect that even when she was pregnant and her belly was big, her mother-in-law was still thinking about introducing a woman to her husband. The reason was that she had consulted a fortune teller and was told that she could not give birth to a boy to carry on the family line. The child hasn't been born yet, and she's looking for someone to calculate first. In the end, it was because she didn't like her daughter-in-law. She disliked her for not being able to work and for not being able to serve her. She was really blind at the beginning, not listening to her parents and insisting on marrying this man. He was indeed a potential stock, and he was promoted quickly in the army and had made many achievements. But marriage is really not a matter between two people, but a matter between two families. Her mother-in-law was short-sighted and couldn't stand her daughter-in-law being a lady from a wealthy family, weak and timid. She liked the kind of big-ace women who were easy to give birth to and could do farm work and housework. Wenuru had been a spoiled rich lady since she was a child, so how could she do those things? My mother is old. You don't have to care so much about her. Lu Jianjun couldn't help but say. Until now, he thought Wenuru was angry with him, and she would go back with him after a few soft and hard words. But to his disappointment, Wenuru was really determined this time. Since her mother-in-law didn't value her, and the child in her belly so much, she would take the baby away from that family. Their family always felt that Lu Jianjun was able to get promoted so quickly because of his strong ability. But without her family's mediation, she wanted to see how far Lu Jianjun could go. She was so determined to divorce because of Suhi's advice. Suhi was right. She had to love herself first, then love others. She really loved Lu Jianjun, and Lu Jianjun had always been very good to her. But compared to her, he seemed to love his mother more. She couldn't stop a man from being filial, but she could stay away from this family in the future. I don't care about her, so I plan to divorce directly. Wenuru turned her head away, not wanting to look at Lu Jianjun again. Over the years, she has been hurt because he favored her mother. Suhi, who had been listening outside for a while, probably understood what was going on. Since ancient times, the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been a major unsolved mystery in the world, causing many families to fall apart. Fortunately, Fu Tinghua has been separated from the Fu family. As long as they don't live together, there won't be much conflict. But if Soo-hee wants to please someone, there are still many ways. It depends on whether she is willing to please. Won-yuru is a lady from a wealthy family. Her mother-in-law doesn't like her. She tried hard several times, but she still can't get her love. Won-yuru will not stick to the cold ace again. So the conflict between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law became more and more serious, until this time almost one death and 2 lives. In this comparison, Woo Yanhua is simply a fairy mother-in-law, so she is quite lucky. Soo-hee sorted out her mood and pushed the door directly into the ward. She pretended to be surprised and said, "Hey, Yuru, do you have guests in your ward?" "It's okay, he will leave soon, you sit down." When Yuru, who was just very angry with Lu Jianjun, immediately felt better when she saw Soo-hee. "I won't leave, wife, unless you go home with me." Lu Jianjun is really a person with no emotional intelligence. His wife is still pregnant. He keeps bringing up topics that Won-yuru doesn't want to hear. Isn't it to make her angry? "I said I will divorce you. That place is not my home," Won-yuru said coldly, with a cold face. "Also, I don't want to quarrel with you in front of my friends. Please leave." After being ordered to leave, Lu Jianjun looked at Soo-hee and then at Won-yuru. Helplessly, he had to leave the ward. After the door of the ward was closed, Won-yuru pulled the corner of her mouth and said to Soo-hee, "I'm sorry to embarrass you." Soo-hee walked to her bed and sat down to comfort her. "It's okay, it's nothing. You know, I fought with 2 families in my husband's village." "A fight? With women?" Won-yuru immediately forgot her unhappiness just now and asked with great interest. "Both men and women." Won-yuru looked at Soo-hee with her mouth wide open. "Can you beat a man?" "Sure. Not only can I beat them, I can also fight 6 at once." Soo-hee's proud little expression could not be concealed. However, what Won-yuru likes most is the confidence that Soo-hee exudes from the inside out. These are what she doesn't have. You are not some kind of hermit, right? If she can defeat anyone in the world, then it seems that she has nothing to be afraid of. Won-yuru thought. Ha ha ha, unfortunately, I'm not. I just know some ways to subdue people. But we women still have to protect ourselves and not be bullied in vain. Soo-hee said with blinking eyes. Won-yuru looked at her with admiration. Soo-hee was now her idol, and every word she said went straight to her heart. "I think you are right, I know." Soo-hee did not ask her what she knew, but still told her that he was going back to the countryside tomorrow. "I'm going back to the countryside tomorrow, and I came to tell you." Sure enough, when Won-yuru heard Soo-hee say that she was leaving tomorrow, she felt lost instantly. "When will you be back?" Won-yuru asked. "Next Friday or Saturday, whichever is more convenient." It wasn't long, but Won-yuru was still reluctant to leave. "Then remember to bring your durian."
I want to buy it.
"I don't have much appetite recently, and can't eat anything." "Okay, don't worry, I will bring it when it's ripe and pick the best ones for you." The two talked for a while, and Soo-hee went back. Looking at Soo-hee's leaving back, Won-yuru didn't know why, but she felt like she and Soo-hee had been friends for many years after only knowing each other for 2 days. The main reason was that she felt that Soo-hee was really capable and amazing. With 2 children, she could handle everything in an orderly manner. And her husband was so handsome and loved her so much, which made Won-yuru very envious. After leaving the hospital, Soo-hee went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Today she deliberately didn't bring the 2 children out, letting them play in the yard by themselves, because she only planned to go out for a while. When Soo-hee was choosing vegetables, he suddenly saw a vendor nearby who seemed to be in a riot, pulling a very thin boy to the ground, and then kicked him hard. "You dare to steal my vegetables, I tell you to steal, you steal." The vendor cursed and kicked. Many people nearby came to watch the excitement and then pointed at the boy who was beaten. "Hey, why don't you do something else? Why do you have to do such a sneaky thing?" That's right, nowadays thieves are getting more and more rampant, and they dare to steal things blatantly. Some people who just want to watch the excitement shouted, "Beat him to death, beat him to death." The beaten boy looked extremely thin and helpless. Somehow, it reminded Soo-hee of his brother, who died in an accident. Seeing that someone was about to die, Soo-hee finally couldn't help but take action and stopped the "You witch, mind your own business." The stall owner was embarrassed to see Suhi stop him in 2 or 3 moves. How many vegetables did he steal from you? You've been beating him for so long. Is that enough? Suhi said coldly. Humph, you're good at pretending to be a good person. Then why don't you pay him? The stall owner looked like a ruthless person. Okay, what did he take from you? I'll pay for him. After Suhi said this, he walked to the boy and asked in a gentle voice, Can you tell me what you took from him? It's okay. The things are still yours. I'll buy them for you. The boy was in a mess at this time, with shoe prints all over his body and his clothes were tattered. He raised his head and looked at Suhi carefully, but saw that his face was also swollen. He carefully took something out of his pocket, and everyone looked over and saw that it was a small egg. The egg was not broken even after being kicked for so long by the stall owner, which shows how well he protected the egg. Suhi, who saw this scene, focused his eyes on the stall owner who had just beaten someone, and then glared at the stall owner and said, I stole an egg from you, and you beat him to death? The stall owner himself was a little guilty, but there were so many people watching. Besides, Suhi was a woman, so he became more justified. He stole things, so it was wrong for him. What's wrong with me beating him? Even if he was beaten to death here today, he deserved it. At this time, the onlookers nearby finally couldn't stand it anymore and started to discuss. It's just an egg. It shouldn't be that serious, right? You want to kill someone? I think the boy is quite pitiful. If he stole it, just ask him to return it. Beating him like this, I'm afraid the stall owner will be in big trouble. That's right, I thought he stole something big? It's just an egg. Seeing more and more people starting to speak for the boy, the stall owner knew he was in the wrong and quietly slipped back to his stall. In fact, Suhi thought it would be best to call the police. The boy was beaten like that just now, and he didn't know if his internal organs were injured. Sister, thank you. When Suhi was considering whether to call the police, the boy suddenly came forward and said to Suhi, How do you feel? Are you okay? Suhi asked hurriedly.
I'm fine.
Seeing that the boy was limping a little, Suhi hurriedly went up to support him. I'll take you to the hospital,
Suhi said.
Hearing that he was going to the hospital, the boy quickly refused. No, I'm really fine. Sister, thank you, I'm leaving first. After he said that, he immediately broke away from Suhi's hand and ran away without looking back. After a while, Suhi couldn't even see a shadow. This child can still run so fast. It seems that he should be fine. Suhi didn't care much about this episode. After buying the vegetables, she went home directly. The 2 children were waiting for her at home. When Suhi went out, she told them to lock the door handle of the gate and yard and open it for her when she came back. Arriving at the gate, Suhi knocked on the door. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly had an idea to test the 2 kids' vigilance. So she continued to knock on the door, and after a long time, someone finally responded to her from behind the door. Is it Mommy? Nyo-Nyo's voice. The little guy's soft and sticky voice almost made Suhi break down and want to admit herself. But after thinking about it, she didn't reply and continued to knock on the door.
Who are you?
I won't open the door for you if you don't speak. At this time, the voice of the little adult Z sounded. Guess who I am? Suhi deliberately lowered her voice to tease the 2 kids. Nyo behind the door heard it and recognized it as Suhi's voice.
Mom, it's Mommy.
So the 2 kids moved a stool to the middle of the door and stepped on it to open the door for Suhi. As soon as the door opened, they saw Suhi opening his arms to welcome the 2 kids.
Mom.
Both kids called Suhi excitedly. Suhi squatted down and hugged one of the kids who ran towards her. You guys were great just now. You didn't open the door to strangers. Suhi praised at the right time. Because Mom said that you can't open the door to strangers. Nyo answered quickly. Yes, you must have the awareness of protecting yourself in the future. In the village, too, if a stranger comes to your door and asks you to go somewhere, you must not go, understand? If you find something wrong, shout immediately. There are many uncles in the fields during the day. Mom, we know. Fu Tinghua came back in the evening. It was time to eat again. It was rare for him to experience the feeling of having a wife and children by his side. Come back soon next week, or I'll go back to the village to find you. After dinner, Fu Tinghua brought up the matter again. That's fine. How about you come back to the village to find us on Friday or Saturday and we'll follow you down on Sunday?
He suggested.
Fu Tinghua thought about it and felt that her suggestion was very good, so he agreed. In the evening, after the two children fell asleep, Fu Tinghua called Su-hee out. What's wrong? Su-hee had already taken a shower and was still wearing pajamas. But her pajamas were very conservative, so she didn't think there was anything wrong with what she was wearing. Fu Tinghua looked at her in pajamas, and his ears felt a little hot. No, I just missed you. I won't be able to see you after work tomorrow morning.
Shui.
She has never been in a relationship, but Fu Tinghua is so clingy. She didn't think anything of it at first, but after he said that, Su-hee instantly felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. We'll see each other again next week. Su-hee held back for a long time and could only utter the sentence.
Fu Tinghua.
You don't seem to have any feelings of being reluctant to leave me. Fu Tinghua suddenly lowered his head, and his voice sounded very lost. How should I put it? Su-hee is a person who is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted, especially in terms of feelings. No, I really don't think so. I just think that we will see each other again next week, so... Su-hee was explaining, and suddenly, a very fresh and pleasant breath came to her face. Before she could react, she felt a cool touch on her lips. While Su-hee was talking, Fu Tinghua leaned over and gently pressed his lips on Su-hee's lips. After just a few seconds, he immediately withdrew. Silence. Deathly silence. The two spoke in unison again. I'll go see if Zizi and Nyonyo kicked the quilt. I think I can't find a document. I'll go look for it. After the two finished talking, they quickly returned to their room and closed the door. Fu Tinghua leaned against the door, a little annoyed. He kissed his own wife. Why should he be shy? Touching his lips, thinking of the soft lips he had just kissed, Fu Tinghua felt his body become restless again. However, Su-hee was much calmer than him. After returning to the room, she calmed down. Unexpectedly, Fu Tinghua was so innocent that the kiss was just a light touch of lips. Su-hee couldn't help laughing. What she didn't know was that in the near future, Su-hee wanted to travel back to this period and beat herself up for thinking that Fu Tinghua was innocent. After all, the future Dr. Fu would definitely be the most shameless and beastly person Su-hee had ever seen. The next day, Su-hee took the two children back to the countryside. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the village, someone came to greet Su-hee immediately. Hey, wife Tinghua, are you back from the city?
Yes.
Oh, you feel different after being in the city. You look more beautiful.
Shui.
When passing by the Fu family, Su-hee went to say hello and took out the gifts she bought for the children of the Fu family. Zhuang and the others were surprised to see that their aunt went to the city and still remembered to bring them gifts. Aunt is the best. I love you. Aunt, when will you have Maltos? Why don't you sell it? Su-hee thought about it and decided to sell Maltos after Ji Liangchuan came. Aunt will make it and sell it in 2 days. I will give you a small roll each. Don't eat too much. Yaya couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she heard her words. The Maltos made by Aunt is really sweet and delicious.
Mom.
After talking to the children, Su-hee finally had time to greet Wu Yanhua. Well, you're back? Wu Yanhua looked at Su-hee, who seemed to have lost a lot of weight and was getting more and more beautiful, and her face became more and more pleasant. She and her family Hua were getting more and more compatible, and she raised 2 children who were white and plump. Well, I'm back. The durian should be ripe soon. I plan to pick some durian and take them to the city to see if I can sell them.
Shui replied.
By the way, what is your durian? Your sister-in-law went to the mountain to see it a few days ago and said that the smell was also strange. Is there a smell coming out? It seems that it is indeed ripe. Mom, I don't know how to tell you. How about this? I'll go to the mountain tomorrow to see, pick 2, and bring them back for everyone to try. Wu Yanhua frowned and said, That won't work. Your thing is so valuable. You'd better sell it. Su-hee said at that time that this thing was to be sold to rich people to eat. It was 2 yuan per caddy, and they couldn't afford it. After hearing what her mother-in-law said, Su-hee didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, how can we not eat the fruit grown at home? It's okay, just give it a try. Maybe you won't like it. Wu Yanhua didn't think so. She had to swallow such expensive fruit no matter how bad it tasted. Let's have dinner at home tonight? Wu Yanhua asked. No, Mom, I have to go home and clean up. This is what I bought for you, a set of clothes, and Dad also has one. Su-hee handed over a bag. When Wu Yanhua heard that Su-hee actually remembered to buy things for her, she couldn't stop smiling. Oh, you came all the way here. Why are you buying us clothes? Although the tone was reproachful, he immediately took out clothes. The quality was very good when he touched it. It was made of ice silk fabric, which was extremely cool to wear in summer. He also bought pants. This was actually what Su-hee exchanged in the space, not bought in the city. There were very few such ice silk fabrics in this era, and it was hard to find. I came back in a hurry this time, so I just bought a set of clothes. I hope Mom won't dislike it, Su-hee said with a smile. So when Su-hee wants to get along well with someone, there is nothing she can't do. Look, just a set of clothes can coax Ms. Wu Yanhua. How can I dislike it? I just hope you have this intention. After a few more words, Su-hee took the two children home. Before leaving, Zhuang and the other children were reluctant to leave Su-hee. Su-hee said to them, "Why don't you go to your aunt's house for dinner with her?" The children wanted to, but were stopped by Wu Yanhua. Your aunt just came back from the city and is so tired. Don't disturb her. It's okay for one or two children to eat, but if so many children all go, Wu Yanhua doesn't want her to work so hard. Then wait until tomorrow at noon. Aunt will fry French fries for you, okay? Okay. The children answered in unison. Although I don't know what French fries are, I'm sure what my aunt makes is delicious. After returning home, Su-hee started to clean the house. After replacing the sheets and quilt covers of the two beds with new ones, he had to wash the old quilt covers again. It was a pity that washing machines were not yet popular. In fact, if Su-hee could be lazy, he would be willing to be lazy, but in this era, there is nothing to be desired. If he wants to be lazy in the future, he still needs to make more money. Mom, is Brother Chuan coming to play at home tomorrow? Just after Su-hee finally washed the clothes and quilt covers, Nyo rushed over and asked. Mom doesn't know whether he will come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but if he comes, it should be in the next 2 days. Su-hee replied to her daughter with a smile. Mom, is it true that we want to eat French fries tomorrow? After watching Su-hee dry the clothes, Zizi couldn't help asking. Mom said before that she would fry French fries for them, but it seemed that she had forgotten it since then. Of course it's true, just wait to eat them tomorrow. Su-hee's answer made the two children look forward to it, and they couldn't wait for tomorrow to come. Before leaving, Su-hee told Aunt Nyo to come to her house to help her look after the chickens and her vegetable garden when she asked her to pick vegetables from the vegetable garden near her home. So the two chickens are still fat and raised in the backyard. Su-hee decided that when Ji Liangchuan came to her house, she would catch another chicken to kill. After all, Ms. Zhou brought 2 chickens to her house and gave her 20 yuan. So, she couldn't let her grandson down. For dinner, Su-hee fried scrambled eggs with tomatoes and green vegetables. This dish had been made before and was well received by the 2 children. It was still comfortable to stay in the countryside. It was quiet and cool at night. After taking a bath, the 2 children climbed onto the bed, jumping and jumping, extremely excited. Okay, you guys play. Mommy's going to take a bath too. After instructing the 2 children, Su-hee started to take a bath and did her daily skincare. Her skin is getting better and better now. In fact, it is also due to the skincare products in the space. Those big-name skincare products are not expensive in the space, so Su-hee doesn't feel bad about using them. When she went to bed, the 2 kids had already fallen asleep. Good night, my 2 little darlings. When Su-hee lay on the bed and closed her eyes, Fu Tinghua's handsome face appeared in her mind. She didn't know what he was doing at the moment and whether he was thinking about her. At the beginning, she vowed that she felt that the 2 had been separated for a short time, so she didn't feel reluctant to part with him. But unexpectedly, Su-hee missed him on the first day of separation. As for Fu Tinghua, after work, he went to the hospital cafeteria to eat. His group of doctor friends were also there. Seeing that he didn't go home to eat, Chin Jinrong couldn't help but tease. Hey, our vice president, no one cooks at home? The tone was so sour. Well, she went back to the countryside. Fu Tinghua said in a light tone. TSK, then, do you want to have a drink with us tonight? Yao Wentao couldn't help asking. Fu Tinghua thought about it and refused. I have a family, so I won't go out with you guys. TSK, Fu Tinghua, who are you trying to provoke? Wu Di couldn't help but laugh and scold. Isn't it? I'm afraid my wife will misunderstand. Fu Tinghua raised his eyebrows and said. Seeing his proud look of showing off that he has a wife, the other three were speechless. Who would have thought that Dr. Fu, who used to be aloof and taciturn, would be like this when he was in love, and he wanted to show his love in front of the whole world. The next day, Ji Liangchuan and Ms. Zhou came not long after Su He and the others finished breakfast. The three kids were so excited when they met. Ms. Zhou also started to be polite with Su He. I'm sorry to bother you again. What are you talking about? Look, Zizi and Nyonyo are so happy that Liangchuan is here. Chuaner is the same. He has been thinking about it, and said he would come yesterday. I told him that you might not return to the village until Monday, so I told you to have a good rest for a day, and not to bother you. Su He quickly agreed. We did go home yesterday at noon. Then the time is just right. The two looked at each other and smiled. Ms. Zhou sat for a while and drove back. Su He asked her to have lunch, but she said she had something else to do. She told Ji Liangchuan a few words and drove away. Ji Liangchuan seemed very excited when he came to Su He's place this time, because this time he could stay at Aunt Su's house for a longer time. Aunt Su and the others said that they would go to the city on Sunday and might stay in the city for a long time this time, so Grandma allowed him to stay until Saturday and pick him up. Although she was reluctant to leave Aunt Su and the others, her grandmother promised to take him to the city to play. His uncle worked in the city, so he could visit him by the way. I have to say that the male protagonist is worthy of being the male protagonist. There are relatives everywhere. After hearing the conversation between Ji Liangchuan and Ms. Zhou, Su He couldn't help but sigh. After Ms. Zhou left, she saw that it was still early, so she started to prepare the ingredients for frying French fries. She told the three children, go to Grandma's house and call Zhuang and Yaya to come over. Mom is going to start frying French fries. Several children ran to the village excitedly, chasing each other to see who ran faster. Childhood probably looks like the three children in front of them, carefree. Looking at their backs, Su He felt that she had finally done it and let her two little villains have a wonderful childhood. Brother Zhuang, sister Yaya, brother Nyonyo, brother Shirtu, come to my house. My mother is going to fry French fries. Nyonyo's loud voice sounded before she reached the Fu family. Compared to Su He's fearful and timid appearance when she first crossed over, Nyonyo has now become more outgoing and bold. When Wu Yanhua saw the kids running so fast, she quickly reminded them, oh, run slower, what if you fall down? At this time, Daya also came out of the house. Daya is the eldest daughter of Fu Guiqing and Zhang Xiaohua and the only child in the family who is studying, so she has never been able to play with these kids. What are French fries? Daya asked Nyonyo curiously. French fries are. Nyonyo organized her words, but she had never eaten them, so she couldn't explain them for a while. Take your younger brothers and sisters to your aunt's house, and by the way, take this bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Wu Yanhua started to send things to Su He's family again. Yesterday, she gave the clothes Su He bought to her old man, and the old man was very happy, saying that the clothes were too good, and he had to work in the fields frequently, so he couldn't bear to wear them. That being said, the cracked corners of her mouth never went down. Grandma, aren't you going? Daya asked. I'm not going. I still have to make lunch for your parents later. Grandma, I'll stay and help you. Daya said very sensibly. Go play with your brothers and sisters. Everything your aunt makes is delicious. Looking at her sensible granddaughter, Wu Yanhua loved her so much. Aunt. When Su He was cutting potatoes, there was a call from outside. The children are here. Hey, Aunt is in the kitchen. Su He shouted outside. Daya rushed into Suhi's kitchen with her brothers and sisters and saw their kind-hearted aunt, who had already started frying French fries for them. "Aunt, this is what Grandma asked me to bring," Daya said breathlessly, and handed a plastic bag to Suhi. Hearing this, Suhi quickly wiped his hands on his apron and then took the things that Daya handed over. When he opened it, he saw that it was filled with sweet potatoes and potatoes. "Daya, why did your grandma give these to me?" Suhi asked. "Grandma said that she would fry French fries for you." Daya was very well behaved. After she finished speaking, she looked around the kitchen and then said, "Aunt, let me take these sweet potatoes and potatoes to help you peel them." "Oh, our Daya is so good, okay, then I'll leave it to you." Because she had to go to school before, Daya didn't come to Suhi's house very often, so the two didn't have much contact. Now, Suhi likes Daya more and more. How can she be so sensible? "Mom, I can also help you peel them." Zizi rushed up and said, "And me. And me. I want it too, I want it too." Some kids don't know what to do, and when their brothers and sisters say yes, they follow suit.
Shui.
These little ancestors, does she dare to hold a knife for them? What if she cuts herself? Suhi's head turned quickly, and then he said to the little kids, "Well, I have other tasks for you to do. Can you complete them?" The kids were very excited and said in unison, "Yes." "Okay, go get a basin, put the sweet potatoes and potatoes that Sister Daya has peeled in the basin, and then take them to the backyard to get water to wash them. Send it to me and let me cut it. Can you complete this task?" "Aunt, I can do it," Zhuang said excitedly. "Aunt Sue, I can do it too." Ji Liangchuan also joined in.
Mom.
Nyo was making trouble on the side. Nowadays, mothers are too popular. Everyone likes their own mothers and wants to win their mother's attention. Suhi hugged Nyo in his arms and then said to her gently, "Nyo, can you complete the task with your brothers and sisters?" Nyo can. Suhi smiled and touched her daughter's head, then put her on the ground and let them arrange it themselves. She began to prepare the ingredients, peeling and cutting potatoes and sweet potatoes. Potatoes are used to make French fries, and sweet potatoes are used to make sweet potato fries. Nothing is wasted. Suhi didn't care about these kids, letting them exercise their independence and teamwork ability. Not to mention, they really made things orderly. At a glance, it was Ji Liangchuan who was arranging the command personnel. Yaya and Nyo were squatting next to the water pipe in the yard. Responsible for the children were responsible for washing the potatoes. Zizi and Zhuang were responsible for running to get the peeled sweet potatoes. The other children were responsible for putting the things in the basin and then taking them to Suhi to cut into strips. After cutting into strips, Suhi told the children to rinse the cut sweet potatoes and potatoes with water, otherwise they would be too sticky and soft when fried. She started to light the fire, set up the pot, and pour the oil. When the oil was hot, Suhi poured the French fries that the children had washed into the prepared flour. When the oil was boiling under the high heat, Suhi put the French fries into the oil pan and fried them. Wow, a group of children smelled the aroma of frying, and they couldn't help but gather around Suhi. "Stay away from the fire. I'm afraid the frying will fry you."
Shueri mainit.
But the children were not afraid at all, and asked Suhi excitedly, "Aunt, when can we start eating?" "Fry more and eat later. Don't be in a hurry." She just started frying. Suhi couldn't help laughing. After frying a large bowl of French fries, Suhi took it and placed it on the dining table, and then took out the prepared ketchup. She put a separate bowl of sweet potato fried French fries and sprinkled them with sweet plum seasoning. Suhi tried each kind of French fries herself, and she didn't expect that the first frying would be so successful. She wanted to give herself a thumbs up. The children gathered around the dining table, and when they saw Suhi tasting the food, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. When Suhi said it's ready to eat, a group of children couldn't wait to come forward and pick up the French fries and eat them. Everyone chose the sweet plum fries because the sweet plum fries were big. "Wow, these French fries are so delicious. I like it. Mommy wants more next time." Nyo, the little guy, just started eating this time, and she was thinking about the next time. "Okay, you can make it once every half a month. You can't eat too much of this. It's too hot." As for fried food, Suhi still doesn't recommend children to eat too much. The sweet plum fries were quickly swept away by the children, and everyone stretched their claws to the potato fries. Mom, why are they tasteless? Zizi couldn't help asking after eating one. Add ketchup, like Mom just did. When Suhi tried it just now, there was some ketchup. So after a group of children ordered ketchup, they began to love the taste of ketchup again. It was sour and sweet and delicious. Suhi fried some more fries and asked Daya to take them to Manhwa. At noon, she kept the children at home for lunch and asked them what they wanted to eat. They said they wanted to eat dumplings. It was really fun to eat dumplings at Suhi's house last time. It was mainly because of the atmosphere of making dumplings together that made the group of children feel happy. Daya was going to go back to help Wu Yanhua make lunch. Suhi saw that she was so sensible, so she couldn't help feeling distressed. Then go ahead. Tomorrow your aunt will take maltose to sell and give you more. Suhi touched Daya's head and said with a smile. Okay, Auntie, you are so nice. Daya looked at Suhi with a silly look. You're also very good and sensible. Auntie is proud of you. Suhi gave Daya a few more instructions and then let her go back to the Fu family. On her side, she began to prepare to knead the flour and let the children make dumplings by themselves. Childhood only comes once. Suhi hopes that through her own efforts, these children can have an unforgettable childhood in their hearts. Especially for the two children in her family, making them happy is more important than anything else. So Suhi doesn't mind the trouble at all. She is such a person who can do everything with ease. After the last experience of making dumplings, the children made much better this time. Although the shapes are a bit strange, at least they all remembered to put the stuffing in. Suhi felt funny when he thought of the last time Fu Tinghua forced a smile and ate the rabbit made by Nyonyo. Wow, I've made another one. It's really pretty. Auntie, take a look. Are my dumplings pretty? Zhuang was very satisfied with his masterpiece and insisted that Suhi show it to him. Well, very good. Keep up the good work. Mom, where are mine? Zizi was not to be outdone. They're all great, but you can only make as many as you eat. You have to finish the dumplings you made yourself. Shueri maindi. Mom, I want to make some for you. Nyonyo looked at Suhi with an expression that said, Mom, please praise me.
Shui.
Thank you, but you don't have to. After lunch, Zhuang and the others went home by themselves. Suhi was left alone with the three children, and peace returned to her. After she cleaned up the kitchen, she sent the three children to take a nap. Maybe because they were too excited just now, the children didn't go to bed consciously. After Suhi left the room, Jil Yongchuan couldn't help but say to Zizi and Nyonyo, it would be nice if I was also Aunt Sue's son. Humph, you want our mother. Zizi snorted coldly. If I become your brother, I will help you beat up anyone who dares to bully you in the future. Brother Chuan, can't you help us now? Nyonyo suddenly asked.
Yiliang-kun.
If someone dares to bully Zizi and Nyonyo now, he will definitely help beat them up. I don't know if there is any way to make Aunt Sue my mother. This little problem has always puzzled Ji Liangchuan until he grew up and found that there is really a way. In the afternoon, Suhi waited until the sun was not so big and took a few children to the mountain. The durian she had been planning to plant since she crossed over was finally ready for harvest. First of all, she must not suffer herself, so she picked a few to eat first. Ji Liangchuan seemed very excited to be able to go up the mountain again. Last time, he met the standard to complete Suhi's task and found a lot of mushrooms. As soon as they approached the halfway point of the mountain, Suhi smelled the fragrance of durian. And Zizi pinched his nose and frowned and asked, Mom, what is so stinky? Well, Zizi, you have lost the qualification to eat the king of fruits. This is the smell of durian.
Zizi.
Mom, I think it smells very good. Nyonyo sniffed hard and said. The other two little boys silently moved away from her. Try it later and see if it tastes good. Suhi touched her daughter's head and said, Yeah, I want to eat it. Nyonyo was very excited. Humph, the two stinky brothers have no taste. Mom won't let them eat it. When they arrived under the durian tree, Suhi looked up. Wow, every durian tree was full of dense durian. The space customer service really didn't lie to me. This yield is really awesome. You wait here for me, I'll go pick durian. Suhi put down the backpack and said. Looking at the tall durian tree, Zizi was very worried. Mom, why don't we wait for Dad to come back and ask him to pick the fruits? This tree is too high and too dangerous. It's okay, Mom can pick it, Suhi said confidently. After preparing, Suhi jumped directly, then stepped on a tree with one foot and used the tree as a springboard to quickly climb up a durian tree. She observed this durian tree and found that the durians were already very ripe. When she was almost done climbing, Suhi said to the children, Zizi, Liang Chuan, hand me the pole next to you. After hearing this, the two boys immediately joined forces and handed the long pole to Suhi. After receiving the pole, Suhi used the pole to push the durian. When she felt it was about right, she pressed the switch, and the fishing net directly wrapped the entire durian. Suhi exerted force with her hands, and the durian entered the fishing net. Fortunately, Suhi's arm strength is good. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the weight of the durian, and the pole would not be able to hold it. Zizi, Liang Chuan, take Nyunyo away, Suhi said to the children on the tree. After hearing Suhi's words, Zizi and Ji Liangchuan immediately pulled Nyunyo away. You go find mushrooms. Don't come over here to Mom. After Suhi shouted, he turned off the switch of the fishing net. After collecting the net, the durian was thrown steadily to the ground. But the distance was not high, and with Suhi's strength control, the durian was not hurt at all and was intact. Suhi picked several durians according to this method, and then went to pick another tree. Put a few durians on the ground and put all the others into the space. The three children also listened to Suhi's words and looked for mushrooms obediently. Ji Liangchuan lived up to everyone's expectations and found another mushroom field. The clever kid identified them, pointed at the mushrooms that Suhi had picked, and said, just pick these kinds, don't pick the others. Mom said that many mushrooms are poisonous, so you have to wait for him to identify them before you can pick them. When Suhi felt that the durians were almost picked, he went to find the three kids and saw a pile of mushrooms piled by the three kids. Wow, you guys are so great, right?
You found so many mushrooms again,
Suhi said happily. There are many kinds of mushrooms in it, and they can be exchanged for points in the space. Mom, it was Brother Chuan who found it, Nyunyo said. Wow, Liang Chuan is great. After getting Suhi's praise, Ji Liang Chuan was shy. When they went down the mountain, the sun was almost setting. With a full harvest, Suhi took the three kids home. He definitely couldn't kill the chicken today because there was not enough time. So Suhi casually fried 2 dishes, and after finishing dinner, he took the kids and durian to the Fu family in the village. Along the way, Suhi met many women who were gossiping after dinner. Suhi couldn't help but think of the scene where college students were returning to the village and dared not walk past such a crowd. At this time, even a dog passing by would be criticized, right? But who is Suhi? She is not afraid of being criticized. If she is not thick-skinned, she would not be able to sit in that high position in her previous life. She walked through the crowd of women with a few children. When they saw Suhi, the women who were chatting enthusiastically fell silent instantly. Under the gaze of a group of people, Suhi walked very naturally and greeted the ants she knew. After she walked away, everyone retracted their gazes. That person just now, is it Tinghua's daughter-in-law? That's right.
She actually
became so beautiful? She has never been ugly, just fat. After losing weight, she must be beautiful. How could she not be ugly before? Someone retorted, then suddenly found that no one dared to answer her. Hey, sister, how dare you gossip about her? She has fought with 2 families in the village and she won. Notorious in the village, but even if she knew, she wouldn't care. No one dared to come to her house to provoke her, and she was happy to be free. When they arrived at the Fu family, Fu Dajuan was sitting at the gate enjoying the breeze. Dad. He greeted the Fu family.
Hey, Sue.
As soon as Fu Dajuan saw her, he immediately smiled. His wife was becoming more and more sensible. Originally thought it was a mediocre marriage, Fu Dajuan now felt that Suhi was very suitable for his son. His son was too busy at work, But Soo-hee could keep the house tidy and orderly at home, so that his son could go to work with peace of mind and without worries. "Dad, I picked some durian, bring it over to eat," Soo-hee said and put the basket on the ground. From a distance, Fu Dajuan could smell the strange smell of durian. He couldn't help but cover his nose and then said, "Soo-hee, are you sure this thing it?" Fu Dajuan couldn't say any more. He was afraid of hitting his daughter-in-law. "Dad, it may not smell good, but it's really delicious. I'll open the durian first, and then you can see if you can eat it." After Soo-hee finished speaking, he took the backpack to the living room of the Fu family. At this time, other people in the Fu family also gathered around. "Wow, this durian, why does it look so strange, with thorns all over the body?" "Yeah, what's inside? Can it really be eaten?" Everyone discussed curiously. Except for a few people in the Fu family who couldn't stand the smell of durian and covered their noses, most other people could still accept it. But the smell of durian was so strong that others couldn't help frowning. Opening durian has always been very popular in the modern world. Because no one knows what the durian looks like inside, whether the blind box will fail. Today, Soo-hee opened 5 durians in a row, and each chamber was filled with durian pulp. So far, no empty chamber has been found. Great, Soo-hee is also full of sense of accomplishment for opening such good durian pulp. Others don't quite understand Soo-hee's ideas, but seeing her excitement every time she opens a durian, they are also mobilized by her emotions. Durian is something that not every chamber has pulp, so we grow it very well, Soo-hee said to everyone. Now, everyone finally knows what she is excited about. This fruit is so expensive, but not every chamber can open the pulp. To rip off, right? Fortunately, Soo-hee didn't hear this idea. The durian she planted is not a rip-off at all. The durian skin is thin, and the flesh is plump, which is much better than the blind boxes she opened before. After opening the few durians she brought, Soo-hee also divided the flesh of a durian into several halves. After the portions were divided equally, Soo-hee said, "It's okay, let's eat." Wu Yanhua, who had not spoken, asked hesitantly, "How do you eat it?"
"Shui."
She picked up a piece of durian flesh and put it in her mouth and started eating. Yes, that's the taste. It's really delicious. So sweet and fragrant. Seeing her eating with such relish, the other members of the Fu family couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Wu Yanhua and Fu Dajuan both took the durian flesh and started eating it. After trying the taste, Wu Yanhua's eyes lit up. It was really delicious. Fu Dajuan pinched his nose and put the durian flesh into his mouth, but surprisingly, the taste was so good. It was strangely sweet, but it smelled too stinky. It's not that you can't eat it with your nose pinched. Not to mention the children, they all loved it, mainly because durian is sweet. Which child doesn't like to eat sweet things? Even if someone like Zizi said that durian was stinky at the beginning, he couldn't help but eat 2 pieces. Soon, the durian that Soo-hee had just opened was swept away by the Fu family. Everyone was a little embarrassed, and while saying it was smelly, they honestly picked up 1 piece after another and started eating. Seeing that the durian was gone, Zhuang couldn't help asking, "Aunt, I like to eat this. When can I eat it next time?" Before Soo-hee could reply, Zhang Xiaohua covered her son's mouth and taught him a lesson. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. This is taken out by the family to sell for money. You can't eat it. After trying the durian this time, the Fu family was more confident in selling durian. And this durian is so expensive, they definitely can't eat it often. It's more expensive than meat. How can they eat it often? After all, they can't even bear to buy meat to eat. Let's eat it once every half a month, Aunt promises you, Soo-hee said with a smile. Another half a month? It feels so long. But thinking that they can still eat sweet fruits in the future, everyone can't help but get excited again. At this time, Chen Shufin's voice came from outside. Dajuan, Dajuan. She called Fu Dajuan's name from a distance. After hearing her voice, Wu Yanhua's face sank. Her sister-in-law came to her husband's house all day long, and those who didn't know would think it was her husband, which made her so angry. So Wu Yanhua went out to meet Chen Shufin and then asked, "Sister-in-law, what's the matter?" Chen Shufin looked annoyed when she saw her. "I'm looking for Dajuan." Isn't it the same to look for me or Dajuan? Why do you have to look for my husband? Wu Yanhua said this very impolitely, almost saying that she, a widow, came to her husband's house all day long, and she wanted to her husband. Chen Shufan was so angry that she couldn't speak. She pointed at Wu Yanhua's nose and kept saying you, but she couldn't say anything. I don't want to talk to you. I just want to look for Dajuan. After she said that, she pushed Wu Yanhua away and walked towards Fu's house. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Fu Dajuan, the victim, had to come out of the house and then smiled at Chen Shufan. Sister-in-law, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Shufan glared in the direction of Wu Yanhua and then said, Dajuan, your wife is really good at sowing discord.
Fu Dayun.
Huh, my wife doesn't mean anything else, sister-in-law, you think too much. Sister-in-law, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Shufan bypassed Fu Dajuan and walked into the living room of the Fu family. As she walked in, she said, Are you eating something delicious? So mysterious? It turned out that she came to beg for money. Seeing her shameless appearance, everyone in the Fu family couldn't help rolling their eyes. Why is it so smelly? What did you eat at home?
It smells like.
Wu Yanhua went into the living room for a while and was immediately smoked out by the smell of durian. She covered her nose and said with disgust, Dajuan, what the Hades is this in your house? It stinks so bad. If you don't like the smell, just leave. Why do you have to rush to my house? Wu Yanhua wanted to roll her eyes to the sky. She had thought it through. If Fu Dajuan was still blindly filial and respected his sister-in-law, who came to her house all day to beg for money, she would divorce him to show him. Hey, Wu Yanhua, what are you talking about? If there is anything delicious, you want to hide and eat it yourself, not for my family. Chen Shufan started to make trouble again. Dajuan, do you still care about your wife? Seeing her ordering her husband around, Wu Yanhua felt a blockage in her heart. He was also speechless when watching the dispute between the three. In her opinion, her father-in-law has always been a very decent and fair person, but a little too decent. When facing her sister-in-law, he was too indecisive. Now he was always disturbed by Chen Shufan, which affected the harmony of the family. Although her mother-in-law has a dull personality, it is obvious that she is on the verge of exploding now. This kind of person who usually seems to care nothing, once she makes up her mind, it is not impossible that she might really want to divorce her father-in-law. So she stepped forward and said, Aunt, we really don't have anything good at home. We were just trying that stinky thing. Do you want to try it? When she heard that Fu Dajuan's family was just trying that stinky thing, Chen Shufan immediately widened her eyes, and then looked at Fu Dajuan's family with an expression of why are you eating? Dajuan, there is nothing to eat at home, and there is no need to eat something that stinks like. Oh, I didn't know that your family was so difficult, and I said I would borrow some rice from your house to eat. In this era, not every family cooked white rice. The staple food of many people is sweet potatoes, corn, or steamed buns made of coarse flour. Nowadays, the production of rice is not as high as it was in later generations. We don't have rice to lend you. When will you pay back the rice and money you borrowed from us several times before? Before Fu Dajuan even opened his mouth, Wu Yanhua began to demand the debt. You are so stingy, Dajuan. Don't forget that when you were little, it was your sister-in-law who raised you with all her might. Come on, when you married, my husband was already in his teens and could help with farm work at home. Was it really necessary for you to raise him with all her might? Wu Yanhua immediately retorted. I don't have any, but I must have a husband who died early, right? Because of Dajuan and his brothers, my husband got sick and died early, leaving us orphans and widows. Wu Yanhua, you are such a heartless person, so ungrateful. After just 2 sentences, the two started arguing, even to the point of fighting. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Fu Dajuan hurried forward and pulled Wu Yanhua away. Say less, my eldest sister-in-law is a bit unreasonable in her indulgence, but what she said later is not wrong. My eldest brother did suffer from illness in order to raise us brothers and died early. Hearing this, Wu Yanhua sneered and then asked, So what? Do you plan to live like this for the rest of your life? being entangled by your eldest sister-in-law? Then why doesn't she go to find Daekong and the others? Just find you? Isn't it because of your indulgence again and again? Daekong's wife and the others have fallen out with Chen Shufan a long time ago, and only I have been brainwashed by you day after day. Fu Dajuan, I've had enough of you, and I want to divorce you. Every time Chen Shufan came to visit, Wu Yanhua would file for divorce with Fu Dajuan. Fu Dajuan was also tormented by this matter and became miserable. Wife, hey, I know, it's all my fault, but I really can't let my dead elder brother down. You don't want to let him down, so let me down? Sooner or later, I'll be mad at you to death. As Wu Yanhua spoke, she felt a blockage in her chest and couldn't breathe. Hey, wife, don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry. What if you get sick from anger? Fu Dajuan hurried forward, patted Wu Yanhua on the back, and comforted her. On Chen Shufan's side, seeing Wu Yanhua being pulled away by Fu Dajuan, she instantly felt very proud. Humph, Dajuan still sided with her sister-in-law, and he seemed to have suppressed Wu Yanhua. To put it bluntly, she was actually jealous of Wu Yanhua because her husband loved her and gave birth to many boys. Fu Datsai didn't marry her because he liked her. At that time, the Fu family was poor, and Fu Datsai actually liked another girl, but he couldn't marry her because he couldn't afford the bride price. Chen Shufan was well known for her hot temper in the area, and no one came to propose marriage to her when she reached the age. Fu Datsai's choice of her was also a bad idea. After the two got married, Fu Datsai was also lukewarm towards her. The two were more like living together, and there was no love between husband and wife. Chen Shufan's rogue and hot temper made Fu Datsai speechless many times. But after all, she was his daughter-in-law, and she even injured her body to give birth to a son for him. So before leaving, Fu Datsai asked his younger brother Fu Dajuan to help him take care of his wife and children. Among the brothers of Fu Dajuan's generation in the Fu family, only Fu Dajuan was the most upright and filial and remembered the kindness. So how could Chen Shufan not be jealous of Wu Yanhua? Fu Dajuan and Wu Yanhua got married only after they fell in love with each other. After marriage, Fu Dajuan was very considerate to Wu Yanhua. Fu Dajuan basically listened to Wu Yanhua on all the big and small matters at home. The two seldom quarreled, and even if they did, Fu Dajuan never hit his wife. And what about Fu Datsai? He has been using cold violence against Chen Shufan since she married him, and the two seem to be just muddling along. Love her? Not true. The sisters-in-law obviously live in the same family, but because of their husbands' different attitudes towards themselves, their situations are very different. Later, Wu Yanhua gave birth to several sons for Fu Dajuan, which made Chen Shufan feel more crisis-ridden. There are so many men in their family. If she is not a little fierce, won't they be bullied to death in the future? In the rural era, families without or with few men were indeed easy to be bullied. Not only were they bullied by the villagers, but once the conflicts between sisters-in-law intensified, they could be bullied to death. So Chen Shufan made a scene all the way, making Fu Dajuan's family avoid her. Thinking of this, Chen Shufan couldn't help but feel proud. What's the use of having so many men in the family? Aren't they all going to give in to her? Wu Yanhua, how could she be so lucky? Now she has a son who is a doctor in the city, and her son gets up early and goes to bed late just to support the family. So if she doesn't go to her house to beg for money, her son will continue to suffer. As for Chen Shufan's thoughts, it comes down to Fu Dajuan. Which of Fu Dajuan's sons doesn't get up early and go to bed late? There are more men and more people to support, but these problems are not within Chen Shufan's consideration. Seeing that her parents-in-law went to the other side to quarrel again, He couldn't help shaking her head in her heart. Chen Shufan alone actually made the Fu family so chaotic. She came to the Fu family a few times, and she met Chen Shufan making trouble every time. This means that Chen Shufan must often come to make trouble in places where she can't see. Why did she admire her mother-in-law Wu Yanhua a little? She can be so tolerant. If Fu Tinghua had the same foolish and filial character as her father-in-law, He would divorce him in a minute and no longer consider their future at all. There is no other reason. Soo-hee is not a woman who can bear it and swallow her anger. The aunt Chen Shufin in front of her looked at the backs of her parents-in-law with a smug look on her face, which Soo-hee couldn't stand. So she said, "Aunt, do you know that once a favor is used up, it is worthless? When my father-in-law thinks it through and explodes, he will no longer care whether your family lives or dies. Do you believe it?" After hearing Soo-hee's words, Chen Shufin couldn't help but glared at Soo-hee fiercely. "When is it your turn as a junior to interfere in our elders' affairs? Who do you think you are?" Chen Shufin shouted at Soo-hee loudly, louder than the voice. "Who wouldn't? Yes, I am nothing. My family Hua is also nothing." "So, in the eyes of Aunt, my family Hua is nothing? Then why do you always want to ask my family Hua to help your grandson see a doctor? You want to take advantage of my family Hua while saying that my family Hua is nothing." Soo-hee's voice was very loud and soon attracted the attention of Wu Yanhua and Fu Dajuan, who were arguing. Chen Shufin was a little dumbfounded by Soo-hee shouting. When did she say that Fu Tinghua was nothing? Wasn't she talking about Soo-hee? But seeing that Soo-hee actually lost face in front of so many people, Chen Shufin just wanted to get back on her feet quickly. "It's natural for your family to help my family. I tell you, you can't get rid of me. No matter how well Fu Tinghua does, he is still my junior and has to listen to me in everything. Your father Fu Dajuan listens to me, and you guys are rebelling and talking back to me, an elder." Chen Shufin's words were heard by Wu Yanhua and Fu Dajuan, who happened to come over. Wu Yanhua was so angry that her face turned red. This Chen Shufin is really getting more and more shameless. Fu Dajuan, who originally had an upright and generous expression on his face, couldn't help but look gloomy after listening to Chen Shufin's words. Seeing that his parents-in-law had come, Soo-hee didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. "Tinghua and I have separated. Even if I don't help you, what can you do?" Soo-hee asked coldly. "Oh, believe it or not, as long as I tell Dajuan, your family will have to help even if they don't want to. Your family will never be able to pay off what they owe my family," Chen Shufin said violently. At this time, many villagers had arrived at the door of the Fu family and watched this farce. Seeing that Chen Shufin came to the Fu family to ask for money again, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Fortunately, they are not Chen Shufin's relatives. Such a person is really unlucky for anyone who meets him. Fu Dajuan and Wu Yanhua are also unlucky for 8 lifetimes to have such a relative. But everyone just watched and didn't dare to make any comments. Chen Shufin is too powerful. With her violent personality and her poisonous mouth that she wishes everyone in the world could hear, no one wants to provoke such a shameless person. The most important thing is that Chen Shufin and Fu Dajuan's family are willing to fight and suffer, and there is nothing others can do. Chen Shufin's words made Soo-hee speechless, because she couldn't refute it. Could she just say in front of the Fu family and the villagers that Fu Tinghua listened to her, and if she asked Fu Tinghua not to help her, would Fu Tinghua not help her? First of all, there was no need to lose face for her father-in-law. Secondly, she didn't know who Fu Tinghua would listen to if she and her father-in-law stood on the opposite side. So she just shut up. Now that things have come to this, if her father-in-law Fu Dajuan doesn't stand up and say a few words, Soo-hee won't bother to care about Chen Shufin going to the Fu family to make a scene in the future. Because she was too disappointed, she was afraid that she would be angry. The scene was a bit awkward for a while, and at this moment, Fu Dajuan finally spoke. "Sister-in-law, I, Fu Dajuan, am the only one who owes your family money, not my descendants. If you want my children to work like slaves for your family in the future, that's impossible. Over the years, I think I have lived up to my elder brother's instructions and have taken care of his wife and children with all my heart. But forgive my limited ability. You really want too much, and I can't give it to you. I have recorded everything you have taken from my family over the years. Don't worry, you don't have to pay it back. These will be evidence that I have lived up to my elder brother's instructions. I, Fu Dajuan, have not let anyone down." Fu Dajuan's long list of heartfelt words stunned Chen Shufin. Chen Shufin was furious and anxious that Fu Dajuan, who usually obeyed her orders, was going to break off relations with her and even recorded the things and money she gave her. Dajuan, you. What are you talking about?
You.
Are you going to break off relations with me? Chen Shufan shouted anxiously. If that's how sister-in-law understands it, then so be it. Of course, if you ask me for help again in the future, I will still help you in some areas within my capacity out of humanitarianism. But my wife and children don't owe you anything. It's impossible to take advantage of them in the future. After Fu Dajuan finished speaking, he turned and looked at Wu Yanhua. Especially my wife, who has been putting up with you for so many years because of my foolish filial piety. Go away and don't come to my house again. You know that there are many men in my family, right? He didn't expect that her father-in-law Fu Dajuan would be so blatantly threatening others when he got angry. Did I really misjudge him? He couldn't help but applaud him. And Chen Shufan, who was threatened, was so scared that she started to tremble when she saw that the honest man Fu Dajuan had exploded. What she relies on now is Fu Dajuan's guilt toward her. If Fu Dajuan's family doesn't help her in the future. Thinking of how she has offended so many families in the village, Chen Shufan couldn't help but shudder. Dajuan's sister-in-law did speak a little too much today. You know me, I speak like this, without a doorknob. In the future, we will be the same as before. I won't say anything nonsense. After Chen Shufan finished speaking, she showed a flattering smile to Fu Dajuan. And how could she fool Fu Dajuan, who had made up his mind, go back with just a few words? Sister-in-law, go back. Don't disturb our family again in the future. Fu Dajuan said with a cold face. Don't mention it. Looking at his expression, he is quite fierce. As the saying goes, don't mess with an honest person. When an honest person gets angry, he is more terrifying than anyone else. Dajuan. You are so unfilial. My deceased husband died of illness early, leaving us an orphan and a widow. How pitiful, how pitiful. Chen Shufan simply sat on the ground and started to throw a tantrum. But few people at the scene sympathized with her. They were all from the same village, and they all knew Chen Shufan's temper to some extent. If we talk about pity, Fu Dajuan should be more pitiful, right? Look, he is also exhausted by Chen Shufan at this moment. In the past, Chen Shufan used this way of throwing a tantrum to soften Fu Dajuan's heart. But this time, she cried for so long, but Fu Dajuan turned around and left, not even looking at her. Dajuan. This time, Chen Shufan was really anxious and immediately got up to find Fu Dajuan. Fu Dajuan couldn't help her. There was only one male in her family. If Fu Dajuan didn't help her family, what would happen to her children and grandchildren in the future? It can be said that Chen Shufan's thinking is too backward. Now that reform and opening up have been going on for so long, the country has also stabilized. How can there be a situation where people are bullied everywhere because there are too many male children? Now the country is cracking down, and everyone is afraid of committing crimes. But boys are her obsession. She always feels that Fu Datsai was so cold to her because she gave birth to few boys. Little did she know that when a person has no love for another person, he will not like the other person no matter what. When Fu Datsai was young, he also met the woman who amazed and moved him, but unfortunately the two of them did not end up together. Chen Shufan and that woman have very different personalities, which disappointed Fu Datsai. Whenever he saw his wife being so unreasonable, and like a shrew, Fu Datsai gave up the idea of having a good talk with her. Because the two of them were simply talking at cross purposes and had no common language. Chen Shufan never looked for reasons from herself. With her futile thinking, her brain could not turn so many corners. Chen Shufan, who wanted to rush up to find Fu Dajuan, was stopped by someone. When Chen Shufan looked up, she saw her son Fu Wu looking at her with a tired face. Son, your second uncle doesn't want to take care of our family anymore. When she saw her son, Chen Shufan couldn't hold it anymore, crying and making a fuss. Mom, stop making a fuss, come home with me. Fu Wu said bitterly. I won't go back. I'm going to find your second uncle and ask him if he still has a conscience and wants to break off relations with our family. Even now, Chen Shufan still doesn't think she is wrong. Mom, please, save some face for your son. Our family is not living a bad life now. Why do you always want to take advantage of your second uncle's family? Fu Wu was also very tired. His mother will never change the bad habit of taking advantage of others, especially taking advantage of his second uncle's family. I'm not doing this for you. You are also an unfilial person. Qin Shufan yelled at Fu Wu. The crowd watching on the side shifted their sympathetic eyes to Fu Wu. Being stared at like this, Fu Wu also felt exhausted. In fact, he had envied the son of his second uncle since he was a child. Although his mother always doted on him, and the sisters in the family also served him, and all the delicious and nutritious things went into his stomach, he still envied his second uncle's family. He liked his sisters very much, but his mother scolded them for losing money all day long. He liked to play with his brothers and sisters in his second uncle's family, but Qin Shufan did not allow it, saying that he was born to enjoy happiness and the second uncle's family would have to do hard labor in the future. When he was a child, he was not allowed to work and wanted him to learn technology, but he couldn't do it at all. After his father passed away, he had to take over the farm work at home, and it was very difficult to learn from scratch. His mother went to other people's homes to beg for money all day long, and there were rumors everywhere in the village, but his mother was like a deaf person, and she just couldn't hear it. At the beginning, he almost couldn't even get married, and no one dared to marry their daughter to him. After all, his mother was famous for favoring boys over girls. On the other hand, the second uncle's family is extremely united, and the wives married by the male members are better than the other. The luckiest thing in his life is that he married his current wife despite his mother's dissuasion. But because his wife gave birth to several girls, his mother still despised her. Countless nights, he looked up at the sky, wondering why he had such a mother. But this is his mother after all. She has always been the one who found food for him, even if she didn't want to eat it herself since he was a child. He can't just ignore it. Everyone can blame her and hate him, but he can't. He has taken all the benefits, so what qualifications does he have? Mom, go back. Believe me, I can make our family better and better in the future. Listen to me, don't bother the second uncle's family anymore. If you continue like this, it will only make the second uncle more annoyed. I'm afraid that if there is anything in our family in the future, the second uncle will no longer care. Qin Shufan didn't listen to the first half of the words at all, but she listened to the second half. Yes, I can't let Dejun get tired of her anymore. Otherwise, what will happen if I don't help their family in the future? Dejun, I'm going home first, and I'll come to see you another day. When she said this, the Fu family members all said in their hearts, "Duan, come again." After Qin Shufan was taken away by Fu Wu, the villagers dispersed. But they just didn't gather around the Fu family to discuss, but went to other places to talk about the Fu family and Qin Shufan. I've wanted to tell Qin Shufan about this for a long time. She was so arrogant when she went to the Fu family to beg for money. Only Wu Yanhua could tolerate it. If it were me, I wouldn't tolerate it for a moment. So what? Fu Dajuan is filial. What can we do? Oh, he has a reputation for being filial. Wouldn't that make his wife and children suffer? That's right. If my husband is like this, I will divorce him. You dare to divorce? Come on. We're so old. Who would want us if we divorce? Can I live on my own? How can I live on my own when I don't have any land? That's right. Nowadays, women don't have the right to inherit land. Even if they have children, the land is left to the sons, and the daughters have nothing. The women were talking passionately, and it can be seen how much they like to eat melons. On the Fu family side, seeing that Fu Dajuan finally figured it out, the Fu family members were relieved. Don't give your aunt anything when she comes to our house to ask for something. Fu Dajuan instructed everyone in the Fu family. Although no one said anything, everyone was happy from their expressions. Fu Dajuan originally felt that he could not help his sister-in-law for a few more years, so he would help her if he could. But Qin Shufan should never touch his bottom line. His bottom line is Fu Tinghua. This son is the most outstanding son in his Fu family. He should not be dragged down by these extremely bad relatives in the family. As a father, he could not help his son in any way, but he could not become a burden to his son. He also saw that Fu Tinghua was the lifeblood of his parents-in-law, so he used Fu Tinghua to start with. I'm afraid that Chen Shufan can't figure out why Fu Dajuan suddenly ignored her even if she racked her brains. After Fu Wu pulled Chen Shufan to the door of the house, Chen Shufan seemed to wake up from a dream. She turned around and said, "Son, no, I have to go to your second uncle to make it clear. His family can't ignore us mother and son." Seeing this, Fu Wu couldn't help but feel disappointed with his mother. "Mom, don't you know where you are wrong now?" "Where did I go wrong? Didn't Fu Dajuan promise to help your father take care of us mother and son?" Chen Shufan said confidently.
Mom.
Fu Wu suddenly yelled. "Mom, he is my second uncle, not my father. You have no right to let him take care of us. It's just a promise. He has been able to do this for so many years, which is very worthy of my father's entrustment. Mom, the second uncle has his own wife and children. You are not his wife, and I am not his son. Please don't bother him anymore." As if the fig leaf was torn off, Chen Shufan looked at her son in disbelief, opened her mouth, but finally said nothing. She looked ugly and returned to her room in despair. Fu Wu's wife saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," let her face reality. When did she fall in love with Fu Dajuan? Maybe it was because her husband treated her like a stranger, but Fu Dajuan could help Wu Yanhua boil water and wash her hair? So she has always been targeting Wu Yanhua. Yes, she is jealous. Married into the same family, why should she stay alone in the empty room all day, while Wu Yanhua is loved by Fu Dajuan everywhere? At first, she was envious, jealous, and hateful, but later, she couldn't help thinking, if only she was the woman loved by Fu Dajuan. Her husband died in his 40s, and she became a widow in her 40s. In her 40s, women are the most hungry and lack love, but she herself has become a widow, and the point is that she has also had feelings for her brother-in-law. Fu Dajuan is so handsome, so there is no ugly baby born. Look at Fu Tinghua. Didn't he inherit Fu Dajuan's handsomeness? Anyway, Chen Shufan would never admit that the brothers of the Fu family inherited Wu Yanhua's appearance. So she just wanted to find a sense of existence in front of Fu Dajuan. Everyone said that she was begging for money, so she was begging for money. Whenever she saw Fu Dajuan's helpless look, Chen Shufan imagined that it was Fu Dajuan's expression of pampering her. Doesn't she know that she is annoying like this? Doesn't she know that people in the village gossip about her? But she can't control herself. If she wants to see Fu Dajuan, she can only find this excuse. Moreover, the more she behaves in an annoying way, the less likely people will discover her little thoughts. Some people in the village say that she is a shrew and likes to take advantage of others. The Fu family is really unlucky to meet her. But no one has ever said that she, Chen Shufan, has improper thoughts about her brother-in-law. Unexpectedly, it was her own son who exposed this fig leaf. She cannot care about other people's opinions, but she cares about her son's. Would her Fu Wu find her disgusting? Chen Shufan was very scared and even felt cold all over. The Fu family, seeing Chen Shufan being pulled away by Fu Wu, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Dad, will our family really not care about my aunt and her family anymore?" Fu Guoqing stepped forward and asked Fu Dajuan carefully. "I will definitely help with small things, but I won't lend money or food. And don't let her eat for free in the future," Fu Dajuan said with a cold face. It was his indulgence that made the eldest sister-in-law more and more excessive. "Second brother, I heard that the eldest sister-in-law came to trouble you again?" At this time, Fu Daikong also came over. Fu Daikong is Fu Dajuan's younger brother. In Fu Dajuan's generation, there were 3 brothers and 2 daughters in the family. The daughters were all married, and the 3 brothers of the Fu family had long since separated. Fu Daikong had cut off contact with Chen Shufan a long time ago. He was not as good a man as Fu Dajuan, who always relied on Chen Shufan. "It's okay. I won't be able to control their family anymore."
Fu Daiyun sighed.
"Second brother, you've done a good job. You shouldn't let your eldest sister-in-law get away with it, because she'll get ahead of you." Fu Daikong was also deeply poisoned by Chen Shufan. He didn't like this eldest sister-in-law at all. She was unreasonable, a shrew, and loved to take advantage of others. Anyway, in Fu Daikong's opinion, he couldn't find a single good point in her. But what could he do? The family was poor at the beginning, and the eldest brother had to marry her. Although he ignored Chen Shufan, he still secretly interacted with Fu Wu, asking him to find him privately if he had any problems. After all, she was the only blood of the eldest brother, and Fu Tsong couldn't really ignore it. It has to be said that the family style of the Fu family is good, and the only bad one is Chen Shufan. Okay, let's not talk about her. How is your family recently? Is the food in the fields growing well? Fu Dajuan asked his brother with a smile. Although the family was separated and the younger brother moved to another place to build a house, the relationship between the two families was still very good. The main reason was that both sides were prudent and did not bother each other all day long. When both sides had problems, they would help each other, and they would not disturb each other too much when there was nothing to do. Suhi saw that the matter was resolved, and looking at Fu Dajuan, who was greeting his third uncle Fu Daikong, Suhi went to find Wu Yanhua and said, "Mom, I will go back with the 3 kids first, right?" Wu Yanhua looked at Suhi with gentle eyes and smiled. The more she looked at Suhi, the more she liked her. "Suhi, thank you," she suddenly said. "Ah, Mom, what are you thanking me for?" Suhi pretended to be stupid. "You kid, do you think I can't see it? Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might really divorce your dad in the future," Wu Yanhua said with a sigh. She felt that her patience was almost at its limit, and she really couldn't stand it. If her husband continued to allow another woman to disturb their family, she would really consider divorce. "Mom, we are all family. There is no need to say thank you. My dad is a bit too upright, but he is a good man." Suhi comforted Wu Yanhua, adhering to the principle of persuading reconciliation rather than separation. Just after her provocation, her father-in-law was able to cut the Gordian knot, which showed that there was still hope. "Hey, how could I not know? But you see, your aunt comes here every day and turns the house upside down."
Who can stand it?
Wu Yanhua said with a sigh. Suhi had a shocking guess in her heart, but she would not expose this matter. "Mom, if Dad can wake up in time, you just have to watch and punish him. Don't really divorce," Suhi said with a smile. "What are you talking about, kid?" Wu Yanhua covered her mouth a little embarrassedly, hiding the smile on the corner of her mouth. When the time was almost up, Suhi gave an order, "Kids, come home with me." Several kids who had been eating watermelons nearby immediately returned to Suhi and followed her slowly from the village back to the end of the village, to their small shelter. Suhi held a very bright flashlight, shining it on the slightly dark country road ahead. The moon was hanging big in the sky, and several children were talking and laughing, jumping and skipping around Suhi, so happy. Mom, will there be maltos to eat tomorrow?" asked the foodie Nyo. "Yes, there is. Tomorrow Mom will take maltos to the village to sell. Do you want to go with me?" I want to go. Zizi and Nyo rushed to answer. "Aunt Sue, I want to go too," Ji Liangchuan said. "Auntie made it because you came and wanted to give you candy. Of course, you are indispensable."
Shui answered accordingly.
"Yes, Mom said that when you come, Brother Chuan, she will make maltos." Nyo also joined in. At this moment, Ji Liangchuan just felt that Aunt Sue was really good. Every day he asked, why is Aunt Sue not his mother? Her mother would never be as gentle to her children as Aunt Sue, and would cook delicious food for them in different ways every day. As an adult, she always considers the emotions of the children. Aunt Sue is so nice. It would be great if his mother could spend more time with him like Aunt Sue and not be so cold to him. The most important thing is that his mother doesn't trust him. Aunt Sue never doesn't trust her children. The more he compared, the more disappointed Ji Liangchuan felt. But thinking that he could stay here for several days, Ji Liangchuan couldn't help but become excited again. The happiness of children is so simple. Ji Liangchuan felt that as long as he could be with Aunt Sue and the others, he would feel happy even if there was no delicious food or fun. After returning home, Suhi boiled water and bathed the children, and then let them go to bed. She let the children sleep in that room and slept in the other room. After returning this time, she changed the sheets of the beds in both rooms. Fu Tinghua will be back this Friday. In this case, Will they have to sleep in the same room? We can't send him to sleep at the Fu family's house again, right? That's not a solution, is it? But the 1-month deadline she mentioned still has more than half a month left. Suhi thought about this problem over and over again, and soon fell asleep. Insomnia over such a thing? Not possible. Suhi got up early the next morning. She first took out the maltose that she had exchanged in the space. She couldn't let the kids find out that this thing was not made by herself. Then she started to knead the dough, planning to make some dough dumplings for the kids for breakfast in the morning. Ji Liangchuan was the first to wake up. He slept so well last night that he didn't even dream about his parents asking him to apologize to the fat guy next door because they misunderstood him. After getting out of bed and opening the door, he smelled a fragrant smell. He was hungry in an instant, so he rushed to the kitchen and sure enough, he saw Aunt Sue making food. Aunt Sue, good morning. Suhi turned around and saw Ji Liangchuan standing at the kitchen door. Liangchuan, good morning. Go wash up and get ready for breakfast. Suhi showed Ji Liangchuan a gentle smile and said, Okay, Aunt Sue. Zizi and Nuno are so happy that they can eat breakfast made by their mother early in the morning. He must find a way to let Aunt Sue be his mother in the future. Suhi naturally didn't know what Ji Liangchuan was thinking. When she saw that it was almost time, she went to the room to wake up the two little darlings, Zizi and Nuno. Zizi, Nuno, get up. Suhi sat on the edge of the bed and called softly, Mom? Zizi got up from the bed as soon as he heard her voice. Good boy, Mom has already prepared breakfast. Let's get up and brush our teeth and wash our faces, okay?
Suhi asked.
Well, okay, Mommy, give me a hug. Zizi stretched out her hands towards Suhi. Suhi was a little surprised. Zizi had always been like a little adult, and it was rare for her to be so clingy. But she didn't say anything, but stretched out her hands to hold Zizi in her arms, and then put his shoes on him. Where's Brother Chuan? Zizi asked. He's already gotten up, and is washing up now. Oh, then Mommy put me down, and I want to go too. Zizi said eagerly. Ji Liangchuan actually came to his house, so well and obediently. He woke up so early, he couldn't lose.
Shui.
A man who was strong all his life.
Mom.
As soon as Zizi left, Nuno called out. Here, little baby, look, this little face is so rosy when she sleeps. Suhi said excitedly, pinching her daughter's little face. Her Nuno, now she is really white and plump, very cute. She really likes her as soon as she sees her, and wants to pinch her with her hands.
Mom.
Hug. Nuno acted coquettishly. Suhi's heart was about to melt, and she immediately picked her up. After eating the dough again, the kids were very excited. Mom, it's delicious. This is what Nuno must say every time she eats something Suhi makes. She is really supportive. If it tastes good, eat more. Don't forget to drink milk after eating.
Shueri maindi.
After finishing breakfast, the kids gathered around the maltose, looking around. After that, they swallowed their saliva appropriately. Mom, when are we going to sell maltose? Nuno asked. We'll go soon. There's no rush. Looking at the kids' eager expressions, Suhi asked, You can only eat one roll today. Do you want to eat it now? Or wait for Brother Zhuang and the others to eat together? Wait until Brother Zhuang and the others eat together. Several kids said in unison. They didn't want to wait and watch others eat, as that would make them even more greedy. Seeing that the time was almost up, Suhi pushed the cart and walked towards the village. Maltose for sale. Does anyone want to buy maltose? Several kids shouted as they walked.
Wow.
Maltose is available again. I want to eat it so much. It hasn't been sold for a long time. I want to eat it. I'll go find my grandma. I'll go find my mom. My mom is in the field. Go quickly. It will be sold out soon. It was always like this before. It was sold out before you could buy it. Someone stepped forward and asked, Is it still 10 cents a roll? Yes, the price remains the same.
Shueri plate.
Okay, I'll go find my mom to get the money. Can you leave me a roll? Suhi thought about it and replied, Sure. But where is your mom? In the field over there. The child pointed in the direction of the field and said. Suhi was relieved to see that it was not far away. Be careful. I'll keep it for you, don't worry. At this time, More and more people heard that there was maltose for sale, and they couldn't help but run out. Soo-hee hadn't sold maltose for nearly a month, and some people wanted to come to her house to ask when she would sell it, but didn't she go to the city last week? The main thing is that her maltose is cheap and delicious. Anyway, it tastes much better than what they bought in the city. Give me 3 rolls of maltose. After selling maltose in the village for nearly a month, Soo-hee's business was surprisingly good. The elderly in the village brought their children and surrounded Soo-hee's stall. Well, every time, Soo-hee's maltose was sold out without having to go to the Fu family. This time was the same. Everyone heard the news and came, and more people came forward to buy maltose. Soo-hee guessed that the maltose should be very popular this time, but she didn't expect it to be so popular. Fortunately, she was smart and exchanged 100 points for maltose, which should be enough this time. After all, there was still maltose left for the children of the Fu family. "Auntie, your maltose is so sweet." A child stood in front of Soo-hee's stall, licked the maltose, and then said with a smile, "It's okay as long as you like it." She seemed to have a natural sense of closeness to children. Everyone felt that she was a gentle person when they saw her. Auntie at this time, Soo-hee heard Zhuang's voice. "Auntie is busy. We'll eat after she's done." Dia came with her brothers and sisters. Wu Yanhua didn't come this time.
Oh.
Zhuang said, a little disappointed. After he finished rolling the candy on hand, he said to the children of the Fu family, "Come here, Auntie will give you candy." Yeah, a group of children from the Fu family ran towards Soo-hee excitedly in the envious eyes of other children in the village. Soo-hee would never lack them, and it was impossible for them to wait until she was done before making it for them. In this way, the children would become more and more disappointed while waiting, resulting in no expectation in the end. Soo-hee's movements were very fast, and with her own 3 children, she rolled all the maltose in a short while. "Okay, you can go play over there. There are still many people waiting in line here," Soo-hee said to her children. After getting the candy, the children were very excited and ran to the other side to start licking the maltose carefully with their tongues. Wow, so sweet. Everyone cherished the opportunity to eat candy, licking it in small bites, not daring to eat too fast. "Zizi, Nyonyo, this maltose made by Aunt Soo-hee is really sweet and delicious," Ji Liangchuan said, while licking the maltose. Before Zizi and Nyonyo could reply, Zhuang spoke first. "Of course, everything my aunt makes is delicious." With that proud look, people who didn't know would think that it was not his aunt but his mother. "Yes, it's so delicious. I like it so much." Soo-hee was busy on the side, just helping his own child roll maltose, and was delayed for a while, and more people were waiting. "Here, yours is ready, here you go." Soo-hee handed the maltose to a little girl in front of him, and then said with a smile. The little girl took the maltose carefully but did not eat it, but looked at the maltose and licked her lips. "Thank you, Auntie," she said, and squeezed out of the crowd. At this time, the little boy who said he was going to the field to ask his mother for money came back. "Auntie, I've asked for the money back. Do you have any more maltose?" "Yes, I'll roll it for you first." He ran so far just to ask for a dime to eat some maltose. Soo-hee was moved by his spirit. Sometimes children really make adults laugh and cry for a bite of food. In just over an hour, Soo-hee's maltose was sold out again, which Soo-hee didn't expect. She got maltose worth 100 points this time. From 30 to 60, and then to 100, it was sold out so quickly every time. You really can't underestimate the consumption power of rural people. I'm still too conservative. Look, an old man came with a child. When he heard that there was no more, the child immediately cried in anxiety. I told you to come earlier.
Wow.
I didn't get to eat it last time, and this time, I won't get to eat it either." The child was a little upset and kept blaming his grandmother. He didn't get to eat it twice, and he was sure that it was because his grandmother was reluctant to spend that dime to let him eat candy. Soo-hee, who watched the whole process. She is just a candy seller. What if she makes the child suffer from childhood trauma while selling candy? That would be a big sin. So she hurried forward and said to the child, "Don't cry, Auntie will make some more tomorrow morning and sell it to those of you who didn't buy maltose, okay? But you have to come earlier tomorrow. There are indeed many people who didn't buy it today, so let's take out some more to sell tomorrow. Really?
Really?
The child asked with sobs. It can be seen that he was really sad that he didn't get to eat maltose. Really, come earlier tomorrow morning, there must be more.
Soy ferm.
After Soo-hee's admonition, the child stopped crying and left. Soo-hee couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. Soo-hee didn't know whether the old lady did it on purpose and didn't want to buy candy for the child. But if the child still can't eat candy tomorrow, then his grandmother did it on purpose. But every family situation is different. Maybe his grandmother has no money? Let's leave a roll for this kid tomorrow. Even if there is no money, give it to him to eat, so as not to create a childhood trauma. When Soo-hee was closing the stall, Daya brought her brothers and sisters to Soo-hee. Aunt. A group of children surrounded Soo-hee and chattered. Aunt, this is what Grandma asked me to give you, Daya said, and handed $1 from her pocket to Soo-hee. Aunt, no need. Daya will return it to your grandma later, understand? Soo-hee refused. Grandma said that this is for buying maltose.
Daya insisted.
Whoever suffers, such a kind aunt should not suffer. Aunt doesn't need this $1. We are all family. Aunt can still afford a little candy. Be good and take it back to your grandma later. But Daya didn't listen and insisted on stuffing the money into Soo-hee's pocket. Soo-hee had no choice but to take it. Don't say it, this little girl is quite stubborn. After going to the Fu family, she will return the money to her mother-in-law. Go home. Soo-hee called out, and a group of children immediately followed her obediently. The children in other villages looked at the children of the Fu family with envy in their eyes. The most envied ones were Zizi and Nyonyo. Their mother is so good. She can make such delicious candies and has a gentle personality. When Soo-hee was selling candies just now, she smiled at them, so beautiful. Daya was walking behind Soo-hee, and suddenly she felt something was wrong. She grabbed Zhuang, who was walking towards her aunt's house with an excited look on his face, and said, "Let's go home." Zhuang broke away from his sister and shouted, "No, I want to go to my aunt's house to play." Yaya reasoned with him in a low voice, "There are too many of us, and it's not good to always go to my aunt's house for free food and drink. Grandma just told me to go home after eating candy and not to go to my aunt's house for free lunch. Otherwise, how can you say that Wu Yanhua is a person who carries water? She just doesn't like to take advantage of others. She used to be bullied by Chen Shufan, and she knows how disgusting a person who likes to take advantage of others is. So, since the youngest son's family has been separated, Wu Yanhua doesn't want the other children in the Fu family to disturb Soo-hee too much. There are too many children, and they are too noisy. To be honest, Wu Yanhua feels tired now that she is taking care of so many grandchildren alone. What's more, so many children are swarming into Soo-hee's house. I can help my aunt with the work. I just want to go to my aunt's house to play. It's okay not to eat. Zhuang said a little guilty. But the food my aunt cooks is so delicious. Wah. No, it's time to prepare lunch. My aunt is so kind. She will definitely let us stay for lunch, come home with me, and go play with my aunt in the afternoon, Daya said, and tried to pull Zhuang away. No, I won't go. Zhuang struggled to get rid of his sister, and was about to cry. Soo-hee heard the noise, turned around, and saw the brother and sister arguing. She put down the cart, walked back to Daya and Zhuang, and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhuang felt aggrieved, looked up at Soo-hee, and said, "Aunt, what kind of work is there in your family? Can I work to earn money for my meals?" Soo-hee was almost amused by his words. She gently touched Zhuang's head. "You're still young and can't eat much. You don't have to work to earn money for your meals. I eat a little bit." Zhuang looked very guilty. He is indeed the child who eats the most in their family, so his flesh is also firm.
Well,
Aunt, think about it. How about you go catch eels for me after dinner? The eels you catch can earn money for your meals, okay? Soo-hee said with a smile. This is good. He likes to catch eels in the fields the most, but Grandma doesn't want him to go to the fields because he always gets his clothes dirty. What if Grandma doesn't let me go to the fields? Zhuang asked. Why don't you go to the fields? It will dirty my clothes. Suhi thought for a while, and then answered. Then can you wash your clothes yourself? Zhuang's eyes lit up. Yes, he could wash his clothes by himself, and then Grandma wouldn't scold him. So he nodded fiercely at Suhi. Let's go to my aunt's house, and my aunt will make delicious food for you. Daya wanted to say something, but when she saw my aunt's gentle eyes looking at her, she swallowed what she wanted to say in an instant. My aunt shouldn't be annoyed by their interruption, right?
My aunt is really nice.
A group of children went to Suhi's house and were all excited. Although Suhi's house was still a mud house and looked shabby on the outside, it was cleaned very cleanly by Suhi. A group of children played the game of eagle catching chickens at the gate of Suhi's house. Ji Liangchuan played the most crazily. This game seemed extremely childish to him before, but when playing with the children of the Fu family, they all went crazy. Be careful, Suhi said to the children, and then went to prepare lunch. Suhi made a total of 3 dishes and 1 soup this time: sweet and sour pork ribs, bitter gourd fried eggs, hand-shredded cabbage, and green vegetable soup. Except for the ribs and eggs, which were exchanged in the space, the others were picked in the vegetable garden. Children don't like bitter gourd, but Suhi still planted some at the beginning. This time, it was just a test to see if the children all like bitter gourd. Suhi deliberately cut the bitter gourd thinly and rinsed it with water so that it would not be so bitter. While Suhi was cooking, Daya came in to help. Suhi was both fond of and distressed for her being so sensible. Aunt, do you need to wash these vegetables? I'll help you wash them, Daya said, and took the vegetables to the backyard water pipe to wash them. When it was time to eat, the children couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw the delicious dishes on the table. Let's eat. Have you washed your hands?
Suhi asked.
As soon as she finished speaking, a group of children rushed to the backyard to line up to wash their hands. Aunt, this rib is so delicious. Zhuang picked up a rib and said, if it tastes good, eat more. Although there were many children, they couldn't eat much. Seeing that a group of children avoided bitter melon and only picked up eggs to eat, Suhi couldn't help but said, you try bitter melon, it's delicious. It's not delicious, bitter. Don't eat bitter melon, Grandma always forces me to eat bitter melon. It's not delicious at all. It's bitter. The children all resisted.
Shui.
Give me some face and try it. I'm sure what I make is different and delicious. Suhi persuaded them. The children looked at each other, and it was still Daya who picked up the bitter melon first. I thought bitter melon tasted only bitter, but after eating it, Daya's eyes lit up. It's not bitter, it's delicious, Daya said. The other children looked at Daya half-believingly, but after thinking about it, they still listened to Suhi and decided to try it. Wow, it's really not bitter. Delicious. As long as it's made by Aunt Sue, it's delicious. Ji Liangchuan didn't like bitter melon either, but this time, the bitter melon was really delicious. My mother is the best. Suhi was embarrassed by the praise of these children. Okay, eat quickly, finish all these dishes, don't leave any, Suhi said to the children with a smile. After the meal, the children of the Fu family didn't want to go home, but they had to go back. Suhi didn't have any extra beds for them to sleep. Aunt, when I grow up and make money, I will build a big house for you, and we can play and sleep together in the future. Zhuang was still talking nonsense before leaving. Suhi was amused by his words. He was making big promises at such a young age. Okay, Auntie is waiting. Suhi touched the head of this quirky little boy and said gently, I have to say here that the Fu family really knows how to teach children. Logically speaking, people like Zhuang should be very naughty now. Even dogs hate them. But they are naughty when they should be, but also in moderation, and sometimes they're very sensible. No wonder they were able to teach Fu Tinghua, the world's top surgical expert. Their days in the countryside are about to end, and I don't know if Zizi and Nuno will be reluctant to leave. But there is no way. If you want to make money, you have to go to the city. The consumption power in rural areas is too low, and it is impossible to do any business. Lunch break, Zizi, Nuno, and Ji Liangchuan were dragged out to play by the children of the Fu family. Suhi ignored them, told them to be careful, and stayed at home. Looking at the 2 chickens in the backyard, Suhi thought about it and decided to wait until Fu Tinghua came back on the weekend before killing them. Now, in the hearts of Zizi and Nuno, it is confirmed that there will be chicken to eat every time Dad comes home. At dinner time, only Zizi, Nuno, and Ji Liangchuan came back. Zhuang and the others went back to their own home very self-awarely and made an appointment with Zizi and the others to go to the fields to catch eels after dinner. When Wu Yanhua heard that it was Suhi who asked the children to go to the fields to catch eels, she didn't say anything in the end, but asked Dia Zhuang and the others take good care of their younger brothers and sisters and pay attention to safety. The young ant is indeed a fairy-like figure. She asked to catch eels, and even Grandma didn't say anything and agreed. Now the fields are full of rice. The children had to go to some ditches or fields to catch eels. However, there are still a lot of yellow eels in this era, and they dare not destroy other people's fields, so they have to catch them in their own fields. Wu Yanhua followed the children, watching from a distance, and said nothing. There is a super big yellow eel here. Who can help me catch it? Nyo stepped on the field, looking at the slippery yellow eel, and said a little scared. Nyo, I'll help you. Ji Liangchuan, who was standing not far from her, heard the words and immediately walked towards Nyo. Zizi wanted to help his sister, but when he saw Ji Liangchuan had passed by, he did not move. He also saw a yellow eel and wanted to catch the one in front of him. Otherwise, if the yellow eel ran away, it would be difficult to find it. Where is it? Ji Liangchuan asked. This, Brother Chuan, it's coming towards my feet, so scary. Nyo shouted while trying to retreat. Don't be afraid, I'll catch it. It won't bite, Ji Liangchuan said, and then squatted down and grabbed the eel's tail. But the eel was too slippery, and it escaped from Ji Liangchuan's hand in a short while. Then, it slid towards Nyo. Brother, be scared, Nyo said as she was about to run towards Zai. Seeing this, Zai immediately raised his foot and grabbed the eel's body. Ji Liangchuan also rushed over, and finally the two of them caught the eel together and threw it into the bucket. Nyo, don't be afraid. Why don't you go to the edge of the field and wait for us?
Liangchun kindly reminded.
No, I'm not afraid, Nyo muttered stubbornly. She raised her foot and suddenly saw a long black thing hanging on her calf. Suddenly, a deafening cry rang throughout the field. Baby mommy, Wu Yanhua, was standing in a daze not far from the field. When she heard Nyo's cry, she was startled and ran towards Nyo in fear. Baby Nyo was in a state of collapse. She kicked her legs to get rid of the thing on her legs while crying loudly. Bugs, that black thing was so disgusting. Nyo didn't know what it was, but she couldn't get rid of it. Nyo, what's wrong? Don't be afraid. Ji Liangchuan hurried to Nyo and asked. Zizi also came over. The two were closest to Nyo and immediately surrounded her and asked questions. Nyo, what's wrong? Zizi also frowned and asked anxiously. Bugs. Nyo pointed at her calf and kept saying bugs. She didn't even have the courage to look at the bug a second time. Zhuang also ran over at this time and asked, what happened to Sister Nyo? Zizi and Ji Liangchuan were very anxious. They didn't know what happened to Nyo. Nyo would say bugs, but she didn't see any. Both of them grew up in the city and had rarely worked in the fields. They had never seen leeches before, so naturally they didn't know about this thing. Zhuang knew what Nyo was talking about as soon as he heard it. Sister Nyo, don't be afraid. The bugs you said should be leeches. They're not scary. Zhuang comforted Nyo. But Nyo was afraid. That thing was long and short, attached to her legs, and she couldn't get rid of it. Scared, she could only repeat the words bugs and scared. It seemed that she was really scared. At this time, Wu Yanhua also rushed to Nyo. She picked up the crying Nyo and asked, what's wrong? Tell Grandma. Where are you injured? She didn't often help Suhi look after the baby. If she saw something wrong, it would be troublesome. If Suhi thinks that she is not attentive to help her baby, then she is really wronged. Wu Yanhua feels that it doesn't matter if she is wronged, but she doesn't want to have a stiff relationship with her young wife again. Foot bug Nyo cried. Wu Yanhua seems to know what happened. She lifted Nyo's leg and saw, oh, a small leech, which scared the baby. It's okay. Grandma will pull this leech off for you. Wu Yanhua comforted Nyo. After speaking, she stretched out her fingers and pulled up the leech attached to Nyo's calf. The leech's ability to absorb is very strong. Wu Yanhua pulled the leech long, but she didn't pull it off. Wow cried even harder. I want my mom, don't cry. This thing just blood. It's not scary at all. Nyo. Don't listen to the turtle chanting. Wu Yanhua tried again, and finally pulled the leech off. As soon as she pulled it off, she threw it far away, and it fell into other fields. Look, Grandma pulled the leech off and threw it far away. She comforted Nyo again. Grandma, don't be afraid. Seeing that there was no leech on her leg, Nyo finally calmed down. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Wu Yanhua patted Nyo's back with one hand and comforted her. Grandma, is Nyo okay? Zizi and Ji Liangchuan, who watched the whole process, stood by and watched Wu Yanhua pull the leech long and throw it into other fields. Hey, this insect is obviously small. Why is it so disgusting? It's okay, it's okay. Leech is just blood. There's nothing to be afraid of. When we were transplanting rice, we were not afraid of being bitten by several leeches a day. It would have been better if she hadn't said that. After hearing her words, Nyo wanted to go home even more. Grandma, I want to go home to find my mom. Nyo said. Going to find my mom now? Wu Yanhua was not very happy. She was afraid that Suhi would think she was not able to take good care of her baby. The brothers and sisters haven't gone back so soon? Can Grandma hold you here and wait for the brothers and sisters? Or we can go over there and wait. Wu Yanhua pointed to the open space where she had just stood to watch the baby. Nyo hesitated, nodded, and followed Wu Yanhua to the side. Anyway, she would never dare to go to the fields again in the future. She was traumatized by the leeches. The children came back from the fields. Wu Yanhua told Suhi about Nyo being bitten by a leech. Suhi felt sorry for her daughter, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was afraid of leeches when she was a child, but she was no longer afraid after encountering them more often. In order to retaliate against the leeches, the children in the village burned them with fire and threw stones at them, but it seemed that they didn't kill the leeches. This little girl must have a psychological trauma, right?
Mom.
Nyo hugged Suhi and refused to let go. Nyo, don't be afraid. The leech is just scary to look at, but it's not scary at all. Look, what did I say? What do you mean by scary to look at? Scary to look at is scary, okay? Mom, I don't want leeches in the future. Nyo said. Suhi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and comforted her daughter. Then let's not go to the fields to play in the future, okay? Nyo was a little hesitant. Not going to the fields to play? But her brothers and sisters were all in the fields, and she wanted to play with them. I want to play with my brothers and sisters. Nyo said hesitantly. Then you have to overcome the difficulties. Either stay away from it and don't do it, or overcome the psychological barriers and don't be afraid of leeches. Nyo seemed to understand, but leeches were so scary that she couldn't seem to overcome them. But I want to play with my brothers and sisters, but I can't overcome leeches. Mom, what should I do? Nyo asked innocently. Suhi frowned slightly, sighed softly, stroked her daughter's hair, and said gently, Nyo, life is like a journey. Sometimes we need to learn to let go of some things in order to get more. Whether it is now or in the future, when we encounter difficulties, we must know how to make choices. If you can't overcome the fear of leeches, then wait for your brothers and sisters to complete the task. But at the same time, don't forget to appreciate the beautiful scenery on the journey, and don't just focus on one thing and ignore other beautiful things. Nyo felt that the truth her mother told her today was so profound that she couldn't understand it. But what her mother said must be right. So she nodded and said, I know, Mom, I will overcome it. If I really can't overcome it, I will give up when I should give up. Seeing that her daughter could understand what she said, Suhi couldn't help but be surprised. There is nothing wrong with her Nyo's IQ, right? I hope that if she can't avoid liking Ji Liangchuan in the future, her Nyonyo can break up when she should. Ji Liangchuan will definitely meet the heroine of the novel in the future. She is also an extremely dazzling girl, kind, decent, and smart. Suhi was afraid that the world would be affected by the novel, so she kept educating the two children from now on. Great, baby, give me a kiss. Suhi kissed Nyonyo on the cheek and then said, Okay, the water is ready. It's time to take a bath. You guys are great today. You caught so many yellow eels. Tomorrow Mom will cook yellow eel porridge for you, and you can also fry yellow eels. Maybe when catching yellow eels, the baby consumed too much energy, and it was rare for the baby to tell Suhi that he was hungry. Suhi was very relieved. After these few months of getting along, the baby finally stopped being afraid of bothering her mother. So the instant noodles were cooked again, and the steaming noodles rolled in the pot, exuding an attractive aroma. I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time, and this familiar taste makes people salivate. As a midnight snack, instant noodles are really a delicious enjoyment. Suhi looked at the bowl of fragrant instant noodles, and her heart was a little tangled. She knew that she was trying to lose weight and couldn't eat too much, but she couldn't resist the temptation. In the end, she only filled a small bowl and savored every bite carefully. However, she still reminded herself, if you want to lose weight, you have to control your mouth. However, it shouldn't have much impact if you indulge yourself occasionally, right? Suhi comforted herself like this. After all, the psychology of people who lose weight is always full of contradictions and struggles. Sometimes you think, I'll just eat a small bite, it's okay. Or, I'll indulge myself tonight and start strictly controlling my diet tomorrow. They will even say, I'll finish eating today and lose weight tomorrow. This kind of self-comforting idea often appears in the minds of people who lose weight. After each indulgence, they will regret it when they wake up the next morning and ask themselves, why did I have a midnight snack last night? Annie Sue, this instant noodles is really delicious. After Ji Liangchuan finished his bowl, he wanted to eat another bowl. It's almost time to go to bed. It's easy to fall asleep if you eat too much. I didn't cook too much. This is all. Suhi treated everyone equally and didn't let them eat too much for midnight snacks. Ji Liangchuan was a little disappointed, but he was very happy to have such a delicious midnight snack. After the kids went to bed, Suhi took out her body fat scale and weighed herself. She didn't care if it was fake. She only ate a little bit, so she couldn't let her get fatter. Well, 115 pounds. Not bad. Okay, then she was relieved. By the way, she entered the space. Last time when she went to pick durian, Ji Liangchuan and Zizi Nyonyo picked a lot of mushrooms and piled them in Suhi's space. They can all be exchanged for points. Suhi plans to go to the forum. She hasn't been here for a long time. Suhi was dumbfounded when she entered the forum. Her private messages exploded. It was mainly because she had posted the embroidery made by her mother Wenqing before, and someone sent her a private message, asking if he could make the same embroidery according to the picture he provided. The fabric materials and other things are provided by the other party, and he only needs to provide the handwork. This private message has been sent since last week, but he has not entered the space forum. The latest news is that the other party has offered 150,000 points, hoping that he can take on this task. 150,000 points. Oh my god, it's really a big deal. I didn't expect that the one who made her rich was her mother Wenqing. Suhi looked at the picture that the other party sent to be embroidered, which was indeed very complicated. How come it looks a bit like the Qingming Shanghe too? Can her mother embroider such a complicated picture? Suhi replied to the other party and asked him if he was in a hurry. Unexpectedly, the other party was online in the middle of the night, very anxious. This is a big project and there's still 3 months. If it's so urgent, I'm afraid I can't finish it here. If you are willing to take the task, the time limit can be relaxed a little. The other party replied, I don't know what time it is on your side. It's Wednesday here now, and I can only give you a reply next Monday. The other party replied quickly, okay, then I'll wait for your news. 150,000 points. Suhi was very tempted, but she still had to ask her mother's opinion. Of course, the reward for her mother must not be less at that time. But now she hasn't made any money. Opening a store is urgent. After this week, she will be busy next week. And now she hasn't even found a supplier. Otherwise, she might not know where to get her goods.
Oh.
With full of worries, Soo-hee fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, Soo-hee exchanged maltose and sold it in the village as promised. She didn't exchange so much today because the parents of the children who had eaten maltose yesterday would probably not spend money to buy them. As expected, Soo-hee's business today was not as hot as yesterday. Many children gathered around the stall, but because they had no money, they could only watch. Families with good financial conditions could not resist the children's calls and still used money to buy candy for the children. Then they received envious eyes from a group of children. Sister Sue, you can't set up a stall like this every day. The children want to eat it every day, and our family doesn't have so much money to buy candy for the children every day. An aunt came over to buy candy for her grandson and said,
Haha, sorry.
Actually, I didn't plan to sell it today. Didn't many people not buy it yesterday? Besides, I'm going back to the city, so I shouldn't sell maltose in the future. Soo-hee replied with a smile. What? You won't sell it anymore? I've tried your candy. It's delicious. Well, I'm going to the city to be with my husband. Soo-hee made a shy expression at the right time. Yes, that's the way it should be. Follow your husband. You have a good relationship. After the aunt exchanged a few words with Soo-hee, she immediately went to gossip about it with others. So, as long as the news spreads in the village, within a quarter of an hour, almost everyone in the village knows it. Although Soo-hee's maltose is not as popular as yesterday, it only took more than an hour for the maltose to be sold out. However, there was no scene of children crying because they couldn't buy candy today. In fact, Soo-hee took out maltose to sell today, and she didn't want the child yesterday to have any childhood trauma because of a little candy. Today, she gave candy to her own children and the children of the Fu family. Then she explained to them that they might not have candy for a long time in the future because she would go to the city with their uncle this Sunday. After hearing that Soo-hee would not stay in the countryside for a long time, the children of the Fu family were so anxious that they almost cried. Aunt, can you not leave? Zhuang asked very sadly. All good things must come to an end. Aunt will come back again. Don't be sad. When will you come back? Soo-hee thought about it and replied, I'm not sure, but I will definitely come back once every half a month. After all, I have to come back to transport durian to the city. How long is half a month? Zhuang didn't quite understand, but it still felt like a long time. Aunt will cook eel porridge for you at noon today, okay? Don't be sad. Soo-hee comforted the children of the Fu family. Grandma said that we are not allowed to go to Aunt's house for free meals anymore. Daya answered from the side. You caught the eel last night. You are all great. This is Aunt's reward for you. Soo-hee smiled very gently. In the eyes of a group of children, Soo-hee is simply the best and most gentle mother in the world. When Wu Yanhua came to the house, Soo-hee was already cooking eel porridge. Porridge is something that needs to be cooked for a longer time and a thicker consistency to taste good. Soo-hee, are you home? Wu Yanhua shouted into the house, while still standing at the door. Yes, I'm coming. Soo-hee wiped her hands with a rag and walked out. Mom, what's wrong? Soo-hee asked. Are you going to the city? Wu Yanhua got straight to the point. Soo-hee was a little confused. Did the news spread so quickly? It seemed that the Fu family kids had been following her around and didn't go home, right? Old Lady Wu told me. She said that when she went to buy your maltose, you said that you were going to the city with Tinghua this week and would never come back.
Shui.
Did she say that? How did the words spread like this in just a short while? Soo-hee was speechless and amused. I'm going to the city with Tinghua, but I will come back to the village often in the future. After hearing her answer, Wu Yanhua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She thought that Soo-hee wanted to go to the city because she didn't take good care of Nunil last night and made her cry. Oh, so that's the case. Why do you suddenly want to go to the city? After Wu Yanhua asked this question, she felt how wrong her words were. Look at what she asked. Isn't it natural for a woman to follow her husband? Isn't she just thinking about cultivating the relationship between her youngest son and his wife? And she asked such a stupid question. Just as she was about to explain, Soo-hee answered. Mom, have you forgotten the durian I gave you to try? I was planning to go to your place and tell you when Tinghua comes back on the weekend.
What did you say? Wu Yanhua asked.
The durian is ripe now. I want to sell it in the city, so naturally I can't stay in the countryside. Wu Yanhua didn't expect that doing durian business would be so hard. Is there no one to pick it? I heard that the neighboring county grows fruits, and there are people who come to pick it. The durian is so big, and there are so many of them. How can you sell it by yourself? At this moment, Wu Yanhua felt how difficult He's business was. What I grow is a new fruit. No one knows it yet. So I have to open up the market. It will be a bit hard in the early stage. If I can open up this market, someone will come to pick it later. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to just think about selling the durian she grew in the store. She also had to develop distributors. If the durian sells well, she can sell it to them and let them sell it in other places. But this is all later. It's too early to say now. Wu Yanhua didn't understand what He said about opening up the market, but she just felt that this thing seemed very difficult, and it was beyond the scope of those who stayed in the countryside. You see, we didn't do anything. We just helped you plant the durian trees. You don't have to share with us. You can keep the profits yourself. To be honest, they really shouldn't ask for these shares. The 3 daughters-in-law only helped he plant the saplings for 2 days and occasionally went up the mountain to check on the trees. They didn't do anything else. But when Wu Yanhua heard that he wanted to sell durian and it was so troublesome, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Their family didn't do anything. It felt like they were just taking advantage of He. Wu Yanhua liked He more and more now and couldn't bear to see her being taken advantage of by others, even if that person was herself. No wonder the Fu family has never had any conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. It has to be said that Wu Yanhua's 3 views are really positive. Mom, I'm not giving you a share for free. If my durian business doesn't take off in the future, it's fine. If it does, my family will probably have to go up the mountain to guard it.
Shuisait. Guard.
Guard the mountain? What do you mean? Will someone steal our durian? Of course there would be. Their durians are so expensive. If they really become popular and someone finds out that the durians are planted on that, they will definitely take the risk to steal them. So from the beginning, He planned to do this durian business with the Fu family in the form of profit sharing. Let them make money and they will naturally be more attentive. Otherwise, even if they are brothers, they will not be so attentive. Wu Yanhua left He's house with a lot of worries. No matter how He tried to keep her for lunch, she didn't stay. Seeing that Grandma was not here to take them home, the children of the Fu family couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, finally I can play at my aunt's house again. After the eel porridge was cooked, He fried the remaining eels, which were so fragrant. While eating, Zhuang couldn't help but say, "We don't like to eat eels in our family. They are fishy. My aunt's eels are really delicious." His words were full of admiration for He. If it's delicious, you can eat more. Yellow eel is also nutritious. There's still a lot of yellow eel porridge. If you don't have enough after you finish it, you can get more. After hearing this, the children finished a bowl of porridge and then went to get another bowl. This Friday is the market day in the town. He is short of money now, so he will naturally not miss the opportunity to make money on the market day. But they are walking to the town, and they don't know if Ji Liangchuan can walk. "Liangchuan, we're going to the market in the town tomorrow, but we have to walk." He asked Ji Liangchuan for his opinion. "Aunt Su, wherever you go, I will go." Anyway, he has decided that he will follow Aunt Su and the others no matter what. After getting Ji Liangchuan's answer, he went to prepare fried cakes with confidence. On the way to fry the fried cakes, the 3 children ate one each, and they were full and very satisfied. Soon the market day arrived, and he still followed Aunt Nyo and took the 3 children to the town. It was the first time that Ji Liangchuan walked such a long way, and he was very excited. He didn't feel tired at all, and he thought it was fun. It can be said that as long as he was with Aunt Su and the others, he felt fun and didn't feel tired no matter what he did. He pushed the cart while chatting with Aunt Nyo. "Are you really going back to the city?" Aunt Nyo asked. Well, I should go back the day after tomorrow. Soo-hee replied with a smile. Hey, I'm really reluctant to see you go. You will come back more often. Then you will definitely not go to the town with me to sell things in the future, right? This is what Aunt Nyo was most reluctant to let go of. With Soo-hee accompanying her to the town to sell things, she had company along the way and could take advantage of Soo-hee's incredible good luck. For some reason, Aunt Nyo felt that as long as she was connected with Soo-hee, her own affairs would basically go smoothly. It was the same when she went to the town. In the past, she would not sell things so quickly, or she would have more or less left to go home. But now you see, it's not even a morning, and the things are sold out, and she can go home early. I probably won't go, I don't have time. Soo-hee said helplessly. That's a pity. You can make a lot of money with this business. Aunt Nyo looked very sorry. Although she didn't know how much Soo-hee made, she thought that Soo-hee would definitely make more than 10 or 20 yuan in a trip to the town. 10 or 20 yuan, her husband only made a few yuan a day doing hard labor. Her estimate was still too conservative. Soo-hee could make only 70 or 80 yuan in a trip. That can't be helped. I can't always be separated from my child's father. Aunt Nyo thought about it and felt that it was true. Fu Tinghua was so handsome and had such a good job. If she didn't watch him, what if he had another woman outside and didn't want Soo-hee? Don't want Soo-hee? It's better not to want it. She also has a little son who is just 18 years old this year and hasn't married yet. If Fu Tinghua doesn't want Soo-hee, then fine, she can make her a daughter-in-law. Not to mention how much she likes Soo-hee. With Soo-hee's ability to deal with people and business acumen, their family will definitely get better and better. My youngest son is already 18 years old. Aunt Nyo suddenly said this without any context. Soo-hee was a little confused. Really? That's good. No, if Tinghua doesn't want to live with you, you can marry into my family. Apart from other things, I will definitely protect you.
Shui.
What on earth is Aunt Nyo imagining? Nyo and Ji Liangchuan have been walking in front excitedly, playing while walking, but Zizi is following Soo-hee. After hearing what Aunt Nyo said, he immediately retorted, My father loves my mother very much. He will never give up my mother. Seeing that the words were heard by the child, Aunt Nyo was a little embarrassed. She touched her nose, not looking very comfortable. Grandma Nyo was just joking. Soo-hee touched her son's head and said with a smile, Yes, I was just joking. Aunt Nyo smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to look at Zizi. Don't say it, this kid is so young. Why is it so creepy when he looks at others? Mom, Dad loves you very much, really. Zizi suddenly said to Soo-hee very seriously. Mom knows, and Mom likes Dad too. Really? The gloomy expression on Zizi's face finally faded, and he was slightly excited. Really? Aunt Nyo saw that Zizi finally smiled and quickly made up for it. Oh, your parents are so good-looking. They must not like other people.
Shui.
Don't mention it. Aunt Nyo is the truth. After arriving in the town, Soo-hee and his friends didn't have to look for stalls everywhere this time, because the person who imitated Soo-hee to fry fried cakes last time didn't come. Soo-hee estimated that they would not come again. They were taken to the police station and educated, and they would definitely not dare to do it again. Where should we set up? Wherever you go, Aunt Nyo will go with you. Aunt Nyo was a little entangled, both of them were good locations. But she was riding on Soo-hee's popularity, so naturally she followed her. Let's go to the previous place, the old customers know that location.
Soo-hee said.
After buying the charcoal and preparing the things, people began to come to the market one after another. Soo-hee started to fry and sell the cakes as usual. Hey, are you the woman who sold sweet potato cakes before? At this time, someone came forward and asked. Yes, it's me. My stall was taken away before, so I went to set up a stall somewhere else. You have changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. But I still recognize the fragrance of this sweet potato cake. Give me 5. At this point, people began to come to Soo-hee's stall in an endless stream. Several children had been sent away by Soo-hee long ago, and they were asked to find Ji Liangchuan's grandmother, Ms.
Zhou.
Aunt Nyo also benefited from Soo-hee. While waiting for the fried cakes, everyone bought some vegetables and eggs from her. Otherwise, how could she say that she was so smooth with Soohee? Soohee is really amazing. He is good at one thing and one thing. Soohee was busy for a while, and Ms. Zhou came over with 3 children.
Shui.
She greeted Soohee. Hey, long time no see. Soohee had just left, so she could still say a few words to Ms. Zhou. Hey, I don't know how to thank you. You helped me take care of Chuaner for so many days. Liang Chuan is more sensible. I didn't take care of him much. He just played with Zizi and Nyonyo. The two didn't say a few words, and someone else came to Soohee to buy fried cakes. Seeing this, Ms. Zhou didn't bother her anymore, but took 2 fried cakes from her stall and said she would give them to her son Zhou Lakun. Soohee would definitely not charge her money, and she gave her 20 yuan and 2 chickens for free. Although she asked Ji Liangchuan to stay at her house for a few days, he still helped her so much at the last market. Seeing that Soohee didn't take the money, Ms. Zhou didn't force it. If she forced Soohee to take it, it would seem strange. Not long after Ms. Zhou left, a woman with a bruised face and ragged clothes suddenly grabbed Soohee's hand. Soohee was startled and looked up. She saw the woman looking at her expectantly and asked, You are Soohee? Do you know Fu Tinghua? Soohee thought something happened to her, and she was an old acquaintance of Fu Tinghua and wanted to ask Fu Tinghua for help. Looking at her miserable state, could it be that she was looking for Fu Tinghua for treatment? He is my husband. What can I do for you? Soohee asked. But the woman looked at Soohee in disbelief and murmured, You are really Soohee?
I.
The woman swallowed her saliva, looked around very vigilantly, and then whispered, I am Fu Tinghua's sister, Fu Yanju. When you married my brother, I was there. You may not remember me, but I am really Fu Tinghua's sister. Soohee looked at the woman in front of her in shock. She seemed to have been beaten up. She had this person in her original owner's memory. To be honest, there is no ugly person in the Fu family, but she did not recognize the unrecognizable woman in front of her. What's wrong with you?
Who hit you?
Soohee grabbed her hand, and the woman screamed. Soohee quickly let go of her hand, and when he checked, he saw that there were also large and small scratches on the woman's hand.
Sister-in-law, you.
You go back to my parents. No, you go to Tinghua and tell him that I can't live with the Qin family anymore. Let him find an official to help me. Someone from the Qin family is an official in the town. When I was beaten by their Qin Jijia, they turned a blind eye. The Qin family locked me up and refused to let me go back to my parents' home. They also said they wanted to kill me and directly said that I had an accident and I heard it. I will go back secretly later, and they can't let them find you. Otherwise, you'll be implicated by me, and you can't even go back to the village. Fu Yanju looked at Soohee's now beautiful face and was even more afraid of dragging her down. Because someone from the Qin family is an official in the town, they are lawless and domineering in the village. Even the head of Xianglin village helped to cover for their family. Fu Yanju pretended to be good and clever for a long time before she could go to the market in the town. She just went to the police station, but she didn't know if there were people from the Qin family in the police station. They said that domestic violence was an internal family conflict and was not under the jurisdiction of their police station. Fu Yanju was very desperate. Just when she wanted to run back to her parents' home, she was found by Qin Jijia and dragged to the alley and beat her again. After going through a lot of hardships, Fu Yanju finally ran out. She just heard Ms. Zhou calling Soohee's name and saw Zizi and Nyonyo standing next to Soohee. A guess came to her mind that this was her last chance. The Qin family will definitely find her later, and she doesn't know if she will be beaten to death by Qin Jijia. Fortunately, the person in front of her was really her sister-in-law, the Soohee she knew. This matter can only be solved by her brother Fu Tinggualai. His brother is a military doctor and must know a lot of people. She is already a married daughter, and she dare not implicate her parents. Obviously, her mother Wu Yanhua chose a very satisfactory marriage for her. Although the man is not as rich as the Qin family, he is in her own village, close to her mother's home, and the man is filial and hardworking, and there are not so many twists and turns in his family. But she just didn't listen. She liked Qin Jijia, that rascal, and was deceived by Qin Jijia's sweet words. It was only in the past 6 months. Chun Ji-jie didn't know how he got addicted to gambling. When he lost the bet, he drank, and when he was drunk, he started to beat himself. At first, she thought Chun Ji-jie would change, so she forgave him again and again. Later, she was almost beaten to death once and she woke up. There are only 0 times and countless times of domestic violence. So she wanted to escape from that home and divorce Chun Ji-jie. But everyone in Shanglin village helped the Chun family, and she couldn't run away at all. I never thought that the man whom I loved so much and who was gentle and considerate to me would even do such a thing as imprisoning people. I was so blind. It turned out that I really couldn't marry someone that my parents didn't allow me to marry. Wu Yanhua had such a sharp eye. She had helped her 3 sons find wives, and none of them were bad. The original owner, Su He, whom she looked down upon, was indeed not a good person. But now Su He, who had traveled through time, was a good person, and she liked him again. It was too late to regret now. Fu Yanju felt that if she didn't run away, she might be beaten to death at any time. But before she died, she wanted to see her parents again. I didn't expect that she was so lucky to meet Su He. Sister, don't be afraid. No matter how powerful they are, they can't cover the sky with one hand. Su He held Fu Yanju's hand and didn't let her go. People have become like this. Where can they go? Come back to Fu's house with me. I'll take you to find your parents. Tinghua is also coming back to the village today. We will definitely be able to get justice for you. But they are about to come. You are alone. I am afraid you will suffer. And they have people in the police station. I am afraid it will be useless if we call the police later. Fu Yanju was very scared. She was shaking as she spoke. At this time, people came to Su He's stall to buy fried cakes one after another. Su He had no choice but to pull Fu Yanju to sit on the low stool behind her, then handed her a fried cake and said, "Sister, do you want to eat it? It's just a little greasy."
Eat.
Fu Yanju took the fried cake and gobbled it up. Su He looked at her miserable appearance and couldn't help frowning. After she helped the customer in front of her to pack the fried cakes, Aunt Nyo, who was busy weighing people just now, saw that there was one more person on Su He's side. The 2 of them were talking in a low voice just now. There was a lot of noise on the street, so Aunt Nyo didn't hear their conversation at all. Just when she was about to ask something, she suddenly saw a few men walking towards Su He's stall aggressively. "Su He, you are not here to cause trouble, are you?" Aunt Nyo hurriedly walked to Su He and asked. Seeing the men who were tall and strong and looked fierce, the customers who wanted to buy fried cakes at Su He's stall immediately moved aside and stood aside, not daring to join in the fun. Su He looked up and saw about 5 young men walking towards her stall and soon standing in front of her stall. A fierce look flashed across the face of the man in the lead. After he saw Su He's appearance, his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, this little village girl who set up a stall to sell cakes was quite pretty. But no matter how brave he was, he didn't dare to tease Su He in broad daylight. There were so many people watching, and now there was a severe crackdown. So, he took out his anger on the woman behind Su He, Fu Yanju. He yelled at Fu Yanju. Hearing this voice, Fu Yanju subconsciously shuddered. After she realized what was happening, she immediately got up from the stool and hid behind Su He. This was her subconscious action when she was scared. She was really scared by the vicious man. Wu Yanhua was spoiled since she was a child because she had only one daughter. In the Fu family, men and women were equal, and Fu Yanju as brothers and sisters took good care of the only girl in the family. Who would have thought that after getting married, she would experience the beating of society and be severely taught a lesson by reality? She really did not inherit her mother's good vision and the ability to distinguish good men. Now I feel regretful when I think about it. Obviously, she was pregnant half a year ago, but she was beaten to miscarriage by the beast Chun Ji-jie. Fu Yanju and Chun Ji-jie only have one daughter now. In the past few years, Chun Ji-jie always quarreled with her on the pretext that he did not give birth to a boy. After getting addicted to gambling, he started to beat her. Her in-laws were also fanning the flames, and no one helped her. In the past, every time she went back to her parents' home, She was afraid that her parents would worry, so she only reported good news and not bad news. Speaking of it would only add to her troubles. She had to finish the road she had chosen, even if she cried. In this era, there are no divorced people at all. Especially for a woman, if she divorces, not only the woman, but also the whole family will be embarrassed. So Fu Yanju didn't dare to say it at all. But if she doesn't say it now, she is afraid that she will be beaten to death. Recently, Chen Jijia's attacks have been more and more brutal, and Fu Yanju feels that he really wants her to die.
Who are you yelling at?
Suhi stood in front of Fu Yanju and asked coldly, "Hey, little witch, this is my family business. You are a little too nosy." Chen Jijia looked at He with disgusting eyes.
Nosy?
She is my sister. If I don't take care of her, who will? Chen Jijia looked at He and laughed out loud. Oh, Fu Yanju, you are really capable. It only took a short while for you to recognize a sister? Come home with me quickly. After Chen Jijia finished speaking, he pointed at Fu Yanju and said with a smile, "This woman is my wife. She is a little mentally ill, so I came to take her home." After hearing his words, most people at the scene really believed it. After all, Fu Yanju looked mentally ill now. Her body was shaking, her clothes were tattered, and her face. She hid behind Suhi, and everyone couldn't see her face clearly, but they could see that her hair was messy. If Fu Yanju had asked for help from a stranger today, that person would definitely let them take Fu Yanju with them. After all, no one wants to meddle in the affairs of a person with mental problems. Suhi also thought of this, and his face sank. This Chen Jijia is too cunning. No wonder Fu Yanju couldn't get out. She is my sister. Don't talk nonsense. She is mentally fine. The problem is you disgusting criminal. Beating a woman is nothing.
Shwaritortif coldly.
Seeing he actually said this about him, Chen Jijia was a little angry. Little girl, what are you talking about? Do you believe that I will slap you and you won't be able to find the way? Chen Jijia threatened in a low voice. Okay, I want to see. How can you make me unable to find the way? Do you believe that I will beat you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you? Suhi also said in a low voice. Chen Jijia is not stupid, and she is even less stupid. She will not let everyone see that she is the provocateur. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out and the police are called, she will be judged for her responsibility. So many people are watching, the police will definitely visit the onlookers.
You.
Chen Jijia was really angry and raised his hand and slapped He directly in the face. The crowd watching was shocked. The street was noisy. Just now, He and his friends were provoking each other in a low voice. I don't know why this man wanted to take action in such a short time. The boss lady of the pancake shop is so beautiful. Don't beat her into a pig's head. But when Chen Jijia's slap was about to reach He's face, He grabbed his hand. He exerted force, and with the sound of bones spread throughout the venue.
Chen Jiji shooted.
What kind of man are you? Fighting with slaps?
What? Let me show you how to use fists.
He said, and punched Chen Jijia in the face. His speed was too fast. The other men who followed him stood not far away to join in the fun. After all, they could drag the two women away without any effort. Who knew that Suhi knocked Chen Jijia to the ground with one fist, and before he could react, Suhi raised his foot and kicked Chen Jijia in the stomach again. Seeing Chen Jijia holding his stomach in pain, the other men finally realized that Suhi was skilled in martial arts. You dare to hit my brother?
Come on.
A boy who looked very similar to Chen Jijia called on the others to surround Suhi. Aunt Neo took advantage of this opportunity to secretly move the things on Suhi's stall. There were charcoal and hot oil here. Who knows if these ungrateful people will react and throw oil at Su Meizi. She knew that Su Meizi was good at martial arts, but if she was splashed with oil, the consequences would be disastrous. At this time, Suhi was surrounded by several tall and strong men, but she didn't look afraid at all. Fu Yanju was stunned in shock after he knocked Chen Jijia down. Seeing Suhi surrounded by the young men of the Chen family, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Suhi. She wanted to get to Suhi anxiously. Don't come over. Suhi shouted and started fighting directly. Several men knew that Suhi was skilled in martial arts, so they naturally did not dare to underestimate her. A man grabbed Soo-hee's shoulders from behind and tried to grab her from behind. Who knew that Soo-hee reacted so quickly and threw the man over his shoulder, twisting his hand. Everyone heard another, followed by the man's heart-wrenching sound. Oh, it hurts just looking at it. I didn't expect the lady boss who sells fried cakes to be so powerful. Not only the onlookers thought so, but the other Chin brothers also thought so. 2 cousins with the surname Chin even backed out. Seeing this, Chun Ji-ja's eldest brother rushed towards Soo-hee fiercely, but was easily kicked away by Soo-hee. He didn't even get close to Soo-hee, but he was kicked away. Soo-hee's kick was very powerful, and after Chun Ji-ja's eldest brother was kicked away, he couldn't get up for a while. No one will be killed, will they? Oh my god, whose little girl is this? So strong? None of these men can fight. He didn't even get close to Soo-hee, but he was kicked away. Soo-hee's kick was very powerful, and after Chin Ji-ja's eldest brother was kicked away, he couldn't get up for a while. No one will be killed, will they? Oh my god, whose little girl is this? So strong? None of these men can fight. She has kung fu skills, okay? Wow, that sister is so pretty. I like her so much. The people around were no one involved in the case can leave. The police shouted at the people. Looking at the 3 people who were knocked to the ground by Soo-hee, the police asked, "Who hit you?" Chun Ji-ja was the first to react. He pointed in the direction of Soo-hee, a little weak. It was her, it was this woman, officer. The police took a look and saw that it was not only a woman, but also a white, tender, and delicate beauty. "I'm not kidding you." The police yelled at Chun Ji-ja. Chun Ji-ja felt so wronged. No one believes the truth these days. Is it really her? If you don't believe me, ask the onlookers. Soo-hee saw this and stepped forward and said pitifully, "Comrade police, it was the 5 men who attacked me first. I was just defending myself. Fortunately, I learned some kung fu since I was a child, otherwise I would be lying on the ground now." The Chin family members who were beaten down. This woman was not like this when she beat them just now. She was so tough, and now she was wronged. The hateful thing is that they didn't even touch her. "Comrade police, I came to take my wife, who has mental illness, away, and she deliberately stopped me. I seriously suspect that she wants to abduct my wife. Otherwise, what reason does she have not to take my wife home for me?"
Ah, idiot.
Soo-hee almost laughed out loud. The opponent was too stupid, Soo-hee didn't know what to say. He actually told the police that Fu Yenju had a mental illness? This completely confirmed that Chin Ji-ja was full of lies. Do you think that you can judge whether a person has a mental illness based on a rumor you spread? My husband is a doctor. When the time comes, we will take her to the hospital for a checkup, and we will know for sure. Soo-hee said closely. She is abnormal at home. She is sick. Seeing that the 2 were about to quarrel again, the police also had a headache. "Stop quarreling. Follow me back to the police station." Seeing this, Fu Yenju ran to Soo-hee in fear. "Don't be afraid."
Sui comforted Fu Yanju softly.
I don't know why. It feels like Soo-hee's 2 words have magic, and Fu Yenju is not so panicked in an instant. Seeing that several people were taken away by the police, the onlookers dispersed when they saw that there was no good show to watch. Aunt Nyo was a little bit late. By the way, that woman just now, couldn't it be Fu Yenju, the daughter of the Fu family? That man also looks familiar. Oh my god. Aunt Nyo covered her mouth in fear, as if she had discovered some shocking secret. No, we have to notify the Fu family. I don't know how long it will take for Soo-hee and the others to come out after going to the police station. Oh, never mind. Let's notify the Fu family first. Aunt Nyo spent a few cents and asked the people from the next stall to help watch the stall, and then she rushed back to Shangyao village alone. After Soo-hee and a group of people were taken to the police station, they were locked up and questioned individually. This Chin family member really has connections in the town. No wonder they are so arrogant. In this era, many laws and regulations have not been perfected, and it is not difficult to convict Soo-hee. As long as there is someone above. The nature of this matter is extremely bad. In full view of the public, you actually beat someone in the street? The police have determined your incident as a fight caused by personal grudges. Since the other party was seriously injured, you not only face the risk of being detained, but also have to pay compensation. Of course, if you admit your mistakes with a good attitude and can get a letter of understanding from the other party, you don't have to go to jail. A male policeman sat in front of Soo-hee, looking at her seriously, and said. Soo-hee looked innocent. He thought that if he made the matter sound more serious, Soo-hee would quickly confess and take the initiative to reconcile with the other party. However, police comrade, do you think I really don't understand the law? Soo-hee looked at the young policeman in front of him and said coldly.
How dare you?
Is this your attitude when facing the police? You should be more serious. The policeman suddenly shouted. Fu Yenju, who was sitting next to her, was startled. She looked at the policeman sitting in front of her and interrogating her in fear, and said anxiously, The whole thing started because of me. My sister-in-law just wanted to help me. Please let her go. The policeman in front of her looked at Fu Yenju with a little sympathy, but there was no way. The higher-ups had explained that the responsibility for this matter should be judged on Soo-hee. Hey, who let that Chin have someone above him? No matter what you say, I won't admit it. I was just self-defense in this matter. I did nothing wrong. Soo-hee couldn't imagine that collusion between officials in this era would be so dark. Fu Yenju must have been in trouble as well. She was really afraid that Fu Yenju would admit that she was mentally ill in order to protect herself. Zhou-le-kun, who happened to be walking back to the police station, suddenly heard his men talking about something. TSK, that woman is really too stubborn. She just won't plead guilty. If she doesn't plead guilty, we'll probably have to use coercive measures. Everyone knew what coercive measures were. They meant forcing her to confess. Well, if you ask me, both parties are responsible for this matter, right? It seems that it was indeed those men who did it. It was those men who did it, but doesn't he have someone above him? By the way, what's the woman's name? I'll check her registered residence here. It seems to be Soo-hee. Yes, it's Soo-hee. Zhou-le-kun was about to go into his office, but when he heard the name Soo-hee, he stopped immediately.
Who are you talking about?
He asked the policeman who just said Soo-hee's name.
Deputy.
Deputy Director. The policeman didn't know when the deputy director came, and they had been discussing the case for so long. I'm asking you a question. Zhou-le-kun shouted seriously, his brows furrowed tightly.
We
were just talking about Soo-hee. The policeman was a little scared, and his eyes couldn't help but wander when he looked at Zhou-le-kun. Take me, which interrogation room are they in? Zhou-le-kun said, and walked towards the interrogation room. The two people who were talking looked at each other. They didn't expect that the woman named Soo-hee was also related. This is interesting. The person who protected the Chin family seems to have a lot of power. After being taken to the interrogation room by the policeman, Zhou-le-kun pushed open the door of the interrogation room very eagerly. The people inside the door were startled. There was no surveillance at this time, and no one knew what was happening inside. But seeing Soo-hee still sitting in his seat intact, Zhou-le-kun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Soo-hee got into trouble on his territory, his mother would beat him up. Thinking of his stubborn nephew, Zhou-le-kun was also in a headache. Soo-hee turned her head to look outside the door, and saw Zhou-le-kun standing at the door looking at her. She was a little hesitant about whether to greet Zhou-le-kun. After all, it was not certain whether others were willing to help in such a thing. The point is that the power that helped the Chin family should be quite large in the town. Otherwise, the police would not be sent to make a false confession for her and make her confess. Just when Soo-hee was hesitating, Zhou-le-kun walked in directly, stood in front of Soo-hee, and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. Thank you, Officer Zhou, for your concern. It's just. After Soo-hee finished speaking, she set her sights on the little policeman who was already sweating profusely sitting in front of her. Zhou-le-kun followed her gaze and looked at the policeman who was sent to be cannon fodder.
Deputy.
Deputy Director. The young policeman almost cried. He thought it was a job that could make him some money. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a hot potato. What did he do to you? Tell me, I will make a direct punishment after investigating it. Zhou-le-kun said with a sneer. Deputy Director. The young policeman suddenly shouted.
Why?
I am the deputy director, and I can't make a decision on this little power? Zhou Likun looked at the young policeman and asked with a sneer. The director sent me. The young policeman suddenly revealed the mastermind behind the scenes. He is still too young. He gave out the mastermind so quickly and in front of so many people. In any case, this young policeman will definitely not stay in the police station in Shinshu town for long.
Oh, really?
Zhou Likun just asked back like this, and didn't say anything else. Officer Zhou, please, can you please make this matter fair? Chun Jijia beat my sister several times, causing her to have a miscarriage and nearly killing her several times. But the Chin family was afraid that she would go to her parents' home to report the incident, so they imprisoned her. This time, she finally went to the town and came to the police station for help, but was told that it was a family matter and not the police's business. When they came to arrest my sister, they slandered her as having a mental illness, so I came out to speak for my sister. In the end, I was besieged by several young men from the Chun family, so I took action. The policeman in front of me, without asking the reason, directly judged that the two sides were fighting each other. He said that the other party was seriously injured and asked me to ask for forgiveness, otherwise I would be sentenced. I did not plead guilty, and the next step would probably be to force a confession. Suhi's thinking was clear, and her words were extremely complete. She described the whole incident in a few words. After listening to her, Zhou Likun was more certain that she was not an ordinary woman. You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? The young policeman was terrified beside him, but he still wanted to fight for himself. He finally became a policeman and had a stable job, so he didn't want to lose it. You yelled so loudly in the interrogation room just now. Just ask one or two policemen. Anyone with integrity in the police station will admit that they heard it, right? Suhi said with a sneer. At this time, Zhou Likun glanced at the young policeman who brought him here. The young policeman felt miserable. He didn't want to offend either the director or the deputy director. But he must have heard more than just him. The yelling was indeed quite loud. What if the deputy director asked other people later, and they actually told the truth? Anyway, he couldn't lie. I did hear it just now, and I heard some threatening words. Hearing this, Zhou Likun couldn't help but sneer. Well, the whole police station, unknown to him, has become smelly and rotten. Hey, what's going on? So lively? At this time, a voice interrupted the conversation of everyone. A middle-aged man with a big belly, a bald head, and wearing a police uniform but no hat walked into the interrogation room and asked. He looked at Zhou Likun in surprise and asked, Hey, Deputy Director Zhou, what brings you here? Is it necessary for you to try this small case? His weird tone made people feel uncomfortable. I'm not trying it, but I know there is something wrong with this case. When did our police station directly convict someone without investigating the whole story? Zhou Likun asked directly. Seeing that Zhou Likun didn't give him face, Director Ma's face couldn't help but fade. Oh, the young man is still too young and can't hide things. With his own passion, he is not afraid of being smashed to pieces. What if someone in his family is in Kyoto? In Shinshu town, he has the final say in the police station. Deputy Director Zhou, are you questioning the ability of my subordinates to handle cases? Zhou Likun's face was extremely ugly. After all, he was just a deputy director. Moreover, he was a deputy director who had just taken office. His power and connections did not the police station like the director. I didn't say that, but we need to listen to the testimonies of both parties, not to force a person to confess. Suhi's behavior was just self-defense, and it cannot be judged as mutual fighting. The director thought about it and replied, but it is a fact that she injured someone. Otherwise, both parties should just let it go, let the man surnamed Chin take his wife back, and the matter will be over. Since Zhou Likun wanted to protect this Suhi, he could also give the Zhou family a face. My sister has been beaten, abused, and imprisoned by Chin Jijia for a long time. Chun Jijia can no longer be allowed to take her back. Suhi suddenly said, Hee, who do you think you are? Is it your turn to speak? The director looked at Suhi with a sharp look. At this time, a cold, magnetic, and pleasant voice sounded. Who do you think you are? Hearing the familiar voice, Soo-hee couldn't help but look towards the door. There were 3 men standing outside the door, but Soo-hee only saw the tall and handsome man. At this time, the man's brows were furrowed, and there was a little sweat on his forehead. It was obvious that he had rushed over. His eyes were also on Soo-hee. Seeing that she was unharmed, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He walked quickly in front of Soo-hee and took her hand. Fu Tinghua asked Soo-hee softly, "Are you okay?" Soo-hee was a little confused and didn't know why Fu Tinghua appeared here. It stands to reason that this is an interrogation room and ordinary people can't enter. But who can tell her why this man is so handsome even when he is angry?
Soo-hee was a little crazy about him. There was no way. There were too many men in this room now.
Her husband's face was like a god in it. "Why don't you talk? Are you scared?" Seeing that Soo-hee ignored him, Fu Tinghua touched Soo-hee's face anxiously, fearing that she would be scared or hurt in the police station. Soo-hee realized it later and said awkwardly, "I'm fine, don't worry." There were so many people watching, Soo-hee was a little embarrassed. After thinking about the business, Soo-hee hurriedly asked, "Why are you here?" Before Fu Tinghua could answer her, Director Ma on the side was not happy.
"Who are you?
How dare you break into the interrogation room of the police station? Where are the people? Arrest them for me." "Hey, Director Ma, you are so arrogant." One of the men who had just followed Fu Tinghua looked at Director Ma with a smile and said,
"Who are you?"
Director Ma was very disdainful. Without saying a word, the man took out his ID and showed it to Director Ma. "Prosecutor. Procuratorate." After seeing the words on the certificate, Director Ma felt a chill on his back. "So you are from the Procuratorate. We are one family, haha. Why didn't you tell me when you came? Brothers, please treat us well." Just now he said he was going to arrest them, and now he is calling them brothers? At this time, Xia Chengan, who had been watching the show, spoke up. He was the young master of the Xia family who was arrested by Fu Tinghua as a soldier and sent Fu Tinghua home last time. "I told you in advance. How can I still see Director Ma's majestic side? Don't you think so?" Director Ma set his eyes on Xia Chengan, who seemed a little familiar. Without saying a word, Xia Chengan took out his certificate and showed it to Director Ma. He is the leader of the Economic Crime Investigation Team of the City Police Force, and his official position is more than a little higher than Director Ma. Director Ma was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. These 2 people suddenly appeared. Are they here to check on him? This is really not the case. It was just a coincidence that the 2 of them came here today. Fu Tinghua originally wanted to borrow a car from Xia Chengan to go back to the countryside, but Xia Chengan ate the meal he made last time and found it very delicious, so he insisted on coming along. It happened that another good friend of theirs, Chi Yunyang, deputy director of the Investigation and Supervision Department of the Procuratorate, was also at the scene. Seeing that Xia Chengan wanted to come to Fu Tinghua's hometown so much, he also wanted to join in the fun. So 3 people, 2 cars, came in such a grand manner. Fu Tinghua did not go to work on Friday, but took a day off. He followed his 2 friends and set off at around 8 o'clock, but on the way home, he unexpectedly ran into Aunt Nyo. Fu Tinghua knew that Soo-hee always went to the town with Aunt Nyo to set up a stall to sell things. Calculating the time, today should be a market day. Not knowing whether Soo-hee was at home or in town, he stopped the car and asked Aunt Nyo. Seeing Fu Tinghua, Aunt Nyo was so excited. This was a no-brainer. She didn't expect to meet Sue's husband halfway. So she told Fu Tinghua the news that Soo-hee had a fight with someone and was taken away by the police. She also expressed her suspicion that the woman being chased and beaten by the man seemed to be Fu Tinghua's sister Fu Yanju. After hearing this, Fu Tinghua's face turned black. He drove Xia Chengan's car at a very fast speed on this country road. Aunt Nyo was riding in a car for the first time, and before she had time to get excited, she was scared to death by Fu Tinghua's fast driving skills. Xia Chengan and Chi Yunyang also listened to the whole process and knew that Fu Tinghua's family must be in trouble. Fu Tinghua is usually extremely honest and incorruptible, but many of the dignitaries he rescued wanted to give him things and wanted to repay his favors. It's just that he didn't want them. In this small town of Xinshu, someone actually dared to mess with their Dr. Fu. Let's not talk about how good the relationship between Xia Qingan and Qi Yunyang and Fu Tinghua is. When Fu Tinghua was a military doctor with the army, everyone respected him very much. Although his position was not very high at the time, his surgical skills could be said to be top-notch in China. As long as Fu Tinghua makes a phone call, there are many people willing to do Fu Tinghua a favor. I want to know, what exactly did my wife do that she needs to be taken to the interrogation room for interrogation? Fu Tinghua held Su He's hand tightly in his palm and asked coldly. If he hadn't come back early today, Su He would not know what kind of inhuman torture he would have to endure. Although Fu Tinghua didn't show his evidence, he must have a good status to be able to stay with the other two. So Director Ma didn't dare to neglect it at all. This time he really lost more than he gained. I didn't expect this little village girl to have such a strong backstage. A woman who sells cakes on the street, her husband has such a deep backstage. I should have said it earlier. With such a strong backstage, why would she come out to set up a stall? This Qin family really hurt him this time. Director Ma is really miserable. In towns and villages, such acts of sheltering are everywhere, but this time, he just stepped on the iron plate. Nothing has happened. It's the Qin family who did something wrong. I'll ask them to come and apologize to your wife. Director Ma said quickly. Tinghua, it's the fourth sister. She has been beaten and imprisoned by the Qin family. This time she finally ran out and found me, but the Qin family wanted to take her back. I had a fight with them, but who knew that someone in the police station would protect the Qin family? After Su He finished speaking, she turned her attention to Director Ma and the young policeman who interrogated her. The young policeman was shocked when Fu Tinghua's two friends showed their IDs. It's over, it's all over now. He provoked the wrong people. The director asked who would handle this matter at the time, and he couldn't wait to come in order to grab the credit. Who knew that the ending would be like this? Where is my sister? Fu Tinghua looked at Director Ma and asked. Director Ma had just arrived, and all the tasks were assigned to others. How could he know where it was? So he yelled at the policeman who was interrogating Su He, I'm asking you questions. Where are you? The policeman felt wronged, but he didn't dare to refute anything. He could only point to the interrogation room next door and said, In. Next door. He looked completely different from the arrogant look when he interrogated Su He just now. Upon hearing this, Fu Tinghua pulled Su He to the next room. Seeing this, a group of people followed Fu Tinghua. Director Ma was afraid that the interrogator next door would do something weird, so he rushed to the front, wanting to stop people from talking nonsense in advance and make them shut up. Who knew that as soon as the door of the interrogation room next door was opened, the policeman who was interrogating Fu Yenji saw Director Ma and immediately said to Director Ma, Director, this Fu has confessed. She admitted that she has a mental illness. She has just signed and sealed it herself. Director Ma felt that his eyes went dark and he almost fainted. He yelled at the policeman who was interrogating Fu Yenju. The policeman was a little confused and didn't know what he had done wrong. Although the sound insulation effect of this era is not as good as that of later generations, the interrogation room is not a place without sound insulation at all. When Fu Tinghua and others came over just now, there was not much noise, so Fu Yenju's interrogation room didn't hear any noise from the next door. Director, I have done it according to your instructions. Before the policeman finished speaking, Director Ma suddenly threw the ink on the table at the policeman. Stupid. How could he have such stupid subordinates? I told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? Director Ma was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. The young policeman felt wronged. He wanted to refute that you clearly said rascal, not shut up. But looking at Director Ma's face full of clouds, he finally said nothing. Tinghua? At this time, Fu Yenju, who was standing aside, finally saw who was coming and shouted in disbelief. Sister. Fu Tinghua looked at Fu Yenju's face and body that were obviously beaten, and felt distressed. Tinghua. Fu Yenju couldn't control herself, rushed towards Fu Tinghua and hugged him. Finally seeing her relatives, Fu Yenju couldn't control herself. Tears dripped down in an instant. She regretted it so much. The men in their Fu family were so good and excellent, and she thought that all the men in the world were so good. What a pity. It's a pity that she was really too stupid. Sister, it's okay. I won't let anyone who bullies you go, Fu Tinghua said calmly. Qi Yunyang and Xia Qinggan, who were following behind him, couldn't help but look at each other. It seems that Fu Tinghua intends to get to the bottom of this matter. Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. Director Ma said anxiously. Can I take my wife and sister back? Fu Tinghua looked at Director Ma with cold eyes. Fu Tinghua didn't even say of course. Don't worry, I will deal with the Qin family, Director Ma said flatteringly. Fu Tinghua didn't even give him a glance and turned around and left with Fu Yanju and Su He. Until now, Director Ma didn't know what kind of person Fu Tinghua was, but seeing that the other two seemed to respect him very much, he thought he should be a person who should not be offended. This Qin family really hurt him badly. After Fu Tinghua and the others left, Director Ma immediately went to find trouble with Chen Jijia. The door of the interrogation room was opened. Behind the door were Chen Jijia and several other brothers of the Qin family. There was not even a policeman. No one had ever come to interrogate them. Chen Jijia was still bragging to the others that he had a strong relationship. When the woman who beat them came to apologize to them, they would never agree to reconcile unless they agreed to sleep with them. Although the other two were injured, they were also amused by Chen Jijia's words. It's good to have connections. No one can control them no matter how they act. Seeing Director Ma coming in, Chen Jijia immediately showed an extremely flattering smile. He walked forward, approached Director Ma, and then asked, Director Ma, everything has been handled, right? Director Ma looked at him with an extremely gloomy face. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and everyone heard a pop sound. Chen Jijia's face was hit and tilted to one side. The brothers of the Qin family looked at the scene in front of them anxiously. What's going on? Did he have a falling out with the director of the police station? If they have a falling out, they won't be sentenced, right? This is none of their business. They are all here to help Chen Jijia. They don't want to go to jail. The brothers of the Qin family were all in different states at this time. Anyway, they were all thinking about themselves, afraid that they would be implicated by Chen Jijia. Chen Jijia touched the half of his face that was beaten and felt a little hot. But in front of Director Ma, he was still like a dog to me, nodding and bowing, saying, Director Ma, what's the matter? What happened? Haha, it's okay, it doesn't hurt. I don't know who Chen Jijia said the last sentence to. It can be seen that Director Ma has exhausted all his strength to vent his anger. At this moment, he either beats or scolds Fu Yanju at home and is extremely harsh to his woman. He is like an old man at home, but like a dog outside. Even if he is beaten, he has to nod and bow. People like Chen Jijia are typical bullies at home. Whenever he meets a more ruthless person, he dares not. What happened? You have the nerve to ask. I'm going to be killed by you, Director Ma said angrily. I don't know what happened either. How about you tell me? Chen Jijia asked humbly. Let me ask you, who is the husband of the woman who beat you? Chen Jijia showed a confused expression. Until now, he didn't know that Su He was Fu Tinghua's wife. The main reason was that he had seen Su He before. She was so fat that he couldn't even look at her. He didn't laugh at Fu Yanju's brother behind his back for marrying such an ugly woman. Who would have thought that Su He could lose weight? I don't know, Chen Jijia said hesitantly. Oh, you don't know? Then let me ask you. Your wife has a younger brother. Do you know him? Director Ma asked again. Yes, I know him, Chen Jijia answered quickly. He was also scared. He didn't do anything, so why was he slapped just now? What does your wife's brother do? Chen Jijia thought for a moment and answered, I'm not sure, but he seems to be a doctor. Doctor? How can a small doctor make friends with such people? Who are they framing? Tell the truth. Director Ma yelled at Chen Jijia. I'm telling the truth. My wife's brother is a doctor. He works in the People's Hospital in the city. I heard that he went to join the army. Why is he back? Chen Jijia muttered. So he's a military doctor? Then it's normal for him to know some dignitaries. Oh, then he'll be relieved and won't cause any trouble. But to be on the safe side, Director Ma doesn't plan to let these people go. You guys stay in the detention center for a few days and go out when the time comes, he said, and was about to go out. Just leave like that? Chun Jijia was a little dumbfounded. Ma, Director Ma, then, when will the woman who beat us come to apologize to us? The brothers were all a little coveting Soo-hee's pretty face. Apologize?
Dream on.
It was self-defense, nothing happened, and they've already gone home. As for you, stay in the detention center. After Director Ma finished speaking, he ignored them and walked out of interrogation room. Without saying a word to the policeman beside him, he closed the door of the interrogation room. Chun Jijia and the Chun brothers were left dumbfounded. Jijia, what's going on? You promised us that nothing would happen. What's the situation now? It's over. My wife is at home, and she must be worried to death about me. My mother would scold me to death if she knew I was locked up in the police station. Jijia, think of a way. Don't you have a lot of connections and strong relationships? We can't go to the detention center. Yes, if we go to the detention center, we will have a criminal record. At this time, the other members of the Chin family regretted it, especially the other two, who didn't take action. To be honest, they didn't do anything, but they were implicated by Chin Jijia, and they couldn't run away. Noisy, noisy, noisy. I'm locked up now. What can I do? Chun Jijia couldn't help but retort. You didn't say that before. You were so powerful before. That's right. What are you like now? Don't you care whether we live or die? We are just implicated by you, or you can take all the blame. Although these people are cousins, including Chun Jijia's eldest brother, it must be said that they really turn against each other faster than turning pages of a book. Several people are currently locked in a small interrogation room, and they are biting each other. As for Soo-hee, as soon as she left the police station, she saw her son Yunyo, Ms. Zhou, and Ji Liangchuan standing at the door of the police station waiting for her. Mom. As soon as the two children saw her, they suddenly cried and ran towards her. Soo-hee also quickly squatted down, took the two children into her arms, and comforted them. Mom is fine, don't cry. Seeing that Soo-hee finally came out, Ms. Zhou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at Fu Tinghua and several other people standing next to Soo-hee, and then she went up the mountain to say goodbye. After this kind of thing happened, Soo-hee's family must have something to discuss. When she returned to the stall just now, she had learned about the incident from other stalls. Sister Sue, are you okay? Ms. Zhou still stepped forward and said a few words of concern. I'm fine. Thank you for helping me look after the two children. Soo-hee said gratefully. Hey, why are you being polite to me? Chuaner and I will go back first, and won't disturb you. If you need any help, just come to my house to find me. Don't be polite to me. Soo-hee couldn't help but feel a little moved. Zhou Likun just helped her under the pressure of the director. Okay, I'll come to thank you another day. After a few more pleasantries, Zhou took Ji Liangchuan away. Let's go, Fu Tinghua said. He took Soo-hee and the others into a car. He, Soo-hee, Fu Yenju, and the two children sat in one car. His two friends sat in another. As soon as they got in the car, Soo-hee reminded, Tinghua, take me to the market? My cart is still there. And Aunt Nyo, I wonder if she is waiting for me. Yes. She should be waiting for you. She ran home to find someone and then met me halfway, so I rushed over. Fu Yenju didn't say a word during this time. Soo-hee didn't know if it was because of her presence that Fu Yenju couldn't say anything about her own affairs. After the car stopped near the market, when Soo-hee was about to get off, the two children insisted on getting off with him. Be obedient. Follow your aunt and wait for your mother in the car. We'll go get the things and come back. Soo-hee was a little helpless. Maybe because of the misfortune, the two children were a little attached to her at this time. After Soo-hee persuaded them, the two kids gave up. When Soo-hee was about to leave, Fu Tinghua wanted to follow. She pulled Fu Tinghua aside and said, there aren't many things. I can get them myself. Or you can drive fourth sister and Yunyo back, and I'll push the cart and walk back slowly. Fu Tinghua was not happy. He didn't want to leave Soo-hee alone. Looking at the man's handsome face, Soo-hee frowned slightly. She couldn't help but tiptoe and smoothed the man's handsome eyebrows. Okay, go, huh? Your sister is not in a good situation now. Let's be more considerate of her.
I don't feel wronged at all, really.
After returning, let her talk to her parents about this matter. Fu Tinghua felt that he was so good now, so good that he couldn't stop. Really, he didn't want to be separated from her for a quarter of an hour. Why is she so sensible? It seems that no matter what she does, she is thoughtful and considers everyone, but not herself.
You were a little impulsive this time.
Fortunately, I arrived in time.
What if they tortured you?
Fu Tinghua said with a little fear. I will not feel happy if I don't beat up those scumbags. He was a little childish and indignant. Seeing that she could still play tricks on him like this, Fu Tinghua's mood, which had been cloudy for a long time, finally eased. Okay, I'll go to the phone booth to make a call first, and then take them home directly. You should also pay attention to safety and come back quickly, understand? Mingming had just met for a short time, and he had to separate from her again. She seemed to be always busy. Fu Tinghua couldn't help thinking. I know, really. He was a little amused. After the two of them talked, he went to tell the two children to go home with their father first. After coaxing for a long time, the two children agreed. After watching the car drive away, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When he walked to his stall, he saw Aunt Neo packing up. Aunt Neo.
She shouted excitedly.
Hey, Sister Sue, you're back. Are you okay? Aunt Neo was also very happy. It's okay. I'm here to take my things home. He said with a sigh. Your things are all here. I've packed them for you. Let's go straight back. The two pushed the cart and walked toward Shangyao village. A car slowly drove into Shangyao village, attracting the attention of the villagers. The driver seemed to be Fu Tinghua, the youngest son of the Fu family who had the most promising future. The Fu family was incredible. The youngest son even bought a car. When they were in town, Qi Yunyang and Xia Chengan said goodbye to Fu Tinghua. Their purpose was to come to Fu Tinghua's house to play, and now that this kind of thing had happened, he obviously had family affairs to deal with, so they were very tactful and stopped disturbing him. They just said that if they needed help, they could just say it. When they returned to their respective departments, they would each file a report and request a thorough investigation of the corruption of the director of the Xinqiu Town Police Station. After Fu Tinghua thanked them, he parted ways with them. To thoroughly investigate Director Ma and make the Chen family pay the price, it would definitely take more than just Qi Yunyang and Xia Chengan. Fu Tinghua had other people in mind who could handle this matter, but he had to wait until he returned to the city the day after tomorrow. Let these people jump around for a few days. Anyway, Fu Tinghua didn't intend to let any of them go. In the past, he refused to accept the power offered to him. Now that the people he cares about have been hurt, Fu Tinghua suddenly realized the importance of power. After learning all these skills, if he can't even guarantee the safety of his family, what kind of man is he? The car stopped at the door of the Fu family. Since the Fu family is in the center of the village, the villagers couldn't help but look over when they saw a car coming in. It's a small car, which is rare for the villagers, and the most important thing is that it stopped at the door of the Fu family. Seeing Fu Tinghua get out of the driver's seat, some neighbors couldn't help asking, Tinghua, did you buy a car? No, I borrowed it from a friend. Fu Tinghua replied lightly. Borrowed it? It's also a great thing to know a friend who has a car and borrow a car, okay? Fu Tinghua went to the back seat, opened the door, and took the two children down. At this time, Wu Yanhua heard the noise and came out of the house. After seeing Fu Tinghua, Wu Yanhua felt only joy. Tinghua, you're back? Yes, Mom. Seeing that he was holding two babies in his arms, Wu Yanhua asked subconsciously, Where's Su-hee? She had to push the cart, so she had to walk back. Fu Tinghua thought about how Su-hee worked so hard to push the cart while he had to take a bus back, and suddenly felt a little regretful. He could ask Xia Chengan to drive his sister and the others back, and he and Su-hee would push the cart back. But thinking of his sister's unstable mood now, there was no other way. Feeling sorry for his wife, he should walk to the town tomorrow to get the cart back himself. There are many ways, but none of them are the kind that Su-hee would agree to. She would not do useless work just because of being hypocritical. If Fu Tinghua didn't come back, wouldn't she still have to push the cart and come back with Aunt Neo? Is she hypocritical as soon as her husband comes home? This kind of thing doesn't happen to Su-hee. Oh, so that's it. The cart really can't be left in the town. We have to take it back. People are so frugal nowadays. What if someone takes it away if we leave it in the town?
Mom.
At this time, Fu Yanji got off the car and greeted Wu Yanhua in a timid manner. She used to be so confident because of Wu Yanhua. After marrying the Qin family for a few years, her face no longer had the vigor and vitality she had before she got married. It was all dull and lifeless. Yenju. Wu Yanhua looked at her daughter with bruises on her face in disbelief, and couldn't help covering her open mouth. Mom, it wasn't until she saw her mother that Fu Yenju finally couldn't help herself and rushed forward to hug Wu Yanhua. Seeing this, the neighbors around looked towards the door of the Fu family curiously. Fu Tinghua turned sideways to block the view of others and whispered to her sister and mother, "Let's talk inside."
Fu Yanju finally reacted.
She didn't want people to see the jokes about herself and the Fu family, so she quickly pulled Wu Yanhua into the house. What happened to your wound? Wu Yanhua wanted to touch her daughter's face, but she saw that her face was covered with bruises and purples, and she was afraid that she would feel pain, so she didn't dare to touch it. Let me help her deal with it and disinfect it. After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he went to get iodine from the Fu family's cabinet. He is a doctor himself, so the Fu family always has some medicines on hand. Mom, I am an unfilial daughter, Fu Yenju said, and then she burst into tears again. You're going to make me anxious to death. What happened? Who beat you up? Where is Chen Jijia? Her daughter was beaten like this, and Chen Jijia, as a husband, didn't care? After hearing Wu Yanhua's words, Fu Yenju felt even more ashamed. Mom, the wounds on my body were beaten by that rascal Chen Jijia. This time, Fu Yenju decided to tell everything. She is not alone. She still has her mother's family and her brother Fu Tinghua. Her brother could take her and Su He out of the police station safely, and he would definitely make the decision for her. But she had to bring shame to the family. What did you say? Say it again. Who beat you up? Wu Yanhua could not imagine that Chen Jijia, who always pretended to be a good husband in the Fu family, would beat his daughter so badly. Mom, it was that rascal Chen Jijia who beat me up. We were all deceived by him. You didn't let me marry him at the beginning, but I insisted on marrying him. This is my retribution, Fu Yenju said very self-destructively. Silly girl, what are you talking about? He treats you like this, not because you are not good, but because he is a bad person himself. You are my daughter. Don't I know what kind of character you are? When did he start beating you? Wu Yanhua really hated her for not being able to make up for her. Why didn't her daughter inherit her toughness? Look at her now. She is tortured and submissive. He started beating me half a year ago, and I forgave him again and again. Until one time he almost beat me to death. Mom, I really can't stand it anymore. I want a divorce. Fu Yenju cried and begged. If the Fu family didn't agree to her divorce, and they were afraid of being embarrassed, then she might not be able to get a divorce. Anyway, in Shangyao village, not only Shangyao village, but also Shanglin village and even the hundreds of miles around, there have been no divorce cases. Everyone is muddling along like this. It's good enough to be alive and have enough food to eat, and there are children. Who would think about divorce? If she breaks this precedent, the Fu family will definitely be criticized. This is why Fu Yenju never dared to tell her family about her domestic violence, to the point that it almost caused a big mistake. But she had no choice. If she couldn't get a divorce this time, she probably wouldn't survive. Chen Jijia would beat her to death. You are really stupid. How could I raise such a stupid daughter like you? You have been beaten by that rascal since half a year ago, and you just told my family now. Is this what I taught you before? Not every family in the village, but 9 out of 10 families are son-biased. But look at you. When have I not given you everything your brothers and sisters had? I have treated you equally with other boys in the family since you were a child, so why didn't you even tell your family about this? Do you think we won't care about you, or what? You have suffered so much by yourself. Wu Yanhua couldn't help crying as she spoke. Her daughter was being tortured in a place she couldn't see, and she had no idea at all. Mom, I don't dare to tell you about this just because I know you are good to me. I don't dare to implicate our family. Look at the girls within 100 miles who has ever divorced. Isn't it because they are afraid of gossip? I insisted on marrying that rascal, but now my family is disgraced. But if I don't divorce, I can't live. That beast Chen Jijia aborted my child, and it's been 3 months. This matter is also a hurdle that Fu Yanju can't get over. People nowadays value their offspring so much. She was looking forward to giving birth to a boy so that she wouldn't always be looked down upon in the Chen family. But Chen Jijia's kicked away all her expectations.
What did you say?
That beast Chen Jijia. Wu Yanhua was so angry that her body was shaking. Seeing that they were getting more and more excited, Fu Tinghua was afraid that his mother would get sick from the shock, so he quickly said, "Mom, it's not worth getting angry for that kind of person. The most important thing now is to let the Qin family get retribution and let my sister and Qin Jijia divorce." His calmness pulled the two indignant people back. "Okay, when your dad and others come back, we will go to the Qin family to seek justice," Wu Yanhua said fiercely. Her daughter was bullied like this by Qin Jijia, and she didn't believe it at all without the Qin family's instigation. In the past, the Qin family often mentioned in front of her that Qin Jijia didn't have a son, and that their Qin family's Qin Jijia branch would be extinct. At the beginning, her daughter did not give birth to a son, and Wu Yanhua felt that she was a little wrong, so she didn't dare to refute it. But now, the Qin family has bullied her daughter like this, and she really can't let it go if she doesn't go to get back. "Mom, we don't need to go to them. I will let them come to beg you when the time comes," Fu Tinghua suddenly said. "Let them come to beg me?" Wu Yanhua felt a chill and asked quickly, "Tinghua, do you have a solution?" "Well, you just have to wait." There was a dark color in Fu Tinghua's eyes that was not usually seen. Wu Yanhua was shocked to realize that the change in her son this time might be because his sister was bullied and stimulated him. "Tinghua, although it is really infuriating that your sister was bullied by the Qin family, but our family is the right party. You can't do anything that violates the law. In our family, you are the most promising. Many things will depend on you in the future. You can't get into trouble." Wu Yanhua was really afraid that Fu Tinghua would be too depressed and be arrested by the police. After listening to Wu Yanhua's words, Fu Yanju also hurriedly advised, "Yes, Tinghua, don't do anything to ruin your future. As long as you can get a divorce and take Wanner away, I don't dare to hope for anything else." Chen Wanner is the daughter of Fu Yanju and Qin Jijia. At home, she was either beaten or scolded by the Qin family just because she was not a son. When Fu Yanju was beaten, both mother and daughter hid in the room and cried secretly. Chen Wanner also told Fu Yanju that if she could escape, she should escape quickly and not to worry about her. Fu Yanju did escape from the Qin family, but was seen by the villagers of Shanglin village, who then notified the Qin family and then caught her back. After hearing what the two said, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but be a little speechless. What are these two people thinking? For such a small matter, does he have to do something illegal to deal with it? However, the Fu family has always thought that Fu Tinghua is just an ordinary doctor who sees patients in the hospital. "Mom, sister, I haven't done anything illegal, don't worry," Fu Tinghua said helplessly. "That's good, I'm fine. Tinghua, your future is more important. It's just that if my divorce is successful, people will gossip about my family." Fu Yanju went back and forth, just worrying about this. Wu Yanhua looked at her with even more regret and then lectured her. "What's wrong with gossiping? When has our Fu family ever been afraid of being gossiped about? You are such a fool. How could I, Wu Yanhua, give birth to such a silly daughter like you? Am I scolding you because I am afraid of being gossiped about? Your life is almost gone, and you are still afraid of being gossiped about." Wu Yanhua didn't know what to say to make her daughter feel better, really. After Fu Tinghua treated the wounds of all sizes on Fu Yanju's body, she couldn't help but sigh. "What's wrong, Tinghua? Is there any problem?" Wu Yanhua couldn't help asking. Chen Jijia, that guy, dared to beat her daughter like this. "Sister, come with me to the city the day after tomorrow to do a full body check. I don't know if any bones are broken, so it's safer to take an X-ray to see. That's when we should go." You can take your sister with you when the time comes. Wu Yanhua quickly agreed. But Fu Yanju didn't dare to say anything. If she said that she didn't want to trouble her brother, she would definitely be scolded again. Sister, you should take a rest first. I'll take ZZ and Nyo home first. Suhi should be here soon. I'll go pick her up. Fu Tinghua was still worried about Suhi. He felt that he had wronged Suhi, and he was still in the probation period and had not been converted to a regular employee. Seeing that he missed his wife so much, Wu Yanhua didn't dare to keep him, so she naturally sent him back. Looking at Fu Tinghua's back, Fu Yanju was in the mood to gossip with her mother. Tinghua's wife has changed so much. Mom, you don't know, I was beaten by Qin Jijia this morning, and when I escaped, I happened to hear someone calling Suhi's name. I thought to myself, could it be Tinghua's wife? But when I saw Suhi, she was so thin and beautiful, I didn't even dare to think that she was my sister-in-law. It was only after I saw Zizi and Nuno beside her that I dared to ask her if she knew Tinghua. Then when the Qin family found me, you don't know how handsome Suhi was. He beat up those people from the Qin family by himself. You don't know how happy I was to see them being beaten by my sister-in-law. She became more and more excited as she spoke, and she couldn't forget the scene for a long time. Suhi's "Don't be afraid" was so sweet that it soothed her anxiety directly. After hearing what her daughter said, Wu Yanhua was not too surprised. Oh, she has fought with 2 families in the village. You didn't see the scene. She beat them so hard that they were scared. And she is good at talking. Now no one in the village dares to mess with her. Wu Yanhua couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth as she spoke. Besides, she also helped me to deal with your aunt. This was the happiest thing for her. In the past few days, Qin Shufan never came to disturb their family again. Wu Yanhua was so happy. My aunt is such a powerful person, and Suhi can also deal with her? Fu Yanju said, with wide eyes. Of course, your sister-in-law is very powerful. She is worthy of being Tinghua's wife. Both of them are smart. Wu Yanhua said proudly. Then Mom, tell me what happened? Why did he change so much? How did she fight with others? How did she get rid of her aunt?
Fu Yanju asked excitedly.
For a moment, her gossiping mentality made her temporarily forget the harm caused by the Qin family. In order to change her daughter's mood, Wu Yanhua began to tell her about Suhi's glorious deeds. After Fu Tinghua sent Zizi and Nuno home, he asked the 2 children to play in the living room and not run around. He went to pick up Suhi. The 2 children listened to their father very much. Although their father looked very gentle at ordinary times, the 2 children were unexpectedly a little afraid of their father. Since they got close to their mother, they began to be afraid of Fu Tinghua, which was also quite magical. Fu Tinghua knew that Suhi should come back from the small road next to his house, so he walked out of the small road to the main road, and just saw Suhi coming back with Aunt Nyo pushing a cart. After seeing people, he hurried to meet them. Why are you here?
Suhi was a little surprised to see him. Come to pick you up.
Give it to me. After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he covered Suhi's hand with his, wanting her to push the cart for him. Suhi was a little helpless, so she had to let go of the hand holding the handle of the cart, and then walked beside Fu Tinghua. Aunt Nyo, thank you. Fu Tinghua thanked Aunt Nyo at this time.
Ah?
Ha ha ha, it's okay. It's our duty as fellow villagers to help. Aunt Nyo looked at Fu Tinghua's handsome face, and then at Suhi. Oh, this young couple, they're a perfect match. Alas, her son, there is no hope. He is not half as handsome as Fu Tinghua. After returning home, Aunt Nyo said goodbye to the 2 of them. After watching Aunt Nyo walk away, Fu Tinghua reached out and touched Suhi's face and asked in a gentle voice, Are you tired? Suhi blushed a little because of a sudden action. She shook her head and said, No, I'm used to it.
Yeah.
Fu Tinghua nodded. His eyes fell on Suhi's face, and seeing the sweat on her forehead, he stretched out his fingers and wiped it gently. Suhi was a little embarrassed, and her face couldn't help but blush. She had never been in love. It is said that when people in love are ambiguous, they are so. Suhi didn't know how to describe it, but she felt warm in her heart. After a while, Suhi suddenly seemed to remember something, raised her head and asked, "By the way, is your sister okay?" Fu Tinghua heard the words, and the movement of his hands paused for a moment, but soon returned to normal. "It's your sister too," Fu Tinghua said softly, with a hint of firmness and tenderness in his tone. Suhi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and quickly changed his words. Yes, I didn't make a slip of the tongue."
Then,
"Is our sister okay?" Hearing this, Fu Tinghua's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile flashed in his eyes. "Yes, this kind of thing will cause indelible harm to women, but I will do my best to punish Chen Jijia," Fu Tinghua said coldly. In Suhi's opinion, although Fu Tinghua looks cold and makes people feel a little cold, he is actually a warm man. I didn't expect to see such a cold and fierce side of him. This should be what he looks like when he is angry, right? What's wrong? Seeing that Suhi didn't reply, Fu Tinghua couldn't help asking, "I wonder if you will be so fierce to me in the future?" To be honest, Fu Tinghua's expression and tone just now were really crazy and scary. Speaking of his son, could it be that he inherited his father's personality? Realizing that she had revealed her ruthless side in front of Suhi, Fu Tinghua hurriedly explained, "No, I will never be so fierce to you. It's true that Dr. Fu is sometimes really easy to tease. Her unintentional words sometimes make him very nervous. I don't think you dare, don't you know? I can knock you down with one punch," Suhi said with a carefree smile. She didn't lie, there were countless men knocked down by her. Seeing that Fu Tinghua didn't reply, Suhi thought, he wouldn't be scared by her martial arts value, right? Yes, who would like such a tough wife? She looked up and looked at Fu Tinghua, but saw that Fu Tinghua was staring at her. "You. Why are you looking at me like this?" Fu Tinghua's affectionate eyes stared at her, making Suhi swallow her saliva. "Well, that's right. I suddenly want to kiss you." Fu Tinghua's eyes were full of smiles.
Shui.
She looked around a little bit guilty. Although there was no one, this was the doorstep after all. Suddenly, she felt her lips being touched lightly, so fast that she couldn't react. Suhi looked up at Fu Tinghua, but saw that his ears were also red. This man, how could he be so handsome? As for his secret kiss, when she saw Fu Tinghua's face, Suhi couldn't bear to blame him at all. At this moment, she suddenly heard Nyo Nyo excitedly shouting, "Mom." After the two realized that the children were coming, they couldn't help but stay away from each other with guilt. Speaking of Fu Tinghua kissing her just now, wouldn't the two kids see it? "Mom, are you back?" Nyo Nyo rushed over and hugged Suhi's legs. "Well, I kept you waiting for a long time." Suhi gently touched Nyo Nyo's head and said with a smile. Looking at Suhi's gentleness towards the two kids, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but think about it. It seemed that Suhi was always gentle to Zizi and Nyo Nyo. They went to the Fu family for dinner. Wu Yanhua came to the Fu family in person and asked Fu Tinghua and Suhi to have dinner there. For their daughter or sister being bullied, the Fu family wanted to go to the Qin family to argue. But they were stopped by Wu Yanhua. They couldn't go to cause trouble together. They themselves were fine, but her youngest son Fu Tinghua had a job, and cannot implicate the youngest son. And Fu Tinghua has already said that he will find someone to solve the problem and make the Qin family beg their family. Fu Dajuan naturally wants to find out whether Fu Tinghua really has a way to solve this matter, otherwise he really can't swallow this breath. They arrived at the Fu family. Fu Tinghua and Suhi were both keenly aware that the atmosphere at the Fu family was not very good. "Tinghua, Suhi, you two are here? Haha, sit down and eat first, let's talk while we eat." Fu Dajuan invited the two to sit down. Suhi glanced at the other people in the Fu family and said, "I'll take Zizi and Nyo Nyo to another table." The children sat at one table, but Suhi was afraid that the two children would be embarrassed to pick up food when they came to the Fu family. "Suhi, you sit down, I'll take care of the two children. You are a great contributor to our family today." At this time, Wu Yanhua came forward. "Mom, I'll take care of my sister's meal." Zizi suddenly looked at Suhi and said, "Oh, look at Zizi. You are so sensible." Wu Yanhua immediately smiled and praised Zizi. Although they are young, it must be said that Suhi and her youngest son, are really worry-free. Okay, then you guys go eat at the next table. After he finished instructing the two kids, she sat down next to Fu Tinghua. Eat first, eat first. Fu Dajun said as he asked everyone to pick up some dishes. It was rare tonight that chicken appeared on the Fu family's table. Fu Yanju didn't say a word from beginning to end. Her eyes were obviously red and swollen, as if she had just cried. Tinghua, He eat more? Wu Yanhua asked, picking up a piece of meat for each of them. To be honest, a chicken for so many people was actually not enough, not to mention that the children's table had taken a plate of chicken. But it was also difficult to have a meal of chicken in this era. When everyone had almost finished eating, Fu Dajun spoke. Yenju of our family must get a divorce. After the divorce, she will definitely come back to live with us. Tinghua and the others have already separated. What about the others? Do you have any opinions? If you have any, you can say it now. In the future, we may have to deal with Chen Jijia and those rascals in the Chen family. I don't want us to have internal strife in the future. It must be said that Fu Dajun has made an indispensable contribution to the fact that the Fu family has been so united. It is true that we must first stabilize the country before we can resist foreign aggression. Suhi turned his head to observe the expressions of the other sisters-in-law, only to see that they all had a strange look on their faces. This is not surprising. In this era, there are very few divorced girls. When Fu Yanju comes back to live, the Fu family will definitely be gossiped about. Dad, I can find an empty lot and build a house casually. Just give me a piece of land that will not starve us mother and daughter. Fu Yanju said quickly, fearing that the sisters-in-law would have opinions. What are you talking about? You are my own sister, and it is only natural for you to return to your own home. Stay here and feel at ease. Your brother will help you with everything. Fu Guoqing suddenly spoke up, causing the expressions of the women present to calm down. At this time, Fu Tinghua suddenly held Suhi's hand. It's okay, don't worry. He whispered close to Suhi's ear. If you are bullied, you must fight back. There is no reason to suffer in silence because of fear of rumors. Xiaohua, Fangfang. Fu Dajun suddenly called out Zhang Xiaohua and He Fangfang.
Dad?
The two were a little scared when they were called out. They didn't oppose their father-in-law's decision, but they still felt that if this woman got divorced, wouldn't her life be ruined? Would any man want a divorced woman? Their strange looks just now were also a little worried about this. It has to be said that women in this era are still very feudal in their thinking, especially rural women. Basically, they still regard their husbands as the gods. Otherwise, Fu Yanju would not have been beaten half to death, and she would not have thought of divorce. It was really because someone almost died and she wanted to live, so she had to decide to divorce. You two are also people with daughters. If Daya and Yaya encounter this kind of situation in the future, I hope you can be tough and seek justice for your daughters. Fu Dajuan's words immediately woke up the three women at the scene. Yes, if it was their own daughter. It's suffocating to think about it. So, no matter what happens, if it doesn't happen to you, you don't think it's a big deal. I have no objection. Zhang Xiaohua said quickly. Me too. He Fangfang saw that her sister-in-law spoke first, and she quickly agreed. Well, I have no objection either. Although Qin Sufin doesn't have a daughter at present, who knows if she will have one in the future? She is still so young, and can still give birth. Well, I hope the family can be united this time. Fu Dajuan said, and turned to look at Fu Tinghua again. Tinghua, you told us not to cause trouble for the Qin family, so we listened to you. In our family, you are the smartest and most promising. I hope you can give your sister a good vent for this incident.
Fu Dayun sighed.
Well, don't worry, Dad. Fu Tinghua held Suhi's hand and did not let go. He looked at Fu Dajuan and replied very solemnly. Fu Dajuan was relieved. His youngest son never did anything without confidence and always did what he said. Everyone talked about some family matters, and Fu Tinghua took Suhi and the two children back to his home. Fu Dajuan looked at the two holding hands, with two cute children around them, and the family of four having fun. His originally frowned brows finally relaxed. This is finally the happiest thing in the family. The youngest son and the daughter-in-law finally have some feelings for each other. Hey, do you think we should find a way to help Tinghua and his family build a new house? They're still living in a mud house now. Wu Yanhua, who is also standing beside her husband, could not help asking. We must rebuild it. Aren't you keeping all the money that Tinghua gave us? When the time comes, we will build them a blue brick house after they move into the city. Seeing that her husband already had a plan, Wu Yanhua could not help but raise her eyebrows. The one who loves the youngest son the most is still the father Fu Dajuan. In order to send the youngest son to study in the city, he had to ask many people for money. But now, the family has finally made it. Now the youngest son is very successful. Yanju said that Tinghua is very capable. He directly took her and Su He out of the interrogation room of the town police station. Wu Yanhua could not help showing off to her husband. But Fu Dajuan's face darkened. Don't mention such sensitive topics in the future. We are cracking down hard now, and the villagers are very tight-lipped. What if they spread the news and affect Tinghua's work? Wu Yanhua was a little scared after being scolded by her husband. Although Fu Dajuan usually listens to her, he can be scary when he puts on a stern face. Oh, I know. We're just talking to our family. Who wants to tell others? Am I that kind of person? Besides, I can't possibly spread the news that Yenju and Suha are being held in the interrogation room.
Fu Tinghua.
On the way home, Suhi suddenly called Fu Tinghua. Fu Tinghua stopped and looked at Suhi gently. This is a rural area. You hold my hand like this. Aren't you afraid of gossip? Suhi couldn't help but say.
No.
In case they always say that our relationship is not good. After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he held Suhi's hand a little tighter.
Shui.
That's right, Dad. You don't know, some people say that if Mom divorces you, then introduce a date to Mom. The baby always speaks shockingly, making the two adults' faces change.
Oh,
really? Fu Tinghua said coldly. I was joking. Suhi was helpless. She didn't expect her cold son to be such a big mouth. Well, it's okay. Your mother and I will not divorce. Fu Tinghua hooked the corner of his mouth and replied. In order to quickly change the subject, Suhi asked Fu Yenju about this matter. How are you going to deal with this matter of the fourth sister? The Chen family should come to visit tomorrow. A hint of coldness flashed across Fu Tinghua's eyes.
Huh, so soon?
Suhi was a little surprised. Her husband didn't seem as simple as he seemed on the surface. Well, you don't have to worry anyway. After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, he took the opportunity to reach out and gently touch Suhi's head.
Shui.
Why are you taking advantage of her again? Suhi couldn't help but wonder if Dr. Fu had skin cravings. He was secretly doing little things to her during the two meetings. However, he did it so naturally, and his face was so beautiful that Suhi didn't feel angry at all. After bathing the two children, Fu Tinghua suddenly asked the two children, Can you sleep by yourself tonight? Suhi on the side.
Yes.
The babies suddenly answered loudly. Nyo glanced at her father, then at her mother, and then hesitated a little. Finally, in her father's expectant eyes, she still answered yes.
Shui?
No, you three have decided just like that? Don't you even ask for my opinion? However, in order to prevent the two kids from seeing the clues and show them a normal marriage, Suhi did not refute Fu Tinghua's words. After sending the two kids back to the room, Suhi pulled Fu Tinghua out of the room and asked, What are you doing? Fu Tinghua looked very innocent and blinked at Suhi. I didn't do anything. Pretending to be innocent? The 1-month deadline hasn't arrived yet and you haven't been converted yet. Suhi said unhappily. Who knew that Fu Tinghua suddenly pulled her into his arms and gently rested his chin on Suhi's head. Suhi was startled by this sudden move, but soon felt the warmth coming from Fu Tinghua and his steady and powerful heartbeat. Her body trembled slightly, and then slowly relaxed. But you are my wife. Besides, sleeping in separate rooms all the time is not healthy. It will have a bad influence on Zizi and Nyonyo. His voice came from above, a little muffled. I just want you to be by my side. I won't do anything really. Please, okay? Wife. Fu Tinghua said, stroking Suhi's forehead. Suhi's soft-hearted personality was really controlled by Dr. Fu. After the word wife came out, Suhi got goosebumps. Fu Tinghwa's voice was so nice. How come she didn't feel cheesy when being called wife? Since they would sleep together sooner or later, sleeping early or late was the same. He was deceived by Dr. Fu to sleep in the same bed. He also knew that men's words were not trustworthy. He didn't believe in words like "I'll just rub it, not go in." But what Dr. Fu said that he would not do anything really meant it. He took a shower first, and then she lay directly on the bed. She slept inside, leaving a large space for Fu Tinghwa. She didn't feel anything just now, but now she was lying on the bed. She felt a little nervous. What's going on? After all, she was still after being alone for more than 30 years in her previous life. She tossed and turned in bed, and soon the door rang. He was frightened when she heard the noise, and subconsciously closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Don't think that she is usually a very calm person, and she has never been afraid of anything. But when it comes to this kind of thing, she suddenly became nervous subconsciously. Fu Tinghwa wore a white vest on the upper body and a pair of loose black shorts on the lower body, which looked very casual and comfortable. He had just finished a shower, his hair was still wet, and he was wiping it with a towel in his hand. The vest on the man was not loose, and it fit slightly on his skin, outlining his strong figure and vaguely visible 8 abdominal muscles. This simple outfit makes him exude a unique charm, especially with that handsome face, which makes people can't help but fall in love with him. Fortunately, He closed her eyes at this time. Otherwise, she would definitely have a nosebleed. Fu Tinghua walked to the bedside and saw the petite body lying on the bed, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose slightly. He could tell at a glance that she was not asleep, but just pretending to be asleep. As a surgeon, the first thing he had to learn was to distinguish whether the patient was lying or whether the person pretending to be sick was pretending to be asleep. After wiping his hair almost, Fu Tinghua put the towel aside. After walking to the bed and sitting down, his eyes couldn't help but fall on someone pretending to be asleep. Suhi felt a pair of eyes staring at her, and she couldn't help but regret pretending to be asleep. With this kind of gaze, should she sleep tonight? Suhi was immersed in her own thoughts, and she was defenseless when a fresh and pleasant breath suddenly hit her. Then, she felt a coolness on her lips. This time, Fu Tinghua did not just touch her lips lightly like before. However, he did not get too intimate, and only stayed on Suhi's lips for about 3 seconds before quickly withdrawing. This rascal. Suhi cursed in her heart. He actually took advantage of me again while I was asleep. Originally, Fu Tinghua gave Suhi the impression of being cold, mature, and a flower of jailing. But now, Suhi has overturned her previous thoughts a little. How could Dr. Fu take advantage of someone's misfortune? He is so shameless, kissing her secretly while she was asleep. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. After a while, the lights were turned off. Fu Tinghua went to bed. So nervous, what's going on? Just when Suhi thought that Fu Tinghua would do something. Who knew that Fu Tinghua would just lie down beside her and then fall asleep? Shui. Well, I don't know why I'm so nervous. After making sure that Fu Tinghua didn't want to do anything to her, Suhi relaxed. She had been busy all day and hadn't had a good rest, so she was sleepy. After a while, she fell asleep. What she didn't know was that when she fell asleep, Fu Tinghua, who was lying beside her, opened his eyes. After the lights were off, the room was very dark. Fu Tinghua's face was obscure in the darkness, but his eyes were so bright that they seemed to be able to the endless darkness. It seemed that there were only him and Suhi left in this world. He stretched out his hand, and as gently as if he was afraid of disturbing something, he gently brushed away a strand of hair that was stuck to Suhi's face. His fingers slid across her cheek, feeling the delicacy and warmth of her skin, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Looking at her sleeping quietly, Fu Tinghua's heart was full of tenderness and love. This woman was an accident in his life, and she was also an existence that he could not give up. He leaned close to her ear and said softly, "Sleep well." The voice was so light that it seemed like just a breeze. The next day, Suhi slowly opened her eyes. What caught her eye was a man's chest. By the way, She slept in the same bed with Fu Tinghua last night. She remembered that Fu Tinghua was lying next to her very properly at that time. Thinking that she was asleep, Fu Tinghua did not disturb her later. But who can tell her why she is sleeping in Fu Tinghua's arms now? Looking up slightly, she saw the man's beautiful Adam's apple. I want to touch it. What's going on? Also, Fu Tinghua is a doctor. Why is his chest so hard? And muscles? I want to touch it too. Looking up, I saw the handsome face that had attacked Su He's beauty early in the morning. By the way, the eyelashes of Zizi and Nuno should be inherited from Fu Tinghua, right? So long and so dense, so beautiful. It's embarrassing to touch her Adam's apple and chest muscles, but her eyelashes are okay. So she slowly stretched out her hand towards Fu Tinghua's eyelashes. When her hand was about to touch Fu Tinghua's eyelashes, suddenly, Fu Tinghua opened her eyes.
Shui.
Looking at the man's clear eyes, he didn't look like he just woke up. He was just pretending to sleep. What do you want to do? The man asked with a smile in his eyes. Nothing, I just saw that your eyelashes are so long, I want to see if they're false eyelashes. Suhi replied very calmly. She didn't touch Fu Tinghua's other parts, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Then you touch it. After Fu Tinghua finished speaking, she reached out and grabbed Suhi's hand, closed her eyes, and let her touch her eyelashes. Suhi was a little confused by his actions and said with a little blush, "But it's okay." She wanted to pull back her hand that was tightly held by Fu Tinghua, but found that she couldn't pull it out at all.
Oh.
Suhi has always been confident in her fighting ability. But why is Fu Tinghua so strong that she can't pull her hand out every time she wants to? Or, you can touch other places. Fu Tinghua suddenly leaned close to Suhi's ear and said, his voice was light and lustful. Suhi's ears were a little itchy and numb due to the hot air he exhaled. Before Suhi could speak, Fu Tinghua took her hand and touched his Adam's apple. I guess you want to touch here, right? At this time, the two were hugging each other again. Suhi was resting her head on Fu Tinghua's hand, being embraced by him. And Fu Tinghua's other hand also held Suhi's hand, letting her touch his Adam's apple. What does Fu Tinghua want to do early in the morning? Flirting with her like this. But why is this Adam's apple so hard? Suhi, who had a strange way of thinking, really touched Fu Tinghua's Adam's apple seriously. Fu Tinghua was also teased by her and his body was hot. He had only done it once, and it was in a state of unclear consciousness. Early in the morning, men are already full of blood, not to mention that he was holding the woman he liked in his arms. Moreover, this woman was still moving around in his arms, and her hands were touching randomly. Soon, Suhi felt the changes in Fu Tinghua's body. Feeling a little embarrassed, Suhi was about to say something. The voice stopped abruptly, and Suhi's lips were kissed by Fu Tinghua. Help! Neither of them has brushed their teeth yet. Suhi's lips were sealed. Fu Tinghua was really kissing her this time, not just touching her lips lightly. She wanted to remind them that they hadn't brushed their teeth yet. But she didn't feel that there was any odor in their mouths, and she forgot about it for a while. Fu Tinghua pressed Suhi under him and kissed her lips. He has always had good self-control and concentration, but he lost control at this moment. As a surgeon, he must have good psychological quality. Otherwise, when he was with the army, he would have been unable to continue if he encountered hands and feet blown up by gunpowder. However, to become a top doctor in the field of surgery at home and abroad, Fu Tinghua naturally has an extraordinary calm mentality. But when facing the woman he likes, everything collapses.
Fu Tinghua.
Suhi still seduced him with her sweet voice. Fortunately, he didn't hear Fu Tinghua's voice.
She was really wronged by Do-yi.
She called him to stop him, but the voice that came out was a delicate panting. What can she do? Fu Tinghua held Suhi's hand and slowly moved it down from the Adam's apple, letting her touch her chest muscles. Shui? If you play like this, it will really go off accidentally. After all, this kind of thing is not only felt by men but also by women. Especially women like Suhi, who have never experienced love affairs. Not only did she not resist Fu Tinghua's touch, but she also, liked it. Just when the two were about to have an accident, there was a knock on the door.
Mom.
Nyo knocked tentatively outside the door. During this period, she was very dependent on Soo-hee, and she was still very insecure at a young age. She couldn't help but look for Soo-hee when she didn't see him. Hearing Nyo's voice, Fu Tinghua let go of Soo-hee. Looking at the woman's lips that were extremely red from his kiss, and her top was also extremely messy, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but sigh softly. Then, he quickly helped Soo-hee tidy up her clothes. Seeing that Fu Tinghua finally let go of her, Soo-hee couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, Soo-hee still felt that it was a bit too fast. When their eyes met, they both saw the lingering in each other's eyes. Mom, seeing that Soo-hee ignored her, she called again. Mom is here, coming. Soo-hee hurriedly shouted to the door. Fu Tinghua got off the bed first, and while walking to open the door, she tidied up the clothes that had been lifted to her chest. When the door opened, the two little stumps were standing at the door with their eyes wide open, looking so pitiful. What's wrong? Can Dad hold you? Fu Tinghua squatted down and coaxed the two children patiently. Although they liked their mother more, Zizi and Nyo also liked their father, so they both reached out their hands for Dad to hold them. Fu Tinghua held a child in one hand, and when she turned around, Soo-hee had already walked behind them. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Soo-hee asked softly. She has always been like this, with the two children, with infinite patience. I want Mommy to hold me. As soon as she saw Soo-hee, Nyo immediately joined her mother's camp and asked Soo-hee to hold her. Come on, hold me. Oh, this little baby, why are you still crying? You look so aggrieved. Soo-hee said with a smile. Zizi didn't ask for Mommy to hold her. He and his sister have gained weight now. It would be very tiring for Mommy to hold two babies alone. As soon as she entered Soo-hee's arms, Nyo immediately became very obedient. It also proved from the side how much she relies on Soo-hee as her mother now. Okay, Mommy will make breakfast for you. Why did you wake up so early today? Soo-hee said while holding Nyo and walking to the kitchen. Seeing this, Fu Tinghua also followed in with Zizi. I miss Mommy, Nyo said in a low voice, as if she was extremely guilty after doing something wrong. Her brother had just told her not to disturb Mommy and Daddy's sleep. But she was just afraid that if Mommy liked Daddy in the future, would she not love her anymore? Now I don't even sleep with her anymore, Children's thinking is so simple sometimes, and adults may not understand what they say. Okay, Mom will make you something delicious, be good. Soo-hee said, and kissed her daughter on her cute and tender face. While Mom kissed her again. Mom must still love me the most. Nyo felt relieved instantly. Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua made breakfast together, steamed buns, because they only made a few, they were done very quickly. The two kids held buns in one hand and milk in the other, and were accompanied by their parents, and they were very satisfied. But Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua rarely talked. Mainly, the scene that happened in the morning. Until now, both of them are still a little embarrassed. They almost had when they woke up early in the morning. If the kids hadn't interrupted them, I guess they would be. Those who understand will understand. Soo-hee is not so conservative. As a person in the 21st century, many people have had before getting married. What's more, she and Fu Tinghua were originally husband and wife, and they had expressed their feelings to each other. After agreeing to sleep together, she expected that some uncontrollable things would happen. So when faced with Fu Tinghua's intimacy, she never refused. Soo-hee was very open-minded in some aspects, and she didn't hesitate so much. If you like it, just go for it. What's the big deal? But early in the morning, this is a bit embarrassing, and it was interrupted by the children. After breakfast, the two children went to play again. Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua were left at home, and the atmosphere became a little ambiguous again. By the way, there are 2 chickens at home. How about we kill them together today? Ask my parents to come to our house for dinner? Soo-hee asked. Originally, they were supposed to kill them for Ji Liangchuan to eat, but after this incident, Ji Liangchuan stayed in the town with his grandmother and didn't follow them to the countryside. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. Fu Tinghua looked at Su He and nodded.
That.
You speak first, the two said in unison. This morning when Fu Tinghua was about to say something, an anxious voice came over. Tinghua, Su He, the Chen family came to our door and asked us to hand over Yenju.
It was Wu Yanhua.
The two looked at each other, hurried out the door, and greeted them. Mom, the Chen family is here? So soon? Fu Tinghua said with a frown. Yes, this bunch of rascals not only said that our Yenju is a jinx, causing several men of the Qin family to be arrested and put in the detention center, but also said that Yenju would ask Su He to go to the town with them to write a letter of understanding. Wu Yanhua looked obviously very angry. Fortunately, the family was afraid that someone would come to make trouble today, so the men of the Fu family stayed at home honestly and did not go out to work. Otherwise, Fu Yenju would not be forcibly taken away by the Qin family at this moment. Mom, let's go over first,
Su He said.
Wu Yanhua slapped her head when she heard it. Yes, hurry over. The Chen family is about to fight with your father and his family, hurry with me. When they arrived at the scene, they saw many villagers watching. Seeing Fu Tinghua and the other three, everyone took the initiative to make room for them. The Chen family was obviously here to cause trouble this time, and they brought more than a dozen men. Chen Jijia's parents and brother and sister-in-law were all here as well. Hand over Fu Yenju quickly. She is our Chen family's daughter-in-law. How can she hide back in her parents' home like this? A daughter who is married off is like water spilled out, and our family gave you a betrothal gift in the first place. Chen Jijia's mother Lu Ting said. Get out of my house quickly. My daughter has been beaten by your son for a long time, and her life is almost gone. Our two families were married in the first place, and your family is not good to my daughter, so she will naturally come back.
Fu Dayun replied coldly.
What a joke. How come our family treats her badly? She can't give birth to a boy, but we still feed and clothe her, right? Su He was very angry after hearing this. Why can't she give birth? Your son beat my sister to the point of miscarriage, and your family is right? Wait for your son to go to jail. Fu Ziyao couldn't help it, and stood up to speak. What's wrong with beating your wife? You have to go to jail for beating your wife? You're just dreaming. The Chen family is really a group of people who don't understand the law. Not only the Chen family, but in this era, there are too many families in some places where wives are beaten and the wives don't run away, and it is almost becoming the norm. Don't waste time talking to them. Wait until Chen Jijia's sentencing results come out, and they will be honest. At this time, Fu Tinghua finally spoke. Everyone saw Fu Tinghua and Su He, who had already arrived at the scene. Sentence. Who are you trying to scare? Is there a need for sentencing for such a thing? Someone from the Chen family asked.
Don't you know?
Now we are cracking down hard, and your Chen family is relying on the relationship with the police chief to act arrogantly and domineeringly. The point is, several people from your Chen family are suspected of gambling. I don't know about the others, but Chen Jijia will be sentenced to at least 5 years. As soon as Fu Tinghua said this, the Chen family exploded in an instant.
Who are you?
Who are you trying to scare? Spread rumors, believe it or not. I will beat you down later. A man from the Chen family came out to show off his power and threaten viciously. You can try. Suspected of intentionally injuring a senior national technician. Do you also want to go in and accompany Chen Jijia? Looking at Fu Tinghua's calm attitude and sarcastic smile, the Chen family instantly became a little scared. They didn't know about the others, but they did know that the Fu family had a little son who was very good at studying since he was a child and had a promising future. What he said about a senior national technician sounded very impressive, and they didn't know if it was true. But since it involved the country, no one cared about whether it was true or not, so naturally they didn't dare to touch him. If what he said was true, it would be more trouble than gain. The Chen family member, who had just stood up to threaten Fu Tinghua, also retreated silently. Anyway, you just hand over Fu Yenju. Her husband is still in the detention center. Is her heart made of stone? She also implicated her eldest brother. My poor 2 sons. Chen Jijia's mother Lu Ting saw that the threat didn't work, so she started to play the victim again. By the way, what's the point of you asking my 4th sister to come out? After all, if I don't issue a letter of apology, it's useless for you to ask my fourth sister. Soo-hee, who had been watching the excitement for a long time, suddenly spoke. At this time, the Chun family members paid attention to this woman with fair and clean face and delicate features. Who are you? Lu Ting asked. Me. Don't you know who I am? Yesterday, those young and strong men from your Chun family surrounded a woman like me, and then I was arrested by the police. Soo-hee's tone was as casual as if he was talking about what to eat today.
You.
Okay, you woman, you must have seduced my son and the others. Otherwise, why would they besiege you? Lu Ting suddenly said. Yesterday, several young men from the Chun family went out and did not return. The Chun family was anxious and could not help but go to the street to report the case. But they were told by the police that they were now in the detention center. The young policeman also reminded them in a subtle way that they had offended someone. The Chun family asked to see Director Ma, but they were also told that Director Ma was not available. This is really faster than turning a book.
This is not okay.
In order to maintain the relationship with the police chief, the money earned from business every year can be used to pack a large red envelope to the police chief. This is why Director Ma has a good relationship with Chun Jijia. Moreover, the Chun family has a daughter who is now Director Ma's concubine. Otherwise, why didn't Director Ma want Soo-hee to reconcile with the Chun brothers at the beginning, but wanted Soo-hee to seek the forgiveness of the Chun brothers? Isn't it to show his own style and let the Chun family see his strength so that he can continue to make money? Who knew that Soo-hee was so stubborn that he refused to sign his indictment and plead guilty? As for the concubine, she was just a little girl from the countryside and was just kept for fun. Money is the most real thing. Soo-hee was amused by Lu Ting's remarks. Before he could say anything, Fu Tinghua on the side was full of venom. I was still wondering what kind of person could teach a Chun Jijia. Today is really an eye-opener. Being said like this by a junior in front of everyone, Lu Ting blushed instantly.
You.
Lu Ting pointed at Fu Tinghua, her hands shaking with anger.
What do you mean by you?
Old witch. Just wait for your son to spend the rest of his life in jail. I just won't issue a letter of apology, and I will you off to death. Soo-hee said with great pride. The more proud she was, the more angry the Chun family was. Angry, angry. It would be best if they were to death. The angrier they were, the happier she was. Seeing his wife being so naughty, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but put his fist on his mouth to hide his cracked mouth. His wife is so cute. What should he do? My dear, can you really bear to watch your son-in-law being sentenced? At this time, Chun Chong, the father of Chun Jijia, who had been silent, spoke up, and the person he questioned was Fu Dajuan. That's true. How could a grown man like him chatter like a woman? So Lu Ting was just making trouble just now, and now Chun Chong started a wave of moral kidnapping. Soo-hee saw it from the side and couldn't help but applaud. Master, this is a master. Fu Dajuan, will never have this son-in-law from now on.
Fu Dajuan replied calmly.
My dear relatives, it's fate that our children can get married, isn't it? There's no need to make such a fuss. Besides, it's hard for a woman to find another husband after divorce. It's better for her to live a good life with our Jijia. Don't worry, when Jijia comes out, I will ask him to treat Yenju well. It was our family that treated Yenju badly before, but we won't do that again. Besides, there's Wanner at home. Yenju shouldn't consider other things, but she should think about Wanner, her daughter, right? Dad has been in jail, and it won't sound good if this gets out. Besides, when I went out today, Wanner kept saying that she missed her mother. As a mother, I know Yenju won't be so cruel, right? You can't bear to see your granddaughter lose her mother at such a young age. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chun Chong is worthy of being the head of the family. Every word he said hit the nail on the head of the Fu family. Not only did he adopt a conciliatory policy, trying to tie Fu Yenju down with a child, and he also threatened her, using a child to threaten a mother, a scumbag. Sure enough, after hearing this, Fu Dajuan fell silent. Seeing that no one in the Fu family spoke, Chun Chong couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He didn't believe that the Fu family would not care about the child. However, the next moment his smile froze instantly. Because Fu Dajuan answered him. Yanju, and that scumbag in your family must get divorced. My granddaughter will live with us in the future. There is no reason for us in the Fu family to dislike our daughters and granddaughters.
So, what if we get divorced?
I will support her for the rest of her life. Fu Dajuan's words were so domineering, especially the last sentence, I will support her for the rest of her life. How many girls are scolded as money-losing goods by their families as soon as they are born? At this time, the unmarried and divorced women who were watching hated why they were not members of the Fu family and had a family that protected them so much. Yes, I will take my sister to the hospital for a full-body checkup in the next 2 days, and then we will apply for a divorce. Chun Jijia beat his wife to death during marriage, and the government will definitely grant a divorce without Chun Jijia's consent. And there is an extremely unstable father who loves domestic violence and gambling, and he will also face jail time, and the child will be awarded to my sister. Fu Tinghua added another bomb to the Qin family at the right time. The Qin family realized that because of Fu Tinghua's existence, the Fu family is no longer easy to bully. At the beginning, the Qin family always looked down on Fu Yanju. If Chun Jijia didn't want to marry her, the Qin family would not agree. The Qin family has always been a wealthy family in their village. They made their fortune by buying and selling fertilizers. In the town, they all have a special fertilizer store. But most of them bring goods to the village and sell fertilizers to people in their own village and the neighboring village. Otherwise, where would they have so much money to maintain their relationship with Director Ma? That person has a big appetite. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, the Fu family has become a place that the Qin family cannot afford to offend. Can you call Yanju out first? Let us talk to her. Seeing that the Fu family was not getting through here, Qin Chong began to think about Fu Yanju again. Fu Yanju had been oppressed by the Qin family for these years and had become submissive. He did not believe that Fu Yanju would dare not listen to him as a father-in-law. Dream on if you want to see Yanju. Haven't you harmed her enough? Wu Yanhua interrupted. My dear relatives, isn't it right for you to do this? Why are you holding Yanju? Did you kidnap her? Lu Ting began to bite back at the Fu family, confusing right and wrong. Wu Yanhua was about to curse, when suddenly wow. I don't know how Fu Yanju was so fast. She directly poured a bucket of feces all over the people from the Qin family. Lu Ting, who was standing in the front, was splashed the hardest and screamed directly. The people from the Qin family were more or less affected, with Lu Ting and Qin Chong being the worst affected. Suhi stared at the scene with wide eyes. When Fu Yanju threw the manure water, Fu Tinghua subconsciously hugged Su He in his arms. They also stood quite in front, as Fu Tinghua was afraid that the manure water would splash onto Su He. The stench spread instantly, and not only the Qin family, but also the onlookers around them covered their noses and moved away. Serves you right. That's right, the Qin family is such a... Fu Yanju did a good job. If the atmosphere wasn't so tense just now, I would have said something a long time ago. Sure enough, our village is still the best. There is no family in our village that abuses their daughter-in-law. That's right, don't marry your daughters to Shanglin village in the future. She's been beaten to death, why marry her? Well said, I guess the daughter of the Fu family has been bullied by her parents-in-law. Shangyao village is relatively united, mainly because the Qin family is such a... come to ask for a letter of apology and act so high and mighty. Who are you looking down on? In their Shangyao village, do you have to treat this place as your home ground? Do you think that all the people in Shangyao village are dead? I hate people who pretend to be awesome the most. The villagers of Shangyao village were not happy. When the two families were talking just now, they didn't dare to interrupt and get involved in other people's family affairs. But now, after seeing the Qin family being splashed with feces, all the villagers couldn't help but applaud. Ah, you rascal! Lu Ting was splashed with feces, and she almost vomited. Looking at Fu Yanju standing in front of her, Lu Ting wanted to kill her even more. This woman is indeed the disaster star of their family. No wonder she has never liked her. I'm going to kill you. She rushed towards Fu Yanju with feces all over her body.
Huh.
Everyone was shocked. They were not afraid of Lu Ting, they were afraid of the feces on Lu Ting. If they fought with her, wouldn't they be covered with feces? They didn't want to. Who knew that Fu Yanju had been prepared for a long time and took out a big stick from behind and then held Lu Ting's body to prevent her from rushing over. Seeing this, Wu Yanhua also hurried forward to help. My daughter, trick is a bit too bad. This Lu Ting, please don't come over. The picture is so beautiful that He is a little afraid to watch it. This if a fight breaks out, will she help or not? Even if she doesn't help, her feet will be stained with feces, right? The onlookers were also confused by this scene. After they reacted, they almost laughed out loud. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you want to go to the police and have them arrest all of you? At this time, Fu Tinghua spoke. For some reason, this man just stood there, and his aura was extremely strong, making people dare not question what he said. This witch threw feces all over me. Are you still going to do anything about it? Lu Ting was blocked by a wooden stick and couldn't get close to Fu Yanju, so she yelled in the direction of the Qin family. Except for the families of those who were arrested and taken to the police station, the other families who followed had already backed out. Before coming, the Qin family promised to give them benefits. But if this benefit makes them also arrested and taken to the police station, it would be a loss. And, at present, it seems that the Fu family is not a soft persimmon at all. What's more, there are so many villagers from Shangyao village who came here after hearing the noise, staring at them covetously. After all, it's someone else's territory, and they are still so arrogant. Who can stand it? If it weren't for the crackdown on fighting, the two sides would have fought long ago. They don't want to be splashed with feces again. Well, I have something to do at home, so I'm leaving first. The first person who followed the Qin family to find a place came out. Seeing that someone was going to go back, many young and middle-aged people invited by the Qin family also stood up. My family is also leaving first. Yes, the grass in my field hasn't been weeded yet, so I'm leaving first. Some people even advised the Qin family, you two families should talk to each other, sit down and talk it out if there is anything. I'm leaving first. In the end, it was because of interest that they followed the Qin family to the Fu family to make trouble. But you see, the Fu family loves their daughter so much that they are not afraid at all. And that Fu Tinghua, at first glance, looks and demeanor doesn't look like an ordinary person, but like an official. They can't afford to offend him. Seeing that the people who were invited to cause trouble for the Fu family were all running away, Lu Ting was even more furious. She looked at her husband Chen Chong, feeling very aggrieved. Chen Chong was disgusted by the on her body and moved away from her. Aren't you leaving yet? Do you want us to invite you? Fu Tinghua looked at the remaining Qin family members and asked coldly. Humph, Fu Yanju, you're very good. Don't forget, your daughter is still in our Qin family. Chen Chong left this sentence viciously and turned away. The protagonist left, and the other people in the Qin family who did not move immediately followed. Lu Ting was so angry that she couldn't speak when she saw no one paying attention to her. You. She looked at Fu Yanju, and when she was about to say something, she saw Fu Yanju turned around and took out another bucket of. Seeing this, Lu Ting was so scared that she turned around and ran. That speed was simply not like a middle-aged or elderly woman. After the battle, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Seeing that there was nothing exciting to watch, the onlookers left one after another. Several families who had a good relationship with the Fu family even came forward to tell Fu Dajuan to call them if he needed anything. Looking at the puddle of feces on the ground, Fu Yanju began to clean it up very consciously. Seeing this, the other sisters-in-law also came forward to help. Suhi also wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Fu Tinghua. Go and see Zizi and Nyonyo. They have been hiding in the house. I wonder if they're scared. Suhi heard this and thought about it, so he turned around and went into the house. But Fu Tinghua came forward to help clean up the feces. He was reluctant to let Suhi do this, so he planned to do it himself. Oh, Tinghua, we can just clean up here, you go quickly. Zhang Xiaohua saw him carrying a bucket to clean the ground, so he hurriedly said, It's okay, I'm strong. Seeing this, the other men of the Fu family also took buckets to fetch water to clean up the feces on the ground. Fu Ziao snatched the bucket from Fu Tinghua's hand and then said, Leave this matter to your brothers. You go in quickly, it stinks here. Fu Tinghua was helpless. Since he entered junior high school, his family has stopped letting him work. Not only his parents favor him, but his brothers are even more so. When he returned to the house, he saw Soo-hee talking to the two children. What's wrong? It's okay. Nyonya was a little scared. Soo-hee answered while holding her daughter. At this time, Wu Yanhua came into the house and said, Tinghua, Soo-hee, just eat here at noon today. Fu Tinghua didn't say anything, but looked at Soo-hee. Soo-hee thought about it, then nodded in agreement. Mom, let's go over to our place to eat in the evening. Tinghua and I are going to the city tomorrow, and this afternoon I want my family to help me pick some durian and bring it to the city. By the way, kill the 2 chickens and eat together. The 2 chickens are already fat enough. However, Soo-hee definitely didn't tell Wu Yanhua about this, lest she be heartbroken and disagree with them killing the chickens. Well, okay, I'll tell your brothers and sisters-in-law later. Anyway, I won't go out to work today, let's go pick that thing. Oh, right, durian, hurry up. Wu Yanhua is now very satisfied with Soo-hee. She accidentally saved her daughter's life again. They had lunch at Fu's house at noon. After a quick lunch, Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua took the 2 children home for a nap. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was not so strong. Soo-hee and Fu Tinghua handed Zizi and Nyo to Wu Yanhua, and then followed their brothers and sisters-in-law up the mountain. The 2 children were particularly sensible today. They may also know that they are ready to leave the countryside, and will not stay here for a long time, so they are also reluctant to leave the Fu family's children. In fact, this place is the place that changed their destiny. After all, their mother really began to love them after coming to the countryside. After arriving at the mountain, all the men in the Fu family couldn't help but cover their noses. Soo-hee, why is this durian so smelly? Fu Guoqing couldn't help asking. Soo-hee was a little embarrassed. She didn't know why durian was so smelly. What are you talking about? I think it smells pretty good. Zhang Xiaohua patted her husband's shoulder and said unhappily. After hearing her words, the other men in the Fu family. Haha, I also think that this thing smells a bit strong, but it's not that bad, right? Chun Sufan said. Let's get started, Soo-hee, this tree is so high. How can we pick this durian? He Fong looked at the durian hanging high on the tree and couldn't help asking. Soo-hee took out the tools that had been prepared long ago, and then said, someone has to climb up the tree to cut off the durian's tendon, and then 2 people will stay below to hold the net and catch the durian. When everyone heard this, they felt a little dangerous. Didn't you see that the shell of the durian is full of thorns? There are not so many ripe durians now, and I can't take so many to the city for the time being. But if the business can pick up in the future, or if the durians are so ripe that they have to be picked, we may have to ask the villagers to help pick them. Soo-hee expressed his thoughts. Our brothers can pick them. Why waste that money to hire someone? At this time, Fu Guoqing couldn't help but say. All the people in their Fu family go out to do hard labor all year round and earn little money. How could they be willing to spend money to hire someone to pick the durian? Soo-hee didn't continue this topic, but said, brothers, discuss it. Whoever climbs the tree will catch it below. It will be difficult for the person who catches the durian below, and it needs more strength. After all, it falls from such a high position. Don't sprain your hand in the end. Soo-hee's words woke everyone up. Originally, everyone planned that the men would climb the tree and the women would catch it below. I'll climb the tree. I've been good at climbing trees since I was a child. At this time, Fu Yanju, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. If she returned to the Fu family, she would be very active in doing any work, just because she was afraid that her brothers and sisters-in-law would dislike her. In fact, no one in the Fu family would think so. After all, she had just arrived and was not a lazy person. But after being suppressed by the Qin family for several years, Fu Yanju's personality was indeed a bit inferior, and she always felt that she was not good enough. It was Soo-hee who gave her the courage to throw manure water at the Qin family this morning. Her sister-in-law was so powerful, so she couldn't be too cowardly. Sister, you're still injured. Fu Tinghua couldn't help but say. Tomorrow they would take Fu Yanju back to the city for a full body check. It's okay, I'm really okay, Fu Yenju said quickly. Okay, then the fourth sister, you climb up the tree first and take a look. If you are tired, you can change to someone else. Suhee immediately responded with a smile. Fu Yenju looked at Suhee's eyes and was grateful. To be honest, what is Fu Yenju most afraid of now? She is afraid that the Fu family will treat her specially. She wants to integrate into this family, which should also belong to her own family. Suhee felt that she was a little too concerned. It turned out that she had been suppressed too severely by the Chin family in the past few years. So now she always thinks about helping the family with more work so that the Fu family will not despise her. If she is stopped, Fu Yenju might still have wild thoughts. So, there were 3 groups picking durians, and they all picked them from a distance so that there would be no chance of accidentally hurting anyone. Fu Yenju climbed up the tree, and Suhee and Fu Tinghua took over from below. The other brothers and sisters-in-law also discussed and formed groups of 3. Fu Yenju did not lie. She was very flexible in climbing trees. At least it was much better than the last time Suhee climbed up and looked very weak. Tinghua, Suhee, take it. Following Fu Yenju's order, a big durian fell from the tree and then landed steadily in the net held by Suhee and Fu Tinghua. Okay, fourth sister, this will be edible after a few days. Look at the tree for any yellowish durians. Don't pick those that are too green. Suhee shouted at Fu Yenju, who was on the durian tree. If the durian is too green, it may not be edible even if it is kept for a long time, because it is not ripe at all. Fu Yenju looked up at the durian hanging high and then took a long wooden stick knife to cut a durian stem. The other 2 groups also divided the work and cooperated, and the people who climbed the tree kept changing. Don't mention it. In more than an hour, Suhee had picked more than 30 durians. The main thing is that Suhee is really fast on their side. Anyway, it is much faster than when Suhee came to pick by himself. Suhee looked at the sun hanging not far away and then said to Fu Tinghua beside him, "We have to go home and kill the chicken." Fu Tinghua looked up at Fu Yenju, who was still on the tree. "Sister, we'll have dinner night. You come down and go back with us to cook." Fu Yenju heard this and responded quickly. After Fu Yenju got down from the tree, he had already counted the number of durians. There are 35 durians in total. Each of you can carry a few down the mountain. He took out the large sack that he had prepared long ago. This kind of bag was exchanged by Suhee in the space. It is sturdy and has a great effect in holding durians. Several people explained the situation to their brothers and sisters-in-law, left the large sack, and went down the mountain. The efficiency of the Fu family brothers and sisters-in-law was also very good, but the speed was still not as fast as Suhee's group. They only picked more than 20 in more than an hour. Suhee told them that a group of 50 or 60 would be enough. It is not known whether they can be sold in the city. Suhee does not want to pick so many durians so quickly. Although there is space to save, but isn't there Fu Tinghua around? Before he has thoroughly understood the other party and established a deep friendship with the other party, Suhee does not intend to reveal that he has space. Fu Yenju followed Suhee and the others down the mountain and placed the durian in the living room of the Fu family. The main reason is that the mountain where durian is planted is not on the other side of Suhee's house, so there is no way to move it there. He called the children to play at their house and went to Suhee's house with Wu Yanhua. Fu Dajuan stayed at home, mainly because he was afraid that the Chin family would come back. When she came to Suhee's house, Fu Yenju looked at the old mud house with some surprise. Don't say it, although the house is rotten, it was made clean by Suhee, and it doesn't look shabby at all. The pots, pans, tables, and stools in the house were all wiped brightly, which was extremely friendly to people's eyes. When I went to the backyard, I saw that there were vegetables planted. At this moment, Fu Yenju couldn't help but envy Suhee. They also lived in this old house when they were young. But at the beginning, this place was not as clean and tidy as Suhee made it. Her sister-in-law is really a powerful person. Wu Yanhua and Fu Yenju told how Suhee changed when he moved to the village and made the family live a good life. She felt that she also needed such courage and to be self-reliant. She couldn't really stay in the Fu family for the rest of her life and live with her brothers and sisters-in-law, right? But at present, she didn't have any good solutions. After all, the current situation was too chaotic. The marriage had not yet been divorced, and her daughter was still in her husband's family. By the way, thinking of her daughter, she didn't know how she would be beaten and scolded by her disgusting grandmother. Will the grievances suffered in the Fu family be vented on her daughter? Seeing that Fu Yenju's face suddenly became a little ugly, He asked with concern, "Fourth sister, what's wrong with you?" Fu Yenju raised her thin and yellow face, smiled forcibly, and then said, "Nothing." Seeing this, He didn't ask any more questions. "Come and help us kill the chickens, or pick some vegetables from the garden and wash them." Facing someone who has wild thoughts, I wonder if doing something for her would be a better idea. To be honest, He felt very sorry for Fu Yenju. She met the wrong person. She still remembered how miserable Fu Yenju looked when she first met her on the street. "Oh, I'll kill the chickens." Fu Yenju must have taken the dirty work on herself. When Manhwa heard them talking about killing chickens, she immediately couldn't sit still. Kill chickens? What chickens? Didn't we just have chickens yesterday? Who can stand eating chickens every day? Mom, there were so many people eating one chicken yesterday and no one got 2 pieces of chicken. We still have 2 chickens left here. They're already very fat. Let's kill them both. Suhi said with a smile. "Oh, why kill them all? Take the 2 chickens to the city and raise them. Mom, we are going to the city to stay for a long time this time. Let's have a good meal at home before we leave. Don't stop us." Fu Tinghua came out of the kitchen and said. Seeing that her youngest son had spoken, Wu Yanhua knew that the 2 were determined to kill the chickens, so she didn't say anything. But after watching the 2 chickens being killed together, Wu Yanhua was still heartbroken. "Let Tinghua and I cook today's dishes. Mom, sister, you just rest on the side." Suhi felt that it was a waste to cook such fat chickens for people of this era. They were reluctant to put oil and salt. The chicken could only be delicious because of its own strength. Wu Yanhua knew that Suhi's cooking was delicious, so she didn't say anything. After the chickens were killed and the dishes were washed, she gave up her place to her youngest son and his wife to stay in the kitchen. As a mother-in-law, her main goal was to not be too talkative and not interfere in the lives of her children. "How do you want to cook this chicken?"
Fu Tinghua asked.
Suhi thought for a moment. "Let's boil one and stir-fry the other with mushrooms. Zizi and Nunya love it, and I guess the kids will love it too." It was almost 6 o'clock when Fu Guiqing and the others came down the mountain after picking durian. They rested at home for a while, and when they saw that it was almost time, they followed Fu Dajuan to Suhi's house. As soon as they arrived near Suhi's house, they could smell the aroma of food. At this moment, everyone's stomachs growled at the right time. "We have a treat today, and we can eat Suhi's dishes again." "Yeah, I don't know who my sister-in-law learned to cook from. No, it seems that everything she cooks tastes good. This aroma, fortunately there are not many people living nearby, otherwise it would be so tempting." The family walked into the kitchen, talking and laughing. Seeing the various dishes on the table, they all brightened up. The table was filled with all kinds of dishes. Each dish was served on 2 plates. I guess one for the adults and one for the children. The most eye-catching was the 2 plates of boiled chicken. Seeing the white chicken, people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Suhi also prepared the dipping sauce for boiled chicken and placed it next to the boiled chicken. She made both spicy and non-spicy dishes. I don't know where Suhi got the fish, but fish is too fishy, has many bones, and consumes oil. They can't cook it well, so they don't buy fish often. The fish in the river are small, and people with nothing to do will catch them. The Fu family is busy all day and must be too lazy to catch fish in the river. But the braised fish made by Suhi today, just looking at the appearance, makes people swallow their saliva. The hot and sour potato shreds on the table are an extremely appetizing dish. Obviously, they usually potatoes, but when Suhi stir-fried them like this, they want to eat them again. There are also bitter melon scrambled eggs, meat fried melon shreds, and stir-fried vegetables. They have never had such a sumptuous meal during festivals. So many dishes. Usually, there is never enough food at home because there are so many people. So after the dishes are finished, Everyone fills their stomachs with sweet potato buns and potato-steamed buns. But tonight, the Fu family feels that there will definitely be enough food.
So,
Suhi this, it's so sumptuous today. Fu Dajuan couldn't help but say after seeing it. By the way, when can we eat? Dad, Tinghua and I just made some dishes casually, and we are ready to eat. Suhi said while making the dipping sauce. Seeing this, Fu Tinghua took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Everyone. Well, their younger brother has really fallen for her. Look, he has never left Su, he sighed. Fu Tinghua wanted to cook by himself, but Su he despised him. He said that Su he could teach him how to cook, and he just had to follow Su he's method. But Su he still felt that this was too troublesome, so it would be better for her to do it herself. Oh, my wife is too hardworking. Let's set up 2 tables, one in the living room and one in the kitchen. The kitchen is too small. After Fu Tinghua wiped Su he's sweat, he followed his brothers and sisters-in-law and said. Hearing this, everyone started to move tables and stools very actively. After all, they were really hungry. Who wouldn't be confused by these dishes? Let the children eat in the living room and leave the kitchen for the adults so that it would be more convenient to serve rice. A group of children were called back by Wu Yanhua, and as soon as they came back, they saw the extremely rich and fragrant food in the living room, and they couldn't help but exclaimed, wow. It must be the dishes made by my aunt, wow. Zhuang's saliva flowed out directly. Seeing this, Wu Yanhua was annoyed and quickly lifted Zhuang's clothes to wipe his saliva. Grandma, when are we going to eat? Nyo asked. Soon. Wu Yanhua didn't know when they could eat, so she had to ask the cook. By the way, she also wanted to eat quickly. Looking at these delicious dishes, she was almost starving. At this time, Nyo ran to the kitchen to find her mother, who was very pleased with Wu Yanhua, and asked when they could eat. Mom, I'm hungry, I need to eat. Nyo tugged at Suhi's clothes and said, You can eat now, it's all ready. Suhi's hands were busy at this time, and he couldn't hold Nyo. Seeing this, Fu Tinghua picked up his daughter and notified everyone to eat. At this time, everyone started to take bowls and serve rice. Wu Yanhua and several wives greeted the children and gave them bowls and chopsticks to serve rice. When sitting at the table, Fu Yanji was still a little confused. Were all the dishes on the table in front of her really made by Suhi alone? Looking at the dishes with good color, fragrance, and taste, everyone picked up the dishes silently and ate without saying a word. The main reason was that they were too delicious, and there was no desire to stop and talk. I'm not bragging, Suhi, with your cooking skills. You can open a small stir-fry restaurant, right? I haven't eaten at the small stir-fry restaurants in the city, but I feel that they are definitely better than others. Yes, your sweet potato cakes and French fries are also fried to perfection. Suhi is a capable person. He is good at what he does. His durian business will definitely be very good. The family chatted and laughed, and began to praise Suhi to death. As long as he can eat, he is the mother. Who lets Suhi give them such delicious food? Suhi didn't know what to say after being praised by them. He kept saying no, it's just so, and as long as everyone enjoys the meal. By the way, there is also chicken soup, don't forget it. Suhi reminded quickly. Of course, the chicken soup was not specially stewed, but was left over from the cooking of boiled chicken. Add a little salt, and it will taste great. Wait until I eat another bowl, then I will go to drink the soup. Someone answered at this time. When the family was eating with relish, Fu Dajuan suddenly had an idea and said to Wu Yanhua, Go and get the wine brewed at home. Everyone is happy today and wants to have a drink. The atmosphere is so good now, and there are snacks to go with the wine. How can Wu Yanhua not respond? She put down her bowl and chopsticks and ran. Mom, I'll go. Fu Yanju saw this and said, You're not needed. Eat well and eat more. Wu Yanhua said, and walked away quickly. Suhi, this is our home-brewed rice wine. It tastes very good. Do you want to drink some later? Fu Dajuan asked with a smile. Suhi was a little surprised. The Fu family didn't object to the women in the family drinking? Really? I'll try it later, but I can't drink much wine. Suhi said with a smile. No wonder. As a multinational executive, He has extraordinary communication skills, and drinking is also one of her skills. But she doesn't know about this body. After all, things like drinking capacity are all practiced. While going to get the soup, He went outside to take a look at the table of children. Wow. You really can't underestimate the fighting power of the children here. They even ate a lot of bittermelon fried eggs.
Mom, Zizi shouted.
He walked over and touched Zizi and Nyonyo's heads, and then asked the children, "Are the dishes delicious today?" The children's eyes lit up when they saw He, and they said in unison, "Delicious. Aunt's dishes are the best. I like Aunt. Chicken mushrooms delicious." It must be said that no matter what time, mushroom chicken is Nyonyo's favorite. Eat enough, if not enough, tell me. I will add more dishes for you. He said with a smile. Aunt is really gentle. They love it so much. But this table of dishes must be enough for the children to eat. Not only enough, but there should be some left. Because the dishes are so delicious today, the children ate a little more than usual. At this moment, Wu Yanhua came back and shouted into the house as she entered the room. Yenju, look who's here." Hearing the voice, Fu Yenju thought someone from the Qin family had come to the Fu family to cause trouble again, and her heart tightened. So she quickly stood up and went to meet them. When she saw the thin figure, Fu Yenju burst into tears instantly.
Wann er?
She covered her mouth and looked at her daughter standing in front of her in disbelief. Chen Wanna looked exactly like Fu Yenju. Both were thin and yellow, with dry and yellow hair, and looked malnourished. I don't know how Chen Jijia did it. Obviously, his family conditions are not bad, but he raised his wife and daughter to look malnourished. Mom, when she saw Fu Yenju, Chen Wanner immediately rushed up and hugged her mother excitedly. Wanner, Fu Yenju couldn't help crying out loud. Her daughter, since the Qin family came to make trouble today, Fu Yenju has been uneasy. She is afraid that her daughter will be used by the Qin family to vent her anger. She knew that Chen Jijia's parents were extremely patriarchal and didn't love their granddaughter, Chen Wanner, at all. Mom, don't cry. Chen Wanner was also a very sensible girl. Since she was a child, only Fu Yenju loved her in the Qin family. Grandpa and Grandma always asked her why she was not a boy, and girls were all money-losing goods. Her father didn't dislike her at first, but he didn't get close to her. Later, when her father started beating her mother, he sometimes beat her too. She and her mother have always depended on each other. Knowing that her mother wanted to escape back to her parents' home, Chen Wanner was very sensible and asked Fu Yenju to leave her alone. Although she was also very scared, afraid that her father would see her mother running away and take his anger out on her, but she didn't want her mother to be beaten by her father again. And Chen Wanner firmly believed that her mother would definitely ask her grandparents to come to the Qin family to pick her up. Her grandparents treated her much better than her grandparents. It is said that girls always become sensible earlier than boys. Chen Wanner is only about to turn 7 and enter the 1st grade, but she can already think about her mother. Wanner, how did you get here? Are you here alone? Fu Yenju wiped the tears from her face and asked. Grandpa Lu helped me to go around the back mountain and avoid the villagers, so I was able to escape.
Chen Wanner answered obediently.
It was mainly because of the right time, right place, and right people. The Qin family was called to cause trouble for the Fu family, so they left a daughter-in-law at home to look after the children. Chen Wanner had the opportunity to escape from the village. Originally, Chen Wanner wanted to avoid people and sneak out of the village, but when she escaped, she was seen by Grandpa Lu. Chen Wanner thought that Grandpa Lu would catch her back, but he took her around to the other side of the mountain and ran away from the mainland. Grandpa Lu said that he could only help her here and hoped that she could find her mother safely. Are the actions of the Qin family in the village really supported by the villagers? Not really. Many people were afraid to say anything because of the power of the Qin family. In fact, everyone still sympathized with Fu Yenju and Chen Wanner. When no one saw them, they were still willing to lend a hand. He is willing to help you, right? Thank God. And then what? How did you find this place? Fu Yenju couldn't imagine how difficult it was for her daughter to find her all the way here. How could she be so selfish? She escaped and didn't care about her daughter's life or death. She was really not a good mother. He sent me to the main road, and I walked along the main road by myself. I asked people for directions when I met them. I walked and asked for directions for a day before I found my grandmother's house. Chunwaner was still young and had limited language organization skills, but the adults who heard her words couldn't help but sweat for her. Such a small girl walked by herself along the way and met many passers-by and villagers during the period. It must be said that it was really lucky to be able to reach the destination safely. Not to mention the accident. If she met a bad guy who wanted to abduct a girl, Chunwaner might disappear from their side forever. Fortunately, the people she met along the way were all good people. This was also a feature of this era. Not so many people did unscrupulous things for money. Not only did they help her, but some of them took the initiative to give her steamed buns and water because they felt sorry for her. Otherwise, Chunwaner might not be able to walk to Shangyao village due to lack of physical strength. Let the children eat first. At this time, Fu Dajuan spoke. Yes, eat. Waner must be very hungry, right? Fu Yanju picked up her daughter distressedly, hesitated for a while, and walked to the children's table. Suhi took a look at the dishes on the children's table, which were indeed more than the adults. I'll go get Waner a bowl of chicken soup, Suhi said to Fu Yanju. Hearing this, Fu Yanju looked at Suhi with gratitude. Okay, thank you, Suhi. Suhi showed her a reassuring smile, and then went to serve Waner soup. Chunwaner was held by Fu Yanju and sat on a low stool. There were other children at the table, all looking at Chunwaner with their innocent big eyes. Chunwaner had seen many of the children before, but children forget things quickly, and they hadn't seen them for a long time, so although Chunwaner was older than them, she seemed very reserved. Are you Sister Waner? At this time, the most sensible elder sister asked first.
Yes.
Chunwaner answered a little nervously. At this time, Fu Yanju also served Chunwaner rice and put chopsticks in front of her. Looking at the food on the table, Chunwaner couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It looked so delicious. Although many dishes were messed up by the children, it didn't affect their delicious appearance at all. And they smelled so good, and it looked like they had a lot of oil. Sister Waner, have a piece of chicken. Auntie made it. It's delicious. After Daya said that, she picked up a piece of very good-looking chicken and gave it to Chunwaner. Thank you, Sister Daya. Chunwaner looked at the chicken in the bowl and said a little dazedly. The two little girls are of similar age, so naturally they remember each other. Sister, my mother's fried mushrooms are the most delicious. You eat mushrooms. Nyo on the side didn't understand what happened to make the family come out to see this sister. But no matter when, it is her responsibility to promote her mother's fried mushroom chicken. After saying that, she took her already chubby little hand, picked up a mushroom, and put it in Chunwaner's bowl. Thank you, sister. Although I don't know her name. My name is Nyo. Nyo replied immediately. Oh, thank you, Nyo. At this time, Suhi also took out the chicken soup and put it on the table in front of Chunwaner. Waner, you may not know me. I am your aunt, that is the mother of Nyo and Zizi. Welcome to my home. Suhi touched Chunwaner's head and smiled very gently. I don't know why. At this moment, Suhi's smile at this moment was directly imprinted in Chunwaner's mind for a lifetime. She is so gentle and can take care of people's emotions. Although Chunwaner, who has just arrived, knows that this is the territory of her grandparents, she is still inevitably restrained. Suhi's words made Chunwaner relax. Thank you, Aunt. Chunwaner looked at Suhi and said blankly, Eat more, my sister and brothers and sisters are all easy to get along with. Don't be afraid. After listening to Suhi's words, Chunwaner looked at the children around her again, and sure enough, she saw kind eyes. It's just that everyone is inevitably curious, staring at Chunwaner, the elder sister, curiously. Unlike at the Chun family, she and Fu Yanju never had the chance to sit at the table to eat. Obviously, the meals at home were all cooked by her mother. So Chunwaner was no longer restrained and directly took the soup that Suhi had made and started to drink. Wow, it's so delicious because the chicken soup was so delicious. Chunwaner drank half a bowl in one breath and couldn't help but sighed after drinking it. Realizing what she said, Chinwaner quickly covered her mouth. Because if she did this at the Chin family, she would be scolded by her grandmother. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. It's like you haven't eaten it in your life. Her grandmother would say so. She looked up nervously at the people around her, and no one was paying attention to her. It seemed that her mother had just followed her grandmother to the door. The children around were also gnawing on the chicken by themselves. Only Zhuang looked at Chinwaner with a smug look on his face. When he saw Chinwaner put her eyes on him, Zhuang immediately grinned and said with an expression of being a die-hard fan of my aunt, "I told you, everything my aunt makes is delicious, right? I hate soup the most, but the soup made by my aunt is so delicious." Hearing this, Chinwaner finally smiled. This was her first smile since she entered the house. "It's so nice here. No wonder my mother has always wanted to escape from that home. But in order to take care of her, she has never been willing to divorce. Well, the food made by my aunt is really delicious." Chinwaner agreed. At this time, another piece of chicken was put into the bowl. Chinwaner looked over and saw a fair and handsome little boy. "Sister Wainer, eat more. Don't be polite," Zizi said like a little adult. "Okay, he is my brother." At this time, Nyonya on the side added at the right time. "He should be the Zizi that my aunt just mentioned, right?" "Thank you, little one," Chinwaner said with a smile. "I really envy them. Both of them are fair-skinned and well-dressed. They must be very loved by their parents. And Nyonyo's personality is that she is a little girl surrounded by love. But it doesn't matter. She also has her mother. Her mother is also the best mother in the world." The adults at the table started drinking. "Waner, this girl, is as brave as me. She dared to come to her mother from such a long distance." Seeing that his granddaughter came by herself, Fu Dajuan was also very happy. Today, the Chin family threatened them with their granddaughter, and Fu Dajuan remembered it. So, he was very worried all afternoon, afraid that the Chin family would go back and take out their anger on their granddaughter. But compared to his granddaughter, he loves his daughter more, and he certainly won't let his daughter go back with the Chin family again. So, at this moment, Chinwaner arrived at the Fu family safely, and Fu Dajuan felt so happy. So, he couldn't help but drink a few more glasses and talk more. After Wu Yanhua took her daughter Fu Yanju out to comfort her, she returned to the house and saw Chinwaner getting along so well with the children of the Fu family. She couldn't help but smile with relief. Especially Fu Yanju, she could feel that Chinwaner really liked it here. After all, in the Chin family, the mother and daughter rarely had the opportunity to eat at the table. The two of them didn't care about the children and let them eat by themselves. As soon as they returned to the kitchen, they heard Fu Dajuan's words. The mother and daughter looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Yes, it's up to you." Wu Yanhua agreed with a smile and then sat back next to Fu Dajuan. "Yanju, Dad is sorry for you and Waner." Just after praising, he began to feel sad again. "Dad, it's nothing. I failed your expectations. I insisted on marrying that rascal Chinjijia," Fu Yanju said, and wanted to cry again. Seeing this, Wu Yanhua couldn't help but poke Fu Dajuan with her elbow. She had worked so hard to comfort her daughter and make her feel better. Why did this father bring up this matter again? Fu Dajuan also sobered up instantly and said quickly, "It's okay. You'll have a father and a mother in the future. By the way, there are also your brother and sister-in-law, and Tinghua and Su He." At this point, Fu Dajuan quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, Su He, didn't you say you wanted to try this wine?" Su He, who was suddenly asked, reacted and said quickly, "Oh, yes, I'll try it." Upon hearing this, Fu Tinghua, who was standing aside, handed his glass of wine to Su He. "Try it. It's a little strong. I'm afraid you can't get used to it." Su He took Fu Tinghua's glass without any hesitation. They kissed each other, so what's wrong with drinking the wine that the other person has drunk? She pretended to take a sip from the water glass. Well, it tastes really good. The wine of this era is all solid goods, without a trace of adulteration. "How is it?" Fu Dajuan asked after Su He took another sip. "It tastes good." Su He blurted out subconsciously. "Ah, this? His character collapsed, right? Who knew that Fu Dajun burst into laughter. I said the wine I brewed tastes good, right? Your brother and sister-in-law all think it's too strong, so they all want to add water to it. How can it still taste so pure after adding water? After Fu Dajun finished speaking, he asked Fu Tinghua. Tinghua, you didn't add water? Fu Tinghua shook his head and replied, no. This was the first time he drank alcohol after traveling to this world, so she couldn't help but drink a few more sips. As she drank, she suddenly felt something was wrong. By the way, why did she feel dizzy and had double vision? This feeling is not right. She is not going to be drunk, right? By the way, I almost forgot, this is not her original body, and her alcohol tolerance is not good. Fu Tinghua, who was sitting next to Suhi, was the first to realize that something was wrong with Suhi. Suhi's eyes were blurry, and his face was red from drinking. He looked like he was in a trance and unconscious. He reached out and touched Suhi's forehead and asked in a gentle voice, "Are you okay?" Suhi looked at the man in front of her with a dazed look, and she just felt that he was so handsome. Isn't this the type she likes? The men she met in the modern world are all so greasy, like to play the role of a domineering president and always smile evilly at her. The man in front of her with a cold temperament, handsome appearance, and gentle eyes staring at her is simply her fantasy type. After Suhi got drunk, she was a little dazed, but she was crazy in her mind. Why does he look so familiar? Yes, this seems to be her husband. Thinking of this, Suhi just called out directly. But she called very softly, just a mumble, and only Fu Tinghua beside her heard it. But her voice is nice, tender and soft, and Fu Tinghua feels numb, and her anger can't help but suddenly rise. Are you drunk? He leaned close to Suhi's ear and asked softly. Suhi fell on him and just fell asleep like this. Others around also noticed Suhi's abnormality and asked, "Is Suhi drunk?" "You are so annoying. You insisted on asking Suhi to drink. She will feel uncomfortable tomorrow." Wu Yanhua looked at Fu Dajuan with a bit of complaint. Fu Dajuan felt a bit guilty and replied weakly, "This wine is not fake. You won't feel uncomfortable the next day after drinking it." Wu Yanhua didn't believe her husband's nonsense and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Fu Dajuan just has this hobby. He likes to drink. But he doesn't drink easily, and he doesn't drink the kind of wine that is not strong and easy for you to drink. He would rather not drink the fake wine. Tinghua, carry Suhi to bed and sleep. We will clean up the house later, Zhang Xiaohua said at the right time. Yes, Tinghua, we are here. We will definitely clean it up for you later. He Fongfeng also wanted to leave a good impression on her brother-in-law, so she quickly agreed. Let's take Suhi back to bed to rest first. Everyone has almost finished eating. Wu Yanhua looked at her youngest son and Suhi in his arms and was very satisfied. By the way, she didn't know if she would have the chance to hold another grandson or granddaughter. Fu Tinghua nodded to everyone and then said, "I'll take her to rest first." After that, he picked up Suhi horizontally and walked towards the room very lightly. As for which room to go to, well, of course, the room where he stayed. Dr. Fu, who had already slept comfortably with his wife for a night, how could he let himself become a widow again? Besides, it was not easy to trick Suhi into sleeping with him. We're almost done eating. Let's pack up and go back. Fu Dajuan also spoke. Wu Yanhua glanced at the little food left on the table and quickly said, "There are still a few dishes left. Eat them all. Don't waste them." After that, he picked up the dishes on the table and started eating. For people nowadays, wasting food is the most intolerable behavior for them. The kids outside, except Chen Wanner, had already finished eating and were playing at the door. Chen Wanner gobbled the last bit of rice in the bowl, a little greedily. It was really delicious. She had never eaten such delicious food in the Chen family. Not to mention her, it was also the first time for the Fu family. They had come to Suhi's house for dinner last time, but Suhi didn't cook so many dishes at that time. After Fu Tinghua carefully put Suhi on the bed, he began to help her take off her shoes. The two of them went up the mountain today. After returning, they simply washed themselves and changed clothes before starting to cook, so Suhi's clothes were also clean at this time. Looking at her pink little mouth, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but secretly kissed her again. She was sleeping so soundly that even her breathing was very light. Looking at Su He's sleeping face, Fu Tinghua's eyes were very gentle. He gently stroked Su He's face, feeling the delicate touch of her skin. Sleep well. Fu Tinghua, who was crazy about kissing his wife, kissed Su He's lips gently again, then turned off the lights and went out. When they went out, the sisters-in-law had already started cleaning the table for the children. Some were helping to light the fire and boil water, and some were washing dishes. The children were playing at the door, and even Wan'er joined them. Tinghua, when are you going back to the city tomorrow? At this time, Wu Yanhua came out of the kitchen and asked, I'll go back after breakfast tomorrow. Thinking that Su He would not be in the village in the future, Wu Yanhua actually began to be reluctant to let her go. Hey, in the future, bring your wife back to see us more often, Wu Yanhua said, and then looked at Zizi and Nyonyo. She felt guilty for her grandchildren. Mom, don't worry, we will come back during the new year or when Su He needs durian. We will see each other. Fu Tinghua was a little amused. Why did the family members act as if they would not come back? Well, that's good. You say, Su He won't still hate me for not treating her well in the past, right? Before leaving, Wu Yanhua began to worry about this. No, she's not such a petty person, Fu Tinghua said with great certainty. In the past, I really treated her badly. After returning to the city, remember to say more good things about your mother to your wife, okay? Wu Yanhua said with a serious face. Fu Tinghua was even more amused and helpless. He didn't expect her mother to care so much about Su He. Well, I will, he promised. After cleaning up the house, sending the Fu family away, and bathing the two children and coaxing them to sleep, Fu Tinghua had time to take a bath. After taking a bath, he couldn't wait to return to the room. Su He was drunk, and he was worried that she was uncomfortable or wanted to or something, and there was no one around to take care of her. Opening the door, seeing Su He lying on the bed very well, with no sign of waking up at all, Fu Tinghua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After turning off the lights and going to bed, he lay down next to Su He obediently. Tonight, Fu Tinghua did not plan to hold her to sleep, fearing that she would be uncomfortable. Who knew that just after lying on the bed, Su He suddenly turned over, put his hands and legs on Fu Tinghua, and hugged him tightly. Seeing this, Fu Tinghua reached out and patted Su He's back, like coaxing a child. Who knew that Su He suddenly looked up, then looked at Fu Tinghua and said, Huh? A man?
Fu Tinghua.
In the dark, Su He couldn't see Fu Tinghua's face clearly, so he had to touch it. Wow, your skin is so good. Her voice was not only beautiful, but also soft and tender, which made Fu Tinghua feel hot.
Who are you?
Seeing Fu Tinghua ignoring her, Su He asked again. I am your husband. In the dark, Fu Tinghua's face was gloomy and unclear, with an unspeakable danger. It felt like he had turned into a hungry wolf, ready to swallow the woman in his arms into his stomach at any time.